Yeah, it's a long video, and it's in German.
Sorry, I'm watching that video. What'd you say?
So is this one the video which is in German?
Yeah, that's the drop tower experiment. I do not have it in English, but I was citing my source because I don't like to not cite my source.
Okay, fine.
And that's the only source I got. I mean, it's in German. It was done in Germany, and they kicked him out. So let me find the next thing that I was looking for about the constants changing.
It
I
would be
apologize for taking so long. This is like an hour-long video. Okay, I think we got it. Gravitational constant. Yeah, I found it.
I think I will watch them like another time because I need to go. Anyway,
Of
bye.
course, you don't have to watch it now, but I got the timestamp on the hour-long video. It's around 23 minutes. So if I could send it as a message to you, share, start at, copy. What's your name? France. I think they said France earlier. Are you the pink?
Yes, yes.
All right, cool. Message. Cool. There's where he's talking about how they got all the numbers and averaged them together, and that's how we got the constant. So, yeah, I'm gonna add you as a friend because I enjoyed our conversation. You were really mature. You have a good day, bro. Peace out.
Nice to talk with you. Bye.
Peace.
Peace.
So just now, I demonstrated that um, my desire for everyone to have a chance to speak is sometimes a downfall because that Italian guy, yeah, you weigh 100 pounds on a good day, soaking wet. Anyway, yeah, he acted like a fool. And then meanwhile telling me that I was a fool. But yeah, that Italian guy was so much cooler. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have did that to our face. Telling you, he wouldn't have. Yeah, that's the internet tough guy is like the biggest meme ever. It's like a joke, like, oh. That's why I like never participate in that internet tough guy shit.
Yo, you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. I'm about to head out.
Okay. I've got a little question for you, and hopefully it'll be a quick answer. So I was watching one of your videos that you'd posted, and obviously it's the use of the Rupert Sheldrake makes that joke about the speed of light being constant. Something to do with setting it against the meter or something. And I recall that the speed of light is the same figure as the latitudinal value of the location of the Pyramid of Giza. So I guess my question is, what's the speed of light, and why has it been set the way it has?
Well, it's like 1 million, 1 point something million miles per hour, I think. Something like that. I have to look it up. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it's not fast. It's holy shit. It's fucking fast, right? But
Yeah,
it's tied to the meter, and it wasn't a joke. He was saying that when he was talking to this guy about the constant not being constant, they said, "Well, we're going to discover that it's going to change," and then he answered smugly, "Well, no, they're not going to discover it because we tied it to the meter. So if the speed of light changes, then the meter will change." Now, I don't exactly know what he was talking about there, but I'm thinking it means that if we ever get to a point to where we discover that the speed of light has changed, it won't actually change because it's relative to the meter. So when we try to measure it, our meter will change. But maybe I don't understand that correctly. I have to admit.
it's a bit of a weasel one because what did I type in? Why is the meter defined in terms of the speed of light? So that was the phrasing that he used. The meter is defined in terms of the speed of light. And it says, because it's the most accurate way devised so far to define a meter. And then just connecting the idea back to the, what the value of the speed of light is effectively, the same as the latitude of the Great Pyramid of Giza down to like, what is it, like 15 digits or something? It just, that's too much of a coincidence. And then it makes me feel like they're just making up the speed of light. Like, I don't know what they're measuring it against. I don't know, how do you feel about it? You heard any stories?
Not other than what I've learned from Rupert Sheldrake. So I don't really know, but I know that in this video he goes over the 10 constants. Now, the one where he's talking about dark matter and dark energy is kind of tongue in cheek because he's like, "Oh, so you thought that gravity worked at the galactic level, and then when you discovered it didn't, you invented all this dark matter and dark energy, violating the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy and matter, right?" So in that one, I think he's being tongue in cheek. But in the one with the light, I don't. But that's just like my opinion, bro.
Yeah. Would you care to speculate as to whether or not you think he's a sort of, what would you say, like, closet flat earther, working within the sort of system, knows he can't talk about that thing specifically, but he can sort of semi-dismantle some of the science in the background, or do you think he just happens to be a curious mind and he happens to accidentally be stepping in the wrong spot for them to sort of ban his, what was it, the ban TED Talk? Yeah.
You've seen Ben Stein's Expelled, right?
Ben Stein's Expels? No, what's that?
So Ben Stein, you know, Bueller, that guy is a pretty famous guy in American television, but he made this documentary, Expelled, and it was about how if you go against the theory of evolution, you kind of get blackballed and expelled from academia. And when you watch that movie and then you kind of listen to Rupert Sheldrake, he's one of those guys that has kind of partially been expelled because Rupert kind of looks at things outside of the box, right? And I believe it's because of his earlier life and the amount of time he spent in the East and studying Eastern philosophies. So in a lot of ways, he's kind of like Terence McKenna, but Terence McKenna was more philosophical, whereas Rupert Sheldrake is more scientific, but still thinking as far outside of the box as a scientist possibly can. So Rupert Sheldrake's theory on morphogenic resonance and all these morphogenic fields and these sorts of things, man, they are just poof, mind-blowing when you really look into them. But that TED Talk is not as interesting as the Thunderbolts Project talk because it's about his book. Hold on a second.
I am familiar with his, what is it, the biological Wi-Fi, in which sort of rats doing or performing a test in one country were found to be performing that test much more quickly and picking it up more proficiently in other countries later on. So it definitely seems that a lot of things are connected. Kind of still wondering about the speed of light thing. Whether or not, like, it's almost as if it may be even instant or something. Can't be, can it? Because they can capture photos. They can do those, like, speed photos. Slow it right down. Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't looked into a lot of the Rupert Sheldrake stuff, like, man, it's fascinating. But there's been plenty of times where I've, been on these Discords and I would, bring up something for Rupert Sheldrake and they would just look on his Wikipedia and completely dismiss everything because of that one Wikipedia thing where I think they called him like a derogatory term or something. And it's like, man, why are people so close-minded that they can't even look at it because of the cancel culture? To me, that's like disgusting. It's like the opposite of science.
It reminds me of that sort of, what is it, that in the Indian culture, they've got the untouchables. It's like as soon as someone's tarnished with the sort of Wikipedia is an authoritative source, and as soon as it's you got a bad word about you in that, no one wants to go near you by just like guilt by association. It's
yes, bro. It's disgusting,
built into
isn't
our,
it? Like other than
1984
Hindus.
stuff. China, blah blah blah.
Other than Hindus, where it's their culture, but like we're all from the West. Like our culture is scientific discovery and stepping over boundaries and breaking through barriers. Like for someone to like identify with like that class culture to where you can just cancel somebody because some idiot that you don't even know on Wikipedia has deemed them to be unworthy somehow. And it's like, in the colleges, they teach you not to use Wikipedia as a source. So how could that be your source of validity for this doctor who's a biochemist? Because some non-doctor, obviously we don't know how to prove, who wrote the article, whether they're a doctor or not, but some non-doctor has labeled this guy a pseudoscientist or whatever they said about him. I mean, it's absolutely like, you can't participate in wrongthink or you might get a bad, social credit score.
Yeah, we might be screwed, This tech is going to come in. You've got your credit score, and you go for a job and a little red flag pops up or something. Oh man. Anyway,
Hey,
gotta get
Hank.
along.
Hello, who am I
Hank?
speaking to?
That's me, Thor.
Yeah, you're much more reasonable than Monsanto. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, dude, like, you have no idea how much I argue with him. Like, he is such a dishonest actor. Anyway, I disagree with him on almost everything except, like, a few things. And yeah, he's an asshole. He's like a known asshole on the server, like, and everybody meets him. So don't take it personal.
Well, I don't take it personal, but I don't like it when people force me to govern them because it goes against my philosophy. And he forced me to mute him, so I feel dirty when I exert power over other people. So that guy just makes me feel dirty.
Nice, nice. Are you an anarchist?
No, I don't think the current state of mankind is capable of governing themselves. We're far too domesticated, so I guess I would identify as a libertarian. If we were able to educate ourselves and become less domesticated and more self-reliant, I believe that if we could, you know, become more,
Mm.
it's like this: you either govern yourself from within, or you're going to govern yourself from without. Most people can't govern themselves from within, so they have to be governed from without, right?
But if we don't let people learn, right, like have responsibility over themselves by having them govern themselves and learn from their mistake, how are they ever going to learn how to govern themselves?
I'm very sympathetic to the anarchist argument, which basically states that no man or woman has any higher claim over my life, liberty, or property than I do. Like, I identify with that. Like, but unfortunately, I guess in a way I'm kind of more of a libertarian than an anarchist because I would love a free market. I would love no rulers. But unfortunately, I don't want to go out in the middle of the night and chase bad guys with guns and put out fires. So I'm going
Oh
to
no,
divvy
you can
that
have a
out.
police, you can have an like law enforcement or stuff like that. That's not opposed to anarchists. But never mind, I don't want to like get into deep in that. But I'm an anarchist, but myself,
Yeah, I
and also a
remember.
libertarian. Yeah, but I'm libertarian like the classical libertarian because
Right. As long as
libertarianism
you're,
came from left wing. It was then like changed by right wing politicians and thinkers.
well, I'm in the center, right? I'm not a right winger. I have a lot of conservative ideas, and I have a few like social ideas, socialist ideas. For one, I think we should take care of our veterans. If we're going to put them in harm's way, we should definitely take a lot better care of them than we do. And I wouldn't mind, paying taxes to take care of our veterans if we weren't sending them in harm's way for no reason to benefit the corporations and the oil companies and the Federal Reserve bankers.
Right, right. Well, I think the problem is capitalism mainly here and class. But
I
what
knew
I
you were
what I
going to say
wanted,
that.
of course, well, you remember me well. But I did want to like show you something in a side chat, a video, an interesting video. You might have seen this. This is to everybody here. It's regarding like
You leave that
the
kitten
curve of
alone.
the Earth.
Well, if it's getting that
Oh wait,
kitten.
it's not timestamp. Hold on, sorry, I'm gonna give you a timestamp.
You hear me, Cindy? Walter's beating up the kitten.
Right, so I posted there in the chat for anybody here. Yeah, because this video thing shows quite well that there's like a curvature to Earth. Are you gonna check it out, Hank, or anybody?
Did you timestamp it? Your
Yeah,
Spartacus?
it's timestamped. Yeah.
Excuse me. In search of a flat Earth. Whoops. Dang, I clicked. Damn, I clicked on the time accidentally. Let me get it back to where it was.
It's 10 minutes, 25, I think.
All right, I was just trying to make sure that it was on 14. Oh, it doesn't go any higher.
At 10:15, that's when it starts.
You showing me some stooping?
Well, so what he did, right? It shows it in like before that he put a camera on like this special stand where it can move up and down, right? So he zoomed in over a lake and he moved the camera up and down in slow motion, and it clearly shows an obstruction, right, by like the body of water, not the waves because there's fuckable waves there. It's a lake, right? But there's like when you go down, it clearly obstructs the beach on the other side. When you go up, you can it comes back. Can clearly see it.
So that proves that the higher you go, the more that you can see?
Well, it proves that there is a bulging of water, right? Like due to
Wait a minute.
curvature, presumably.
Wait a minute. You guys know that there's always a fraction, right?
You can see a little bit there, but it's enough. It goes high enough, right? That you can like see. You can sort
Hold
of
on, my
see
wife
like
is
a little
talking
bit
to
of.
me. Hold on.
Okay.
If Larry, I'll
Go
try
ahead.
to field some of the stuff. So I mean, we're talking about this as sort of proof of the curvature, but quick question, does that video actually show the distance that it's traversing from where the camera is to
Yeah.
the point that you're referring to?
Yeah, it's in a video before, like when he set up the experiment. I don't remember off the top of my head, but
So it's in the video, the distance?
before thinking when he sets up the experiment, like shows the map, like where he's doing this.
Does it? Sure.
It's an 8
But does he
minutes
provide any
23.
map on?
Yeah, 8
So
minutes
there's no map on
23.
how much is actually being hidden?
You mean how much is like being obstructed, like a target height being obstructed or something?
Yeah. How much of the
I don't think it does the
your view is being
calculation.
obstructed?
It doesn't do the
Okay.
calculation.
So it's purely just a visual phenomenon that we're watching. Yeah.
Oh, you can infer the height. I mean, you can see the beaches, the trees there, right? You can see boats there, and like the boats go all the way behind. They're like all obstructed, like these small boats, like tourist boats. It was like 100 tourists or so, like taking their like vacation there. So you can extrapolate like roughly how much.
So that's exactly
hidden
what
height.
I did when I was in Corpus Christi. I was putting my eyes right above the surface, and I couldn't see the distant objects or the lights. But as I got like high enough to where the water was at my armpits and my nipples, then I could see it from 10 miles away. So that was exactly what I witnessed in real life. Like the higher you go, the more you can see, which, I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody experiences that.
He's only gone about, he's raising it up less than a meter, the camera.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Looks like it is.
And how much is it obstructing over the other side? If we were to guesstimate?
Several meters.
No, I would say it barely covered up the van, because you can see a van or something on the other side.
No, there's a boat there. Didn't see a van.
Oh, that was a boat? I'll have to look at it again.
The blue thing?
Yeah, that was a boat?
Yeah, it's a boat.
Okay, let me check it out.
He drops the camera, like less than a meter it looks, and then he's covering up an entire boat. That to me is a refractive, phenomenon that's obscuring the boat.
Yeah, like 1050?
But wait,
If you wait, go
so
to
how can we
1050.
then?
Hold on. If you go to 1050, as the boat's like disappearing, you can see it get like really wobbly and distorted there towards the end.
When it's disappearing? 1 second.
Yeah, 1050 when he's going down, like at the last like few frames that you can see the boat, you can see like, I don't want to say miraging effect, but some sort of atmospheric turbulence.
I don't
Mirage
see
was the
like
wrong
any.
word. Yeah, you could see just a little bit of atmospheric turbulence at 1050. Let's see, let me go back. 1052. Yeah.
Well, if you go further, he does the same thing, and the boat is further on, right? It's traveled from right to left. Doesn't show, but yeah, but it shows that there's some like large body of water there, right? It's not just like anything on the surface, which could be yeah, like refraction, whatever, right? But that's maybe the problem with doing these experiments on surfaces of water because they will always have these kind of things. So maybe that's why it's not the most reliable method, right? But what this experiment shows, at least, right, in a controlled way, if you go up and down, like if you go all the way down, right, in a slow motion, you can see almost like the bulging of water there, obstructing objects, the beach, the trees, the boats, right? So that's evidence of some obstruction there, right? And it doesn't seem to be like you don't see like a clear haze on the ocean there. It's like very, very, very not ocean, the water. Right? So
So if you take refraction into consideration and you understand that there's looming and stooping, how would you ever know that the Earth is curving without, indirectly inferring it from something else, like sticks or
well,
balls in
okay.
a shed
Well,
or.
that would have the same thing too. That those effects would apply there too. They would skew like this reflection, refraction, right? That's the problem with the roll bottoms experiment, right? Like, so this okay. So if you don't accept these kind of experiments, because this is the clearest that I've seen ever, right? Because this is like going up and down while it's zoomed in
Dude, this
far
is
away.
exactly what I experienced at the beach. Like, this
What
is
did you see
exactly what I was
obstruction?
doing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
So
when
we
I
do.
had my eyes like two
Okay.
inches below
Okay.
the water,
So we agreed that
above the water.
it's not then
Yeah,
a
I was going
reliable way to show
to
curvature of the Earth over bodies of water because of refraction, potential refraction.
say.
Right. So
Yeah.
why do flat earthers keep asking for this kind of evidence? It's
See,
like, oh, have you measured the curve?
you, you guys call it refraction, and you have this model of like super refraction where it bends at 8 inches per mile squared around the curvature of the Earth, where
Wait,
we
I don't
understand
know
it.
about that. Wait, but
Okay,
this
so
shows that shows this curvature. Like
hold on, bro.
this.
You,
Okay,
you
well, I'm
can't
gonna have to
say,
go to the toilet. Just a second. I'll be back. Just.
yeah,
I apologize.
yeah, they can't say that their model of refraction is absolutely 100% correct, and that the light is bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and it would have to be in order for us to get that black swan image, photograph, still shot, whatever, because there was absolutely no horizon in front of it. In fact, the horizon was somewhere behind it. In fact, I think you could see like the cove on both sides of the platform, habitat, and hill house before he zooms in, and that's 30 miles away. So you can't say for certain that your model of super refraction, 8 inch per mile square refraction, is correct when it's just a theory. It's not even a viable hypothesis. It's basically a baseless assertion. And when it comes to us, we have a better understanding, I think, because we talk about atmospheric turbulence. And what I think I'm looking at here is atmospheric turbulence because it's not a clear image, obviously. I think the image is magnified because the atmosphere does act like a lens, but not in the way that they say that it does, where it refracts it perfectly at 8 inches per mile squared. But I think it's magnifying the images because of the physics of light, the way that it diverges in all directions and causes it to scatter. It's scattering in a way that it makes it look bigger than it actually is, and it's cutting off the bottom of the image because the angle between the middle of the image and the sky's the limit. But the angle from the middle of the image to the surface of the Earth is a very, very small angle. And if you're spreading out the light over that angle, some of it's going to hit the water before it ever hits your eye, what you call stooping, which definitely fits in your model of refraction. And you can't claim that somehow this is curvature when you've already said the word, refraction.
Well, I'm back. So this is not evidence for curvature?
No, you just said refraction.
Well, theoretically, it could be there. Although I think you picked the time. But wait, so if
Wait,
refraction
you
is
can't
always going to
just
be a
pick a
factor.
time. You can't just
Okay,
pick.
so if refraction is always going to be a potential factor that will mess with these kind of experiments, why do flat earthers insist on us showing curvature through this method?
So, if this is what you think is curvature, then it would be consistent. But it's never consistent. I mean, Skunk Bay, that gift that I always post, like it changes throughout the day, and those buildings like actually disappear when the heat of the day comes along throughout like the hottest part of the day. And there is some atmospheric conditions going on. But you guys got to remember, you used to say it was 8 inches per mile squared, and then around 2019, you guys started saying refraction. I don't know if you were there. I don't remember you in those years, Thor. In fact, I haven't seen you in like
I
5 years.
heard refraction, and I heard this from flat earthers all the time too, right? Oh, whenever we would show flat earthers these kind of videos, they'd also claim, oh, just refraction, like you're kind of doing now. Well, not kind of, you're explicitly doing this now, right? I'm just showing that there is a video. Like, it's an unusual experiment. It's not like all the others that we've seen, right? Because this is a camera that goes up and down and like shows you, right, in real
Yeah.
time,
So
like some kind of bulging of a large
how
body
is
of
this
water.
similar? How is this similar to the flat Earth videos that you're familiar with? Is it just
Fuck,
like
it's been
images
years
across
ago.
water that you're pointing out?
Yeah. They
Okay,
always claim refraction too whenever we
sure.
show them, oh, actually, there is obstruction.
So, I mean, a lot of the imagery that we talk about when we're trying to prove that it's not curved is like the function of like optical zooming in.
That came
Yeah?
much later,
Not,
much later. That came years later in the flat Earth movement as like a thing.
hey man, I've only been on this little gravy train for about 3 months now, so I'm still getting my head around it all.
Oh yeah, I've been there. I've been there since the beginning of the second wave. Hank knows me.
Jeez.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you and
right.
we didn't know each other before 2015.
Yeah.
Monsanto was saying that he knew me back in 2013 when I still had satellite internet.
Yeah, I
Obviously, I
don't know
wasn't
about that.
wasting my valuable bandwidth on, trolls.
What?
Yeah. But so guys, okay, so if there always gonna be this potential meddling, with the experiment because of refraction from like bodies of water, right, or any surface, right, then maybe stop asking globe earthers to prove the curvature of the Earth with these kind of experiments, because I'm pretty sure that's why they've not been
Well, we're
used,
using
right? Like
lasers and
that's gonna have the
zooming.
same thing.
We're not.
No,
We're not.
lasers will be affected
No.
by the same phenomena. It's light.
So when you shine a laser right in front of you, you get like a really small diameter, like the size of a pencil eraser. But when you shine it over several miles, what do you get?
Well, it depends on the quality of the laser. It's supposed to be actually the same sort of size. It's
Right.
supposed
So
to
with a
be
laser, they're trying to collimate it, but it still has a much, much larger radius, right?
of the spot. Yeah, sure, but
Right.
doesn't matter.
So
The
this light
laser,
is not collimated,
what
so
does it
it's going
matter?
to have even more of a divergent from center of the image, which is magnification, which is going to cause the bottom to be cut off, just like the flashlight on a flat floor.
Wait, no, wait. I didn't. Okay, that doesn't matter. A laser would be just as affected as any optical like observation experiment here, because it would be also affected by refraction, reflection, whatever. Because it's an optical thing. It's an optical phenomenon. Laser
Right.
would just as well.
The
And so,
horizon is optical. I agree.
right, and also laser shining on the other side. I mean, so instead of us receiving the photons in these experiments to the camera, you are sending photons to the other side through a laser, right? Then it hits the target. Well, it's going to be affected by any kind of optical, meddling phenomena. Either way, so lasers are now
But if
out
it hits
too,
the
because
target,
they also could be affected by refraction, right? So
but if it hits the target, then it's not
What?
refracting, right?
What?
Why
Because
don't you
it could
guys
be
believe
refracted.
the Earth is a triangle?
It's a red herring, bro. So I'm just going to ignore that. Nobody's claiming that. So basically, what the whole thing about the laser is, it's really interesting because when you guys say that, there's reflectors on the moon and we get back literally a handful of photons, like 7 or 8 photons, you guys consider that like a successful moon bounce. But when we shine a laser over a flat lake, where everything is really cold and there's not going to be as much atmospheric conditions, you guys say that that's not a success because of refraction. So I would like you guys to be consistent.
Well, wait, I thought refraction is always going to be a factor. So they are weather
It
conditions
is,
for refraction.
but I've
Right.
never
Yeah, but
seen the miraging
not
effect during the winter time. It's always
not
during
in
the summertime.
So I'm pretty sure this guy did this thing also when it's colder, I think, or when it's not like when the day is. Yeah, but
I mean, it looks like he's in a cold region with all those pine trees, but maybe they're not pine trees. They look like it though.
so. What is it like? The difference is though that in that video that we were observing before, what is it like? As the camera lowers, we're saying refraction, and that causes like basically it's disorder of light. Yeah,
I
so it's
didn't
causing
see any
the light to
refraction
have
there.
disorder.
I didn't see any
Well,
refraction there. So my neighbor's
but
knocking.
you can't see the boat, right?
So my neighbor is knocking. He just visited me also.
You're right.
Yeah, at the moment, 11:09, when he's showing the boat completely disappeared, it looks like it's being covered up by a wave. But I can't verify that for sure. But you can see where the boat was, and the waves are crashing. It looks pretty wavy. Like, I don't know, is this an ocean? Is this ocean water? Because I'm looking at the waves crashing, and when I did this, I said that it was at zero because I was at the ocean and I assumed that there was 1 foot of um, waves, but I was actually lower than 1 foot when I made that observation 10 miles away. So, but I still just kind of estimated that I was at zero. And of course, there's no way for me to determine, but I was looking at some pretty good waves, and the waves did obstruct when I was doing this, because this is exactly what I did in the ocean, the up and down thing. That's exactly what I did, because I wanted to see the exact moment that it disappeared and how it disappeared. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if I'm looking at beach houses and lamps, it totally makes sense that I would be able to see the street lamps, but I wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the street lamps because the way that light diverges, like laser beams are, constricted in such a way that it doesn't spread out. So if that's what a laser does when it's constricted, what does light do when it's not constricted and collimated? It's going to spread out even more. It's like the difference between shooting a 22 and a bird shot from a 12 gauge. The bird shot's going to spread out. Well, that's the nature of light. Well, with the laser, you're trying to make it act more like a 22, which isn't natural, but that's what you're trying to achieve. Whereas normally, a shotgun acts like a sawed off 12 gauge, where the spread gets really wide the further you go out.
So I don't know, but like you notice as the camera gets down into the planar view, like as the angle of incidence is closed, it drops off really quickly. Sorry, the boat itself becomes unobservable rather quickly at one point. It's almost like it all gets so it's not going away gradually like you would expect from a curve. And in my mind, it's the refraction at the surface level of the water. All of a sudden, as you get close to that angle of incidence, in parallel line with the medium across the surface that you're looking, that it just the refraction just takes over all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's
And I actually
really
think it's sort
interesting
of
the way that light behaves. I mean, it's it's one of those things to where when people claim that they got it figured out, I'm just like, at all, the audacity to claim that you're the one, you've got light figured out, you know everything there is to know about the electromagnetic, dynamics of light. Like, it's interesting for people to be so hoity-toity because I'm not completely settled on what light is. Does it reflect? Is it a perturbation of the medium? Is it a photon? Is it a wave? I think it's a wave. But
It's
like
a wave.
the
I got
light,
a video for you, bro.
I guess you think it's a photon then, right?
No, no. I've been listening to these two guys called Peter and Pete, and they're talking about how I can't explain it. You'd be able to listen to that video one time and unwrap it all. But
Could you send
they're
it to
saying
me?
that the reason, yeah, I'll send it through.
Direct message.
Yeah, for sure. What is he? They're saying that basically it's because of the way that we are choosing to observe light. So the way that we're measuring the light is leading to a conclusion that it is a wavelength. And it's got something to do with the observations being done as like a pulsating on-off AC current. I'll send it through to you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And, earlier I said shotgun. It actually acts more like a frag grenade. Like if you're really close to the frag grenade when it goes off, like less than a foot, like you're going to die because you're going to get so much of it all at once. But the further back you get, all those particles are spread out so much that it's not going to be as bright. And the further back you get, and this is like a demonstration of the inverse square law. So we know the light is doing this without the atmosphere. Now you add the attenuation of the atmosphere and the divergence of the particles and the scattering and all these effects like rolled into one. It's like, how could they think that it's not diverging from the center and spreading out, like zooming in on an image? Because when I look at trees that are like 2 or 3 miles away, like they're a different hue of green. Like the trees in this area, when you're close by, they're a very dark green, like chlorophyll normally looks. But when you look at it from a great distance, it's more of a hue of blue than it is of green. And that's because the wavelength is being stretched out, I think. Now, I don't know which way on the spectrum, if it's stretching out in the way that I think it is, but I bet if you look at blue, I bet it's closer to green to where if the wave were, that's my prediction. I guess I'm going to look further into that, but I'm predicting that if you look at green and you were to stretch that wavelength out further, that it would look more blue. I know you guys witness that when you look at trees in the distance, right? They look more blue than green. I know I'm not the only one.
Oh man, that's just an effect of light in the atmosphere, though. Just tends towards blue. I don't know.
The moon doesn't look blue.
That's a good point.
It looks red when it's right at the horizon, right before it sets, especially right when it's rising. It looks red.
What else looks red at the horizon?
The sun?
Wonder what's causing that. That's supposed to be that Rayleigh thing, isn't it? According to scientific consensus. It's that Rayleigh scatter or something.
Rayleigh criterion? I don't know if that's what it is or not, but
I
they
don't think it is.
they claim that when the moon is rising, it's still technically behind the curve, but the refraction is allowing us to see it. Or when the sun is setting, that it's already set, but it appears like it's still above the horizon. But if you think about how the light is, let's say you're at 0, right? Let's do a grid out to 12 in all directions. So it's like a bullseye, but you're at 0. So let's say the sun is coming from like 12, 10, 8, until it gets to like right above your head where it's like at the noon position. The light is going to come in, hit that angle, and bend down, right? So the sun isn't where it actually appears to be, but how could they know that it's not where it's supposed to be? Because I'm trying to think about it. Like the sun's here, but it's bending down, so it looks like it's there. So if the sun was already risen, the light would be bending down.
I I think that whole explanation is because they're dealing with, and it's technically called refraction as well. But when they're going from a light medium to a denser medium, it causes the angle of incidence to, is it incline toward, away from, or towards? I can't recall. I think that's just part of the cool story to tell, dude. And they need to tell that story as well because, the sun is outside the atmosphere, light's traveling from a less dense medium to a higher dense medium, therefore they have to tell that story.
Well, I think when I talked about light just a second ago and the physics of light, I don't think I was wrong. I think I can cite my source for everything that I said, especially scattering, the way that the light diverges in all directions away from the center of the laser, and the laser is an
That's the
attempt to
sunshine analogy?
yeah, that's
Okay,
how
cool.
light,
And then you went
yeah,
to, yeah.
that's how
What are
light
the origins of
behaves.
the Earth?
How would I know? I wasn't there.
You don't
But
have you don't have any theory or hypothesis for the origins of Earth?
By
no.
design.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it was designed, but as far as exactly how it was designed, I don't know. I know that it didn't just pop into existence all by itself. That would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Do you think God made Earth?
Well, I could turn that around on you. Do you think all the organisms on Earth popped up out of the rocks?
Yes.
All
Where'd
by
the rocks come
themselves?
from?
Well, not by themselves, but there was prior ingredients that they were utilized.
So you had lucky time and magic randomness, and that created the female human? Like, come
I mean,
on,
that's what I
bro.
think. That's what I think you guys were saying is that a bunch of magic happens because God is just a word that's synonymous with magic in this case. It's just, how did this happen? Magic. God.
Yeah, but
We all need a miracle, bro.
you think the
Both
rocks
models need a
created
miracle.
you think the rocks created
Right.
pussy? Bro, pussy is too good just to be a spontaneous generation. That's been
Well, it took
debunked
a
for
long
hundreds
time.
of years.
It took a long time.
Do you believe in spontaneous generation? Seriously?
I don't
It
think it's
just gener
spontaneously generated.
it just generated out of the rocks like toucans,
Nope, I
like
think you had a
spider monkeys.
I think you had a first self-replicating molecule that started it all, which was probably some deep vent of the ocean, and it was borrowing pieces from its environment to self-replicate at first, and then eventually it became more complex.
Yeah, it rained on the rocks for millions of years and washed the sediment into the water and the ponds and the oceans and the lakes and then created a self-replicating organisms that basically, if that is all true, then we have a common ancestor with bananas
Yeah,
and monkeys and every other organism on the planet.
that's true.
Like, that's
Because,
a cool story,
Yeah, we
bro,
do.
but how do you prove it?
well, for one thing, we have a lot of the same DNA as a banana and a monkey.
Well,
Yeah, isn't it like 60% or something?
a business has windows and doors and so does a house. Do they have a common designer?
Well, no, but I mean, what they have
No.
in common is that they're both things people are inside of. And
Right,
they
they were
both are
created by the
parts of the
same
house.
creator, so I fail to see how this is mutually exclusive to random spontaneous generation when I just demonstrated that a house and a business has a lot of the same common design features.
But what's that have to do with the God? Because if we all came from the same self-replicating molecule, we would presumably have similar DNA anyway.
Yeah, you would also have similar structures and DNA from a creator who was like, wow, this spider was really good. Now let me see what I can do with the birds, right? Like it's going to have some of the same self-replicating mitochondrial DNA and RNA and DNA that the spider had because the spider was so freaking successful. Like, why wouldn't he use some of the things that worked in the next design?
Well, I don't really get why God would bother to do it at all. If God's in like a state of perfection, he wouldn't need to do anything. He wouldn't need.
I don't know why rocks would feel the need to do it at all.
Oh, they didn't. That's the thing. That it just happened anyway.
Right, it was spontaneous generation out of the rocks.
But
I can't believe you believe in spontaneous generation, bro. That's been debunked for like 200 years.
I mean, I don't recognize that name. That's must be a revisionist term.
Oh, I'll look it up for you. But yeah, that's what you have to believe in.
Richard Dawkins puts together a pretty good explanation. I was compelled by it. He talks about clay sticking to clay, and the stickier the clay, the more it sticks together. So as the stream goes on for hundreds of thousands of years, it eventually builds up the stickiest of the sticky clays, and clay itself has minerals, and it might start arranging the minerals into sort of crystalline structures or something like that. So I don't know. It's a cool story.
This is from Oxford. Spontaneous generation, the supposed production of living organisms from non-living matter, as inferred from the apparent appearance of life in some supposedly sterile environment. Now, if the planet is covered in oxygen, I said planet, doesn't oxygen oxidize things? Isn't that not a sterile environment?
Presumably.
Well, oxidizer, that's like peroxide or bleach. And, there's a lot of oxygen in those chemicals as far as their molecular makeup.
Yeah.
So I'm having trouble understanding how you can, come up with this idea environment for spontaneous generation. And you think that I'm crazy because I think that a crater would have this controlled environment, very sterile, before he went.
Well, yeah, it just seems like you're kicking the can down the road to, whatever environment the creator exists in and the creator himself. Where did all that come from? And are you just going to say that there's always eternally existed a super complex, incomprehensibly complex mind? Just like that. It seems to me like it had to start very simple, not very complex.
Well, that's the infinite regress fallacy. Like, well, who created him and who created that?
I don't think it's a fallacy. I think infinite regress is perfectly fine. It's not satisfying, but there's no contradiction.
Okay, well, Richard Dawkins said something very similarly, that somehow through the process of evolution, aliens came to this planet and through directed panspermia created all the life that we see here. Well, that begs the question, even though he was projecting, and hold on, he was projecting it on Ben Stein, saying that he was begging the question, because he's already made that argument before, but what he said actually begs the question, well, how did life start on that planet before the directed panspermia happened?
That's right.
So that's for both of us, bro. It's not like that's, only for me.
But it's for both of us. It's just that I'm fine with accepting that everything had to start from something extremely simple, not complex. Whereas you're saying something complex started it all, which is God.
Well, all we know is that there's some force that is arranging molecules in a certain way for us to come into existence. We all agree upon that? Yeah? I mean, you could call it sound frequency.
It's the static electric force.
Some people call it love. Some people call it the infinite intelligence. Both of our arguments or sides of this debate have that problem at play. And how you go from the Big Bang and through they increased it, didn't they? Like 27 billion years of entropy, and end up finally with a pretty refined design. I don't know, man. That even when I was a Glober, that didn't make sense to me.
It's funny you said 27. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
Yeah, because the age of the universe just got changed to 26.2. So was that number random, or were you aware of that?
It's kind of like, I heard they doubled it. So
Yeah,
what
you're
it
right.
used to be like 14 and a half. So they kind of doubled. I know that they were sort of around there somewhere.
It was 13.7 or 13.8. But yeah, go ahead, Brooke. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, man. I pretty much landed there. I mean, it's basically, both sides of this debate are never going to resolve the idea of needing like a miracle, needing something from nothing, effectively,
Well,
and we're both bamboozled at that point.
neither one of us is speaking about science, right? We're all talking about religion and philosophy. It's just I'm willing to admit it, right? I don't teach the Bible in science class and claiming that, evolution is science. Meanwhile, this joker over here and the likes, they teach it in science class as if it's, science, but they're both creation myths.
Yep, completely agree. I mean, was it Deity Dad? How do you feel about that response? Do you understand where we're coming from? Part of the thing for me is
Oops, I was muted. I was muted. Sorry.
Yeah,
my
bro,
my
go ahead.
response is my response is I don't know. I don't pretend to know, and I don't know, and that's it.
Well, you gotta, you should really lobby for them to stop teaching it in science class as if you do know, because you're smart enough to know that you don't know. And I'm not claiming that I know either. I just think that, my philosophy makes a lot more sense, seeing as how directed panspermia is a better theory than spontaneous generation, but it still begs the question, well, how did it start on that planet?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I like the origins of reality is something I mean, I think it's a mind fuck. I have a couple crackpot hypotheses, but it's just that's all it is. It's my own crackpottery.
I got some pretty cool hypotheses too. I got this theory of the rogue wave of light, but it's kind of off topic, and I don't know if you're ready to change the subject.
I don't care. I'm about to be driving, so I'll be just mostly listening, I guess.
I gotta go to bed. I gotta be at work in like 5 hours. So, rogue wave of light. Here it goes. Then I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
So there's this thing in the ocean. Mariners have heard stories about these rogue waves, and what it is like there's two really big waves that line up in such a way that the momentum is doubled when the two waves collide in a similar trajectory. And when this happens, it creates a wave that's big enough to topple like a full-size ship. And these rogue waves are observable. It's not the theory. The theory is the rogue wave of light. When these wave patterns intersect from the light source, they at the part of intersectionality, they create these rogue waves of light, and that's what we call a photon. But that's just a theory. I have no way to test it, so it's not a scientific theory. It's a postulation, speculation. You know.
You Larry?
I'm here.
Yo.
You're a little low, bro. If you could speak up or something. I could barely hear you, and I got gamer headphones on.
Is that me?
I'm
You
talking
talking
about
to?
me.
Okay.
I'm packing up my computer right now.
But yeah, people tell me I'm like weird or something because I always make connections that aren't really there. And I don't know if it's like me thinking outside the box.
Nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You mean you don't trust the government and everything that they would do, even though the government is special?
Something like that, yeah.
If you're a conspiracy theorist and you think that rich men, powerful men would get together and come up ways to consolidate their power and wealth, that's crazy.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really claim to know what's going on as much as I think I have a good reasons to believe that certain things are not true.
That's exactly what I say, bro. About 9/11, like I don't pretend to know what happened that day. You just got to ask yourself, like morally, was it worth killing 500,000 Iraqi children? Like, was it worth your consent for the killing of the innocent and shedding the blood of the innocent? Like, whatever happened on 9/11? Yeah,
It is a.
right.
I mean, it only would seem. I mean, it seemed pretty clear to me, at least, that our government had something to do with it. I don't know which, factions of the government and who specifically, but yeah, I think there's enough there. Like the CIA used to be like in cahoots with Osama bin Laden, and then we have this, $2.3 trillion unaccounted for in the Pentagon. And I don't know. It's very suspicious to me.
The last minute trading on 9/11. Go ahead,
The
bro.
fact, like, just the audacity to pull that off is just in itself. They knew that they could do it. Like,
Well, the FBI
that's
knew
a,
about all these guys.
yeah. Oh, what
Yeah,
there's
the
terrorists that showed up
hijackers. The
alive,
FBI knew
didn't
about
they?
these guys for months or years or something like that.
Didn't they show up alive?
Didn't they? What?
They showed up alive. There's a BBC. There's a couple of articles where they've shown up alive, like a couple of years later on. Their passports
No
were
idea.
like in circulation. Yeah. Although I could be
No
bothered
idea.
going and finding the info, but it's pretty easy to find, I think, if you just go looking. Like up 9/11 terrorists show up alive. But yeah, so what was it? Like, yeah, just like I can barely lie to my family, and these guys, like, they knew that they could pull this off. Like, you wouldn't pull this off unless you were pretty, like, you were 99.999% sure that you could pull this off. Do you not think?
Yeah. Well, maybe. It depends. I mean, sometimes people do things out of desperation.
Or because of emotion. I mean, the U.S.
But they,
government couldn't
but
keep
they
a
planned.
blowjob secret.
But they planned that well in advance. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I
9/11.
I have no idea.
Oh. Well, the guy there knew a lot about structural integrity of buildings. His family was in construction. Bin Laden's family. I mean, there's a lot of like shady stuff there happening, but it's mostly by rich people. Like ignoring stuff, right? Stuff. Well, I mean, I don't think 9/11 was a conspiracy of like Bush's right or anything like that. I mean, Bin Laden and Muslim people as a whole have a good fucking reason to hate the West, especially America, because you've been murdering their children, right, for a long time there.
Yeah. So just like there's a couple of little tidbit facts in that you're creating the motivation for. I'm pretty sure that there was all the planes in the world got grounded for like 3 days. There was like one plane that left the U.S. During that time period, and it was Bin Laden's family members were on that plane, that getting out of the U.S., flying out of the U.S. So, this guy's a mythological sort of boogeyman. He's a CIA asset, for sure.
That's
I
my
mean, in a
opinion.
way, maybe, but not in a way that he was like that the CIA hired him to do this. I mean, the U.S.
Did you ever
government and
see
people in power, no, because they already
yeah.
have propaganda techniques to brainwash the populace to make them do pretty much whatever they want. They don't need, like, by the way, 9/11 itself was not the excuse for U.S. imperialism, because America was already doing imperialism before that. That's why Bin Laden was pissed, right, at the United States and thought he was the Satan, the biggest Satan in the world, because America was already doing imperialism and has been doing it
Well,
for
okay.
centuries. And the British government was
Think
doing it
about
to it, and is still doing it, right? This is
think
like,
about this dude in a cave, right? And I think it was shortly after. I can't remember exactly the timeline, but what is it? All the intelligence agencies in the world are trying to hunt this guy down. And CNN got an interview with him in the cave. So you tell me how a news media agency managed to track down the most wanted man in the world, and the
well,
US military and all of its intelligence, with all of its millions and billions of dollars of your taxpayer money, were not able to find him.
well, I don't
There's
think
something
they had
weird
an
going on there,
interview
dude.
with him. Well, I think what
Doubt is the
happened is
new
that
word.
he made a video recording and then sent it to media. Like, there was
I'm
no
pretty sure that
CNN
there's a
people.
reporter. I'll go find that one.
But you guys were talking also about evolution before. I really want to chime in on that.
I just want to say this because I couldn't say it earlier. When it comes to evolution, via abiogenesis, we have plenty of processes to generate pre pre uh, biotic Earth, right? Environments. We just don't know which one.
You haven't
Compatible with
created
biotic Earth.
self-replicating biology, have
Well,
you?
of course not,
So,
but that doesn't mean that doesn't. This is not what the people are testing. People are testing for the fact of how to create in a prebiotic Earth the necessary components to start life. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, because after you have the components, it is just a matter of time before they get, properly on the right conditions, which we know would exist and did exist on the Earth back then
haven't got
By the way,
to create
it's
like the
just a
first
matter.
cell.
It's just a matter of time. People create a rudimentary cell at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Well, good
already
luck
did
with that.
like we already
I
did
mean,
create
it
some
happens. Like, well, I
artificial
think that would be
cells.
an amazing feat of science because now we'll be able to create artificial life, right? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, I've
We
got
will be
problems with
gods in
some of
in
this
that
stuff.
situation. We'll be
Yeah,
literal
the
gods, right?
military-industrial complex will be gods for sure.
I mean, they are gods
I
anyway.
mean, all humanity through scientific achievement. I mean, will be gods.
Okay. Well, I guess you can ride upon their coattails if you like. But
Well, why not?
where was the? Did someone want to discuss evolution, or is this what we're kind of discussing now?
Well, yeah, I was hearing something about evolution. What's your guys' problem with evolution?
I actually have.
For yeah. Go ahead,
I
Miles.
actually need to ask one thing. If
Oh.
it was indeed that, let's say we have the God worldview and the not God worldview, right? Where via abiogenesis and evolution, life exists on Earth. While in the God world, God creates life. He destroys it. He creates it again. He destroys it. He creates it again. He destroys it. He creates a five-toed horse, and then he destroys that, and he creates a three-toed horse. So I want to know what is the consistency of the Creator God if He just continuously for billions of years creates and erases life forms for no reason. It's just that it's like you can check the Cambrian explosion. you can check all the periods after and prior. You would see like living beings existing, and just what he erases them.
Yeah, so you're kind of mixing the
It creates
models
an
a little
entire
bit.
new fauna. Like
Yeah,
I don't know, like
you're mixing the models. Like,
no,
I mean,
what models? I'm asking if God actually. No, sir. Listen
yeah,
to me. I'm asking if God creates out of whole cloth life forms like a fauna on Earth, and then for some reason he erases it, and then creates an entire new spawn
So
of
you're
fauna
talking
on the
about a
Earth.
god
It's very
in a
similar to the
heliocentric
previous one.
model. Yeah, you're
No,
talking
not
about God inside the heliocentric model.
no God as the no. I'm talking about a creator God, where
Yeah,
a creator God which
there
is
is no
outside of the universe, which like all
there's no
truth and
billions of
intelligibility
years.
hinge upon.
There's no
Yeah.
billions of years in a true God model. Like in a true biblical reference model of like God
No,
and Earth,
I'm not talking about the
there is
Christian
not
God. I'm not talking about the Christian God.
there's not
I'm talking
millions
about
of years
creator
though,
God.
dude.
No,
There's
sir,
not millions of
metaphysics.
years.
Sir, according to metaphysics, a creator God or the sufficient requirements for a creator God or the properties for a creator God is that he encompasses all. All truth and intelligibility hinge on his disembodied mind, right?
Whose
I'm not
God is this?
talking about a creator God. Do you know any philosophy metaphysics?
I've dabbled in it. I'm not one like if there's
Have you
someone else
read
that wants to take point on this, like it's more philosophically minded, but I can tiptoe around and I can dance with you a little bit if you like.
Well, okay, so to the basic stripped down version of a creator God is something, an entity, a disembodied mind that encompasses all reality. It is the ultimate. Everything hinges upon him and points to him as a final reference, while nothing is after him, or sorry, before him, meaning that he is the entry point to all existence. That is a creator God.
The
The
entry point
Abrahamic
to
God
the
is a
yeah.
derivative of the creator God.
Okay. Sorry, you put me off my thought. Well, you didn't do it. Like, I just can't keep
Oh,
track of it.
sorry.
Oh, that's all right. So what have we got here? The creator God is a derivative of the Abrahamic God. Was that
No,
the
the
claim?
opposite. The
Okay.
creator God is the general notion of God, while the Abrahamic God is the specific notion of God.
Why? So,
Do you listen
which?
to Darth Dawkins, Tom Rabbit, like all of these people? They talk about it all the time.
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get my head around this. You think the creator God came first and then the Abrahamic God came second?
No. The creator God is a concept. The Abrahamic God is one
Derivative of
version
it.
of that
Okay.
concept. Yeah, one version. So, like, the Abrahamic
Okay.
God adds like additional stuff to it, right? Like all-knowing, omnibenevolent, omnipresent, all-loving, all-knowing,
Yeah.
personal.
Okay.
Those are the things that the Abrahamic God.
I got what I think is a pretty cool riff on this as a conceptual idea. I can't get use too much fancy terminology, but hopefully I can frame the idea for you.
Sure.
If you're I've done a bit of computer programming, dabbled around it, yeah. I work in an architectural software, and when I can get the software to automate processes for me, it's a great advantage. I'm trying to use the tool as intelligently as possible. Now, if we go to someone who's like a programmer who programs AI, which is the realm that we're moving into these days, it stands reason that me as the creator of an AI code wants to create AI code that can create itself and make it better than what I can make it. Would that be true?
You want to create an AI model that learns on the basis
Yes.
of previous
Yes.
software application, the source
That's
code, and then makes new
yeah.
software applications based on that.
Sure. And
Sure. Okay.
it's self-repairing. It notices its own problems and fixes them. Yeah. It's like
Okay.
when
This
you
would be
raise
a
a
very
child.
complex system. But sure.
Okay, I'll bring it down to the family model or the way that we
No,
think
no
about
need. I
raising
have a
children.
postdoctorate in natural language processing. It's okay.
Okay, sick. But it stands reason. Okay, I'll stay within the code paradigm then, or the AI code. It stands reason that the best piece of software that you could possibly write is a piece of software that you no longer need to write. That basically you are trying to make yourself redundant. Would that be fair?
Well, I don't know if that's the best piece of software, but like, I guess like somebody might appreciate that for sure.
Okay. I'll flick back to the family analogy because it'll come back around.
Sure.
So if you have you got kids at all?
Not yet.
No? That's all right. So if you were to though, I mean you imagine you've obviously had parents. Your parents would want the best for you, and just as if you were to have a child, you want the best for your child. You want to raise an independent, self-sustaining child, not one that is like in your basement leeching off you, asking for pocket money constantly until the age of their 45, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So we're all sitting, like the paradigm I'm sort of presenting is that the God that we're kind of talking about, the creator, may be, in my mind, trying to create a system that is self-sustaining, but it cannot self-sustain because he has to keep resetting it.
Okay.
So the problem is that this realm seems to be in a state of constant entropy, where as what would you say, like I want to be careful, like sort of mixing our historical accounts on the flat Earth and the biblical scripture, as opposed to what's going on within the sort of theory of evolution and the
The
ancient
Bible
history of
doesn't
Earth.
necessarily say that the Earth is flat or round, right? I don't think the Bible ever speaks about that.
The Bible definitely suggests that there are some other qualities to this realm. It doesn't specifically say flat. There are definitely references in it, but it talks about things like the firmament. It talks about the four corners of the earth. It talks about the throne upon which God sits. There's a couple of other good references as well. Can't think of them right now though. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that, at least so far as I'm concerned, it's like an interesting thing to explore. Is that we're actually just like that AI bot. Like, have you ever seen a programmer sets a program in which they create a goal for a little robot to go from point A to point B, and it sets the goal as to use certain mechanisms, a push and a pull factor, and you can create these little robots. And then as the computer gets to complete, like if it fails the ability to get from A to B, it gets to reset the mechanics and rejig the way it's working the mechanism. And you just play that out 1,000,000 times, and eventually you'll end up with a machine that is walking across your screen, yeah, because you've set the parameters that you want it to get from A to B in the most efficient manner. Does that make sense? And you're using AI to get the computer to go through a sort of like, it's a Darwinian evolution process, yeah?
A lot of AI chess systems use that. Yeah.
But the goal is to have the computer write the code itself. So I sort of think, like, just as a programmer programs the computer to program itself within a certain set of parameters, in my imagination, if we scale it up, and this is where simulation theory starts becoming a little bit of an interesting concept, is that there's a creator who gave his creations free will in order to work out how the system could balance itself, potentially even without their presence anymore, or even to create other worlds. Be like, the creator creates his creations, and then those creations go on to create other creations. I don't know, this starts getting into like a multi-universe sort of debate and topic, but yeah, that's sort of like a conceptual idea of what I've got going on in my head.
Well, I think that Sorry, give me a second.
Hello. Is anybody here?
Yo, I'm still here.
Are you guys
I
finished with the
think,
conversation?
yeah, I think he's off, so you're more than welcome to take the mic, my man.
Okay. Well, I started a game, so goddamn it. Kinda-
What's that? A game?
Yeah, I said I started the game in the meantime, so
Oh, what are you playing?
well, Overwatch 2 because it's free. It's like it
Oh,
reminds me of like Quake because I play as Farah. It's just like like
it's been a while since I've gamed. Being on these Discord servers, running into a lot of gamers there.
oh, usually people game when they like talk here. That's what I do too.
Yeah.
Keeping the mind engaged. But so I heard people. I think it was Hank. I forgot what's his screen name now, but he had some things with evolution. I think you agreed with him. Like, what's your guys' problem with evolution?
What is the main? I'm not like really well versed in evolution, but I think as far as I'm concerned, it appears that adaptation, like so, these biological species of a kind will adapt to their what do you call it? Their local
Environment.
environment.
Yeah.
So they may go from one island to another, pick a different food source, and change the beak shape. But
Hmm.
essentially, that kind of bird can still like it can't go and get with a duck, you know. And the main sort of the way that evolution seems to explain that is that what their common ancestor was so long ago that it's been such a long time that the DNA has diverged too far apart in order for
Yeah.
them to commingle again.
Yes.
But like as seems to be the situation with many things at the moment, we're using a broad brush and a lot of imagination in order to create and make the theory of evolution work.
Well, so you're
Are you
looking
going to
for
Well,
start
evidence
talking
of
about dinosaur
speciation.
bones soon, or like?
Well, so you're looking evidence
evidence
of
for evolution
speciation, right?
exists.
Well, wait,
Pardon?
wait if I
Well,
can observe.
evidence.
Wait if I can observe. I posted there for you, Rick Sky, ring species, a wiki article on this. This is like an observable phenomena of speciation happening, right? We can track populations of like certain things, plants, birds, lizards, whatever. And in some cases, when the population was migrating and it met a geographic obstruction, right, like some lake or like mountains, some of the population went one way, some of the population went the other, right? And over long periods of time, they changed on this path to an extent that at the end of this geographic location, this geographic barrier, the two ending populations could not reproduce. They're so genetically distant from each other that they can no longer produce viable offspring. Right. That is by definition makes them different species. That's speciation.
Also, there's a direct proof that you can see with your eyes when it comes to evolution. Has anybody here ever heard of the long-term E. coli experiment?
I heard
21
some.
years, scientists in laboratory in the United States have been breeding E. coli, and for 20, you can imagine like the thousands upon thousands of generations they have now, and they discovered that when they switched or added a disproportionate amount of citrine to glucose in their environment, because previously the E. coli would consume predominantly glucose, right? But when they started adding citrine and taking away glucose, the bacteria, it switched kind of food sources. It developed, it evolved capabilities and enzymes to break down the citrine and started eating the citrine to generate carbohydrates with the glucose. Real life, in your face, in your eyes evolution. Of course, it's
Adaptation.
E. coli, but no,
Why do you call
adaptation
that
is
evolution?
evolution in this, because it developed a brand new way of breaking down the citrine into carbohydrates. It like
Would you say that
it's
evolution is an extension of adaptation?
its genetic code changed, right?
Its
In front
genes
of course,
expressed. Maybe its expressed genes change. Yeah, the animals do
I
that in
will give
different
you
environments.
the link. I'll give you the link to the long-term E. coli experiment. You can read. They allow people to visit the lab. If you have the money, I advise you go to the United States University. They will show you in front of your eyes. Obviously, it's E. coli. It's not a super complex organism, although I would argue E. coli is at this point very complex organism. It's E. coli, right? But it changed its genetic code to be able to process an entirely new food source because it didn't want to starve.
Yeah, but that's
Amazing.
yeah, that's amazing adaptation. I don't understand how it's evolution. In order for, I guess, what I would like to see in order to start substantiating the claim of evolution is showing that the E. coli that were then bred to eat the different food source, could they then mate with the old E. coli, or are they so divergent
No,
that they can
they
no
don't have
longer?
to be,
So you've created a separate species then.
they don't have to be divergent from the original generation, right?
In order to prove evolution, or at least give some sort of substantiation, because all you've talked about is adaptation to a different eating, and there are people on the earth that have carnivore
Changing
diets,
your
and there are people
genetic
on the earth
code
that only
is the
eat
proof.
vegetables, and you can flick between the two of those two things.
No, but no. It's like humans eating vegetables and all kinds of regular food, and then rocks. That's the difference. That's
Hey man,
literally the
there's
difference.
breatharians out there. Like there's people that sort of think
Amazing,
they.
yeah, and they're all dead, I assume.
I don't know. I'm paying attention to what they're saying.
I'll give
In
you the
any
link
case, I'm not quite there
to the
yet.
wiki or
Yeah.
Spartacus because I'm right outside. I'll be home in 5 minutes. You can Google long-term E. coli experiment. Lenski.
Okay.
It's called Lenski long-term E. coli experiment.
Sure.
And then link it to chat for everybody.
So they claim as a consequence of that experimentation that they have proved, or they're claiming evolution
Yeah, the
specifically.
E. coli, that specific generation of E. coli mutated so that they can break down citrine, not only glucose.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's remarkable adaptation, but I don't think I can necessarily. I don't understand how you're concluding evolution from that.
Because they changed their genetic code. The E. coli, the pressures,
genetic
the
code.
environmental pressures made the E. coli change genetically.
All animals will express different genetic coding when their environment changes. I wouldn't dispute that.
Well, I think we are talking about different things. Okay, anyways, I have to go into the elevator, so I'm not gonna have any. But I'll talk to you later.
There's a difference between
Thanks, man.
gene expression and filtering through the filtering that happens of genes by environment. There's a difference between those two things.
Sorry, could you just rejig what you said and repeat it to me? Sorry, I was kind of wondering in my mind.
There's a difference between genes turning on and off in an organism in their lineage, and genes being like, or like, and genes being basically like filtered out through or filtered in really from environment. Like there's a difference between those two things.
I'm sort of familiar with that a little bit. I haven't got my head around the creationists' opinion on how the genetic code fits into this whole big picture. But as I said, it seems to me that adaptation has been, like, the concept of adaptation is being extended, extrapolated, and augmented into this concept where, what is it, like a fish can become a mammal or can become a crocodile or become a gorilla, or become a human. Like, we've got no evidence of such a large jump. So all we have is gene expression, and you're saying like that the assertion is that there is a new genes being written and old like some genes being like striked off. I mean, is that evidence? I don't know. I don't. At the end of the day, there's still a lot of core structure of that genetic code that is all in operation. It's just the food source that's changed. It's not its morphology. It's not its, like, it hasn't sort of sprung out and got 10 fingers and 10 toes all of a sudden. It's still E. coli at the end of the day, and E. coli is a single cell organism, I think. So it's not like it started growing multiple cells. You know,
Yeah.
if it started becoming a double cell organism,
yeah.
I'd be paying attention for sure.
Well, I'm very new to the convo that was going on, but like, why are you talking about how organisms, multicellular organisms, came about from something that was more primitive, like a single-celled E. coli bacteria? Is that what the conversation was about, or what?
Yeah. So, like, generally we try to keep the topic on flat Earth. I'm probably going rogue here a little bit, but all within the context, yeah, we sort of have a younger conceptualization of the Earth, that the Earth itself is not 14.5 billion years old, and life didn't get started. What was it? Is it 4.5 billion years? They're saying now. So there's no real good evidence for any of these claims, except through sort of, what is it, like gene sequencing. Which I got to tell you guys, like, when you start seeing computers producing genetic codes and genetic script inside of what I refer to as a black box, I don't know, man. Like, computers do really funky things, hey. And
they also are able to cull populations and data sets much faster than the natural world is able to. So, like, they're able to chew through an immense amount of data differently to how just the normal weather operates. There's bugs there's bugs that literally just come around like every 4th year or something like that, the seasons and shit, and it has to be the right season. It can't be any summer.
cicadas. They're
Yeah,
very interesting. They use prime numbers in their generations. They use prime numbers in order to avoid one another or something.
yeah,
Like
and they
biology.
and I mean, like, if you put, what I'm saying is, like, there's a lengthy drawn out process of just gestation for those organisms, whereas the lengthy drawn out gestation period in a computer world is already factored in. So it happens. It's like, oh, add time. We added time. Okay, what then happens?
Would you agree it's a simulation then?
Yeah, that the whatever the computer's doing is a simulation. Yeah.
It's simulating. So it's not like you can't rely on that as like a form of proof or exhibiting truth in the real world. Yeah.
Yes, you can. What do you mean?
Okay.
If
I'm going to be touching on
like
subjects that
if I tell you that like I'm gonna need to produce 10 bicycles, and I only produce one bicycle, and while I'm producing it, I clock it, right? I clock how much time it's gonna take me to do that action, and then I just take it to a calculator or something like that, simulate the process tenfold, and then I arrive with a conglomerated amount of time of how much time will pass until I have constructed 10 other bicycles. That's why, sure,
Okay.
it's an abstraction, but it's an abstraction that works on
Okay.
the assumption that the time that I'm going to spend on each bicycle is going to be roughly equivalent to the time that I spent on the first one.
Yeah, it's basic mathematics, although you'll probably find that you'll get return because you'll increase the proficiency of your each time you do the
Yeah,
bike.
and like when
Sure.
you have more complex things that you have to work out, when you have more complex things to deal with, which is probably like
So how are we extrapolating this to
an organism going through one life, an organism going through one stage of life, where it's like replicating very quickly, and another stage of life where it's or like another ancestor is not replicating very quickly because they've grown out of the need to do so.
Well,
That's
they found
something
an
that you have to
ecological niche
factor in.
usually at that point, yeah.
You'll have to factor in that.
Yeah, but you can't factor any of this stuff in. And what's kind of interesting is that the bike represents a base measure, right? So you're saying that, well, because I can measure one bike and I put it into the computer and I multiply it, and then so if it takes 10 minutes to do the bike, 10 bikes will take 100 minutes. So the problem is with evolution, right, is we've got no base. We've got no base measurement of the first bike initially built because no one was there to witness this. Is that fair?
No, it's not.
Why not? We haven't got a base measure. We haven't got a constant.
We can make a base measure of like I could, 10 bikes, it works, it's a good analogy, I'm gonna use it. I make 5 bikes and I only fucking start testing my time on it after the 6th bike. Does that mean that I had no relative information? Like,
you're making a base measure of thin air because no one was there in evolution to witness that there was actually what you're saying
are you just saying that like we have nothing to compare to evolution, or do you have nothing
Yeah,
we
there's
have
no
nothing?
observed phenomena. Like no one was there, bro. So
Elijah, that's not what I was asking. I was not asking whether or not or are you
well,
asking?
I'm only
You don't.
answering the question that the previous guy asked, which is the point. If you're not going to answer that question, then what's the point?
Sorry, you're.
Even on that 6th bike, so that 6th bike to me represents your observation of actual evolution in action, and we have not got that. All you've got is adaptation. How are you defining evolution? Evolution is a bigger concept than just simple adaptation. Do we agree? It's talking about like a piece of algae becoming a complex human being capable of creating society.
I think that is encompassing. Like, from my understanding of adaptation, I think that it's it basically is that, right? Like, what do you want to add to the definition, or like expand on it, or maybe draw from an actual definition
I have a question.
of using it in this conversation? What do you want to add to it that is missing in this conversation?
How do you get from micro to macro?
Zoom out.
And here's to let's frame that though.
Okay.
How do you get from micro to macro when you're losing a bit of data every time that it adapts in order to survive. It loses data because there's an exchange and there's a trade-off. So how do you get from micro to macro? Starting with that primordial soup of elements trying to make life to begin with.
How do we get a clear-cut number from like basically?
Where's the origin point? And then how does it
Do we need an
gain form while losing data?
we don't need to
Alright.
have an origin point to use simulations
But-
with assumptions. I can
When
I
you
can
look
agree
at
I can agree that those assumptions might be wrong to some extent, but to say that they aren't useful and that they have bear little they hold little weight in explaining most of evolution, especially or like multicellular organisms, I think is you're literally like like the study of how life progressed when it was just literally almost life, when it was almost cellular to when it is cellular is I can agree. Like there's a difference between the types of lives and the length of the time of development for these two types of organisms. But I think that when you are dealing with the realm of multicellular organisms and you're extrapolating based on simulations with already established science on multicellular organisms, you can make pretty good assumptions.
I agree. Because with established science, we already know that in a sterile environment, something may be able to adapt and become some kind of super bug. But when you take that thing outside of that environment into an ordinary one, it's not fitted to be able to survive there because it's lost data due to that adaptation, and it ceases to survive. So how do you get from micro to macro?
So you said they lose data when they adapt?
He's been on about losing data for a while. I don't know
Oh
why
wait, there's
he's
a mechanism in our genome that like just can like telomeres
I
transpose on. Sorry,
don't really,
transpose.
honestly, I mean, y'all can continue to discuss this. I was just asking the question to kind of
how do we get to
sprinkle some spice into the pot and give it a
from
stir.
micro to macro? Like that's a good question. Like I don't
Oh wait, I
know
already
how to answer
posted a
that.
thing about the macro. So we have evidence of the macroevolution, right? That's ring species. I already posted an article about this
Yeah, but
to the side chat.
I don't even understand what the fuck he's asking. It's like how do we get to the
Well,
mic
it's
from the
a
micro to
well, it's
macro?
mostly like a creationist thing, but yet some evolutionary scientists have actually proposed this. It's a distinction between time, really. Like, so microevolution is just like short-term local adaptations
Like
of
the sparrows that live on an island, their beaks change, but how do we see that change of a
speciation.
beak? Yeah,
Yeah.
how do we see differentiation
Well,
in that
ring
sense?
species shows this. We have observed, like, we've tracked many species, and we've seen like the populations over time, and some of them form ring species. Right? We can like genetically test like members like around like let's say a lake, right? And we can see okay, these populations have originated from like this first population here, which still exists, by the way, right?
Mhm.
They can all reproduce on each of the branches, you can say, of when they were like, migrating around this obstacle, this geographic obstacle. But at the ends, right, the branches of the populations on each branch have mutated so much, they've changed so much that at the ends, the two population cannot reproduce. They cannot produce viable offspring. Hence speciation. Right? They've now created two two new species actually from that original one. And in many cases, that original one still exists. It's like three species.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the evidence of the macroevolution too, like almost directly observed. Not to mention the fucking tons of evidence, literally, of like fossil record, right, and like geographic
Like,
strata.
and even with that type of shit, where it's like, well, okay, we don't have with fossils, right? Oh, we don't have a clear link between an extra digit or centimeter on a fucking digit being represented through a lineage,
Hi, Crit.
right? That's like, in my opinion, very nitpicky. To me, that's very nitpicky. It's like saying it's, oh my god.
I mean, there's a ton of evidence for evolution and also like long time of Earth through like geology.
Yeah.
Like we
But
know the Earth has a molten
I do
core.
agree with I do agree that there's like some validity to people saying, well, by by carbon dating, by fossil records, we can't exactly predict or come to a clear conclusion of how old or young or whatever the fuck you want to say it is the Earth is, right? Or how young or how far away a certain process, uh, millions of million, large fucking time frame between us and that time. I do agree with them. It's hard to fucking pinpoint that, but we're already working with estimates. So what the fuck are you complaining about, right? Like you already like the carbon dating shit is like to arrive at an estimate of time, right? It's not to arrive at the fucking time frame that it happened. It's just to give some sort of thing to relay and understand the information of how old this world is or how old this fossil might be.
But it's associated with claims, yeah.
Yeah, but what is the
And
claims that
and
you
then it
think that is disputable by saying that we don't have a good enough estimate? What is the claims that you think are disputable based on that?
uh, what would it be? So carbon dating's based on some sort of measurement of it's like an isotope or something that's measured, and they notice it degrading, and so when they take a rock, they take a sample, and then they somehow measure its atomic quality or something, and then there you go, millions of years, based on some sort of estimation. I don't know how that stuff works,
It's not
Right.
estimation.
but it
It's
does.
a clock. It's a nature's clock. Like because we can experimentally in a lab show what is like the half life of like any element. It's literally nature's
Uh,
clock.
yeah, I mean,
And right, and even if it's nature's clock, which I do think is it acts as, with the right instruments, you can use it as an instrument of time, of predicting time, but but it's still it's still a clock. Like clocks can be out in the weather for too long. It could have a little gremlin come mess with the inner workings, and uh, it could be that there's a particular soil that a fossil has been in for a very long period of time, which happens to make the half-life process a little bit different. But that's just a little
sure.
bit, right?
Like, I don't know how all of these things come together, and
when you start to think about what could influence the clock, right? What type of
Mhm.
circumstances could weather it, right? Then you start factoring in the soil that it is like a fossil or whatever the fuck you're trying to study. Where
Yeah.
does it come from? Does it come from one of these places?
Okay.
Was it in one of those places where carbon dating would act a little bit differently?
Okay. I can tell you from I can't like definitely assert this, but I'm pretty sure I've come across evidence before of where they do this carbon dating, and let's say that it doesn't match up with the results of the other carbon dating that they've done around a similar site. So what they do is they just scratch that. They say, "Oh, that was an oops.
Well,
That was a
well,
variable unconsidered. It doesn't fit in with our other bigger model." So what
You know, you
happens then is
shrug it
like a
off.
cherry picking starts occurring. Yeah,
No, no, no,
they've got
no.
a they've
I
got an
just
established truth about the world, and then they start cherry picking the data in order to fulfill that prophecy. And if you look at the likes of Graham Hancock and who's that other gentleman? They're putting forth this alternative history of cataclysm of Earth, and they're upending the current geological understanding and even sort of human civilizational understanding. Now, why are they experiencing so much censorship? Why are they being ridiculed? Why are they being censored? It's because they're not fitting into the model, the bigger overarching model. And what I'm trying to present to you here is that when these observations, like these variables that don't match in with the model, they get disregarded. And what I'm trying to say to some extent is like at some point early on, the model was set into play. They've got a storyline, and if you don't fit into it, you get discarded. And that tells me that the science isn't really sciencing properly.
well, you know, we can do
It's a
this.
political game.
Rick Scott. It could be the case that this guy Graham Hancock, which I just googled, is in fact correct, right? Even though he's being accused of cherry picking pseudo history. We can go through, like, you can pick. I can call some people who like know the topic, right, and we can see whether or not the evidence leans on the side of the consensus or on his side. We can do that.
The
But I
consensus
would.
isn't science, bro. Yeah? Like,
Well, wait.
consensus is not a
He's reading
reliable
from the
source of, like,
consensus
how to
too.
define the world. What's
Wait,
this?
he's reading from the same evidence, right? He goes through historical documents, archaeology, right, geology, right, and he creates a different narrative than what is the
It's a
consensus on this
compelling
evidence.
story, sure.
I don't know his story, um, but I've seen a lot
I'm
of
familiar with it. I
evidence.
used to be a big follower. Yeah.
Okay, what is this? What is this story? What is this interpretation of the data? First of all,
Um, his interpretation of the data is that we have evidence of ancient civilizations and collapsed civilizations that insinuate that what we're looking at right now, as in modernity, effectively our current history, at least the stuff that I was sort of taught in school, was that like you got the chimps, they start evolving. There's certain evolutionary pressures upon them, so their brains start getting bigger, and this started happening about 200,000 years ago. And so, as far as like their modern sciences claim, like human beings are anatomically the same as what we are 200,000 years ago. Why is it that we have only in the last seemingly 100 years spiked up in our technology? These guys
because
are
of.
insinuating that there was a previous civilization that had collapsed. Does that wrap
Well,
it
we
up pretty
know
quick?
that's the case, but no, we know a lot of civilizations that existed before. I mean, we have done like high altitude radar analysis, radar scans
Yeah.
of like the Amazon, and we can find a lot of
Yeah,
structures
the
there.
LiDAR. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a secret. That was never denied. So what's this
hmm
controversial thing? What's this controversial claim?
Because he's kicking the board over as far as the what is it called? It's like modern science has this gradual um, story of the evolution of human beings, and Graham Hancock's coming in there and saying, no, there seems to be a rise of civilization and collapses of civilizations, and this may have happened many, many times on this planet.
Well, it
That's their
did.
claim.
Well,
Well,
no, we know that's.
I
Wait,
don't
wait,
disagree
wait,
that
wait, wait, wait. We
there's been
know.
several collapses of
Yeah,
civilizations throughout of human
yeah.
civilizations.
Like
Sure.
we
The
know
reason I
there's a
don't disagree with
civilization
that is
before.
because the thing that sets us apart from those ancient ones is we are way more interconnected than they
How
were.
so? Are we
We have
happier?
we have
We
better.
live more successful lives? Are we
That's not
like
important.
Well, we have
The
developed
progress,
jet
the
engines.
progress.
We've developed
Yeah.
electricity. Have those
Look.
former
They okay.
civilizations did that?
Whatever.
They
Okay,
had electricity, my man.
they had
Did they?
mechanicals. They had
Can you show
mechanical
that?
Yeah,
solutions for some stuff.
for
I don't
sure.
dispute that, right? Even Egyptians apparently had batteries. I don't know how
No,
fucking
they didn't.
useful they
No, they
were.
didn't have. No, geez, no,
Okay,
no, no.
I don't
They didn't
know.
have
Look,
anything. They had at best like something like it was. It's speculated. I don't know what you.
How do
I
you
know what you're
know?
talking about.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
know what you.
How do
I
you
know
know,
what
bro?
you're talking
Yeah,
about. It is speculated by some people, right? That there's some like these vases, right, or like ceramic
yeah,
vases or batteries, because they're like if you connect them like you would do with like a potato, it would produce like a voltage.
yeah.
But researchers have found that that's just a it's because they
It's a
decayed,
theory.
because they made it with a certain process that then later on when it decays, the vase decays, the ceramic vase decays, it has some produces acidic things there, and acid will make a current. Yeah, like that's what lead acid
Yeah,
battery kind
yeah.
of
That
works.
yeah,
But it doesn't mean
The
they were
Baghdad
using
battery,
it
yeah.
like that. We have no evidence of them using any electrical appliances. There is
yeah,
zero evidence archaeologically that they had
Hmm.
light bulbs, that they had even conductive cables, and they're using them in any way. It is like we know how it looks like when a civilization is using electricity. There's cables, right? There's light bulbs, right? There's so many other
I mean,
electric engines. We
it's
should have
So,
delicate.
found this
It's
somewhere in the
if they
digs
had
there.
quick
We
question.
don't.
yeah.
Quick question.
If they
Um,
had electricity, yeah, the wire they would have wires, and if their wires got picked off because of some fucking crackheads or something, you would still know there was wiring in there, right? You see when a crackhead pulls the wiring out, right?
yeah, but
Like
okay. So just imagine for a second that all the human beings disappeared, but all of our uh, little machines and buildings all stayed. How long would you suppose that it would take for all of like a city like New York, for example, for nature to do its thing and take back over and have no remnants of New
It
York?
it would not dissolve glass. Light bulbs will still be will still be there, or like the metal would
Mm,
rust
or
away,
yeah,
but the
it's
glass would be there. Or we could find like if it's like buried, right? We should find like at least the like the places where the cables were laid in, right? Or
yeah,
if it's
that's
like
yeah.
cables like
how do you know it was
over
cables?
how else would they conduct electricity efficiently?
Wirelessly.
How?
There is
We
actually
have evidence
some
of wireless technology.
How? Wait,
there
how?
is,
Yeah, I know. I'm
but
actually
those
kind of
are
proficient.
very
I'm
very
semi-proficient at this. Like, there's a lot of
Yeah.
myths
yeah.
about it. I know
But you
electrical
just don't know
engineering to
about
some
these things.
extent.
You're making assertions based on
There, but yeah,
consensus science.
but those
Yeah.
types of ways of doing electricity are like the practicalness would still
Extremely
require.
inefficient, and they
Yeah,
still
it would.
require huge machinery to do so, which would
No,
still
they no
remain
no no.
there.
That's not even the funny part. It would still actually require like wires. If you have an end point, if you have a send point of the electricity in this fashion, and you have a receive point, okay, that's great. But what are you actually going to use the electricity for? You're going to use it to power something. How do you conduct current to a nearby source? With wires. So you have a large sender, a large receiver, and then you have wires going to the light bulbs or whatever the appliance it is you want to power, the stove or something.
Hmm.
It would still require
Yeah.
wires
Yeah.
at
So
the end point.
you're taking your contemporary sort of what do they call that? Whatever you're trying to impart the technology, like the present technology now, and you're trying to say, oh well, their technology should have been exactly like our technology, so we would find this evidence and that evidence, and there's just no way to do that comparison, boys.
Well, the way that
There's
that type of
just
technology
not.
works is that you send the electricity through ground. Actually,
You have a
you send it. You
you're trying
send
to
it.
take our current
You don't say.
paradigm
You don't
and
say. You
impose
don't
it upon
send
the
it
past.
wireless. You can't. You can't send power wirelessly. In fact, you need
You
some
can.
fucking conduct. Okay, tell me
What is
how.
a radio signal, my man? Is that
That's not
power?
fucking power.
Are you
That's
sending a
not
signal?
power. What?
Why is it not power?
It's
Why
not
is that not
electricity.
power?
It's not okay. It's
It's
a
information.
radio. It's a radio wave. You can
Yeah, it's power.
you. It's a okay. There's a difference between a current and a radio wave.
I got a
No,
wireless charger in
radio waves
my
do induce a
car.
current.
I don't
No,
know why
radio waves do induce a current. First of all, when
Yeah,
they do, but it's
No, no,
like
no.
everything
Okay,
induces
the
a
okay.
current.
So now you
negligible.
now you're talking
That's a
about
bad statement.
induction, right? Now you're talking about induction, right? Different from a
Yes.
current, right?
No,
So
wait.
you're
That's what induction causes. Magnetic induction causes current. It
What do you think? How
produces
do you think you get those rain radars, boys? Those rain radars. What do you think's going on there?
alternators, like an alternator or dynamo. It produces current, right, and along with
yeah.
voltage, of course, because every current has to have voltage. With that's how generators work. However, it is so negligible, like the radio waves that you receive on your antenna that produces this. There's nothing there. It's like 0.0 something watt, right? And
The reason why you don't just use a copper thing as a spying device and you want to use some type of amplifier that is powered is because it is so negligible, right? The signals that the fucking wire can pick up is so negligible that you
So
actually need something to pick up on it and then strengthen the signal that the fucking
you
copper
boys are
wire
aware of
receives.
lasers, right? You boys are aware of lasers, yeah?
yes,
Okay.
Cool. They are super powered, right? Yeah.
yeah,
And you
a
know the
lot of
military
energy.
have got some pretty high powered like lasers going on, right?
Yes,
So they can shoot megawatts in like a blast. Or just imagine you had a receiver that was capable of picking up there is no technological example of that except for on the minute scale, but you can understand how this is working. I've already just in my base knowledge just explained and conveyed to you an example of the ability to produce a magnificent amount of power and shoot it in a direction. That's wireless power. All I need to do is
cool,
then come up with the receiver.
cool. Where
And
is
you guys
these
are saying that
lenses
this
for
is
these
not
lasers?
possible? This is
No,
madness.
no, sure.
Yeah?
So first of all, it's very inefficient too. Wires are far more efficient. There's a reason why. Sorry, even today when we have like what is it? What is the G5? What is it? G5, right? English. Sorry, Gipit. Yeah,
5G?
G5. Yeah, 5G. Thank you, Jesus Christ, not
Yep.
G5. We still
Yeah, bro.
prefer cables because cables are far more stable. They provide a far more stable signal. It's far more focused. It's more efficient. When you're shooting, when you're
Actually,
using
we
even like
prefer
a
optical.
well
No, just
through
kidding. I'm
optical
kidding. I'm
cable
kidding. I'm kidding.
though. Yeah, optical cable though. Yeah, that's even more efficient because there's like zero loss. By the way, it's some kind of like quantum thing. When you like
Well,
shoot light
it's
through like optical
yeah.
cable, there is zero loss of the light there somehow, like
Well, you
zero.
still yeah. Well, you
But
still need
when
something
you
to
do it,
power both the sender and receiver of
all right,
those
if it's a
optical ones.
laser as a
So yeah.
suggestion, risky, that requires lenses. That requires lensing producing machinery, right? Where is evidence of that in the ground for these ancient civilizations?
As we said, a lot of this stuff could have potentially just been picked up by grave robbers. Yeah. So, like, we're making
Where is the
claims
evidence?
about things when we
What
know.
did they
Yeah, but in this
soul it?
complex world, my man,
I
we're
mean,
making
wasn't
we're making
Wait,
vast
risky,
assertions
risky.
about things.
With risky.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jack. But okay, sure. Let's say grave robbers took all the lasers and all of the advanced machinery. For what purpose?
Yeah.
For what
Or
purpose?
they
Why
could
would they
melt it
take it?
down and turn it into something
Melted.
else.
They
Like,
melted down glass. They metal. What? Back in.
oh, you're aware of the rating of the pyramids, aren't you?
Yes, they
Yeah.
took gold
Cool.
for obvious reasons,
Well,
right?
in
And
a
they
lot of
told
cases,
people about it.
we've got
Like when.
examples.
I'm telling you the most valued metal on the face of the or historically most valued metal
Uh-huh.
through the ages was somehow left alone in these fucking caverns that was raided for profit, pure profit, by the way, because these people were
Cool.
scavengers trying to get anything out of these pyramids, is what you're supposing.
Mm-hmm.
They would take anything that they could fucking flip for a dime. They would sell the lenses in your world as a coffee table. They would do anything to fucking make a fucking dime on this, and they
Yeah.
kept the gold there.
Sure.
Look, when we
But,
have
like, all I'm trying to bring up
They
is that we
kept
live in a
they kept
complex
the gold
world.
there. They kept the
Yeah.
gold there
Ricky,
so that the fucking British people could take it and fucking flip it as a museum thing. Like fuck.
there's a lot of stuff missing there. Like we should have seen evidence of this, like in some way. Okay, grave robbers. Are they selling this to somebody? Probably some of them should. Well, then there should be a record of this, right? Like somebody else, we should have found like these lenses, these amazing lenses from these like megawatt or terawatt
No, they're
powered
coffee
lasers.
tables, dude. They don't know what the fuck they are. There's
It's
no
just yeah,
understand.
it's
They
just
just stumbled upon them, not understanding that there was a previous historical great civilization that had lenses and
yeah. And
hard,
and why
hard,
hasn't and why hasn't this civilization
But
conquered the rest of the world with this just
first of all,
megawatt
we need
lasers
to
that
get back to
can?
some flat Earth stuff. But
So,
yeah, like I don't know how to.
Yeah, just quickly, I don't know what you're really talking about, but in terms of stolen antiquities and you saying there should be a record of this, you're very naive if that's what you think is going
no,
on
I
in
don't
the
mean
world of stolen
record like
antiquities.
I don't mean record as in like literally someone necessarily writing it down. Although you would expect a civilization that could build such complicated machinery has developed language, written language, right?
Mm.
Why do you
But I'm
think
just
you would
talking
know
about
about
like,
it?
well,
Why do you
it
think that
should.
you yourself would know about these advanced civilizations?
We can. Well, wait. Then, if you cannot know about this, then how do you know about them?
Well, there's stuff that's been built that they've left remnants of. But
Yeah, we know of remnants of ancient civilizations. Again, like I told you, it's amazing thing we've discovered. By the way, I think it's like Incas. Incas, they they built apparently on a previous civilization that all of the records have been expunged. Apparently,
mhm,
like there's some. I mean, so there is these kind of mysteries. But like to say
mhm.
that they had electricity and like megawatt lasers that they had, like transmitting
Well,
electricity
without getting
wirelessly.
into what kind of stuff they might have had, I mean, I think it's pretty apparent that we don't know how certain structures, megaliths, and even just blocks, basic blocks, the likes of Baalbek in Lebanon and things like this, we don't know how they were able to cut, move, or do any of that. So,
So
not to say that there would be a specific type of technology that I would make a claim to in terms of them having, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's mystery as to what technology they were using.
it's not as much as mystery as people think. Now there is some unknown things about the construction of these things. However, it's mostly like appealing, like what I've seen ancient aliens. Right, I've seen people talk about this. I've heard people talk about this. It's mostly appealing to our modern sort of intuition of how stuff is built,
You
right? And it
couldn't cut
seems,
rocks without a fucking machine. What do you
yeah,
mean, dude? Okay.
right.
What about
You
the?
can,
What about
right.
the? Wait. What about the fucking marble statues and all those things? Right? Sure. It's a less dense, less hard, fucking rock. Does that mean that other rocks are impervious to fucking metal equipment now?
Yeah, and you don't even have to use metal, sand. Just like putting sand on something
Right,
and
but
then
these things, some of
and
these
then
things would be,
grinding
yeah,
it.
predating metal tools.
Right, yeah, and you can do this. Again, we know of methods of how to cut rock, just using sand and then some like hard rock or something and grinding it on the surface. It will grind the surface. It's an incredibly long process. Yes, it would take for pyramids, it took generations to build those, right? I think, right? For certain things, it would take half a lifetime of like
25 years, wasn't it?
many like artisans.
How would they have confirmed how long it took to actually build them from start to finish though?
Didn't why would they had some estimates before, because they already did the
Yeah, how would
thing,
they
right?
estimate it?
Because they had some notion of how long it takes to cut a rock of certain size, right? Like certain
Using
estimate.
what technology from that time?
Like I said, just
And
I
grinding
mean,
then
like
also,
just
is does the hieroglyphs speak a little bit about the history of
they
the people
do.
entombed
They
in there?
literally depict
Like
no, the
for real,
hieroglyphs
come
say
on, come
nothing
on,
working on
about the
this.
building of
like
the
okay.
pyramids though, right?
So if I understand the hieroglyphs correctly too, is that they were actually kind of graffiti, right? So not only do they not do only does someone start the fucking process of something, but someone else might even come along and be like, yeah, this is mine now. I'm gonna pretty it up with my graffiti, and I'm gonna sleep here
Yeah.
endlessly as a corpse, right?
So many unknowns, right? In between who did what, who, like, I mean, it's all total guesswork. And the hieroglyphs themselves, as far as I'm aware, don't say this person built the pyramid or this guy did it using this
It was
method.
Well, we have
what?
people signing. No, we
Yeah,
literally
the
have.
hieroglyphs don't actually say these guys built the pyramids.
Yeah,
They're not
no,
actually taking credit
they
for it.
didn't have authors like they had authors for
No, they did.
fucking
They actually
Renaissance.
did.
No,
There, we found
no, it
No,
we
doesn't say
found
this.
tablets of people who worked on the pyramids, on some pyramids, that were
sure,
literally like named there.
but it's not. It's
I
not
think
like you take a big fucking wall of the pyramid and just sign your name on it, guy.
No, I don't. I don't think
It's
in the
that's
main
not what
pyramids in
happened.
Giza, I don't think they even have the hieroglyphs in the pyramids, do they?
What? Yes, they
Yeah,
do.
the hieroglyphs, as far as, well, maybe I'm mixing it up,
They
but
have
as far as
some.
I'm
They have
aware, they
some
don't have
walls. They have some walls
hieroglyphs
that
in the
are.
pyramids.
They have some walls that have hieroglyphs. That they.
Inside the pyramids,
Yes.
like of Giza.
Yes.
Okay, send me the link to that because I seem to remember reading that there's not actually hieroglyphs in the pyramid. But send me the link.
there seems to be claims that they estimate it took between 15 and 30 years.
Based on what?
Frick if I know, man. This is Google science, okay?
This is what I mean. See, this is what I mean. I mean, history is a mystery, right? I mean, all these stuff that they're saying, they might say, oh, it was built by these people at these times. In reality, what are the chances of them getting that right? The more I look into history, the less chance I think that is. I think they're getting,
Well, I mean,
it's a lot of
if
just guesswork.
it is a lot of guesswork. What's wrong with guesswork?
Well, this is why, okay? Because right now you could
I don't know if
separate
it's guesswork.
everybody from this room. A break, right? All with 15 of us or something. Take us to separate corners. Have someone interview ask what's happening right now. You get 15 different stories. They even experts right now couldn't figure out what's happening right now, but they're going to tell you they figured out what happened, yesterday, 10 years
Thousands of
ago.
years ago, yeah.
Yeah, 6,000 years ago. I mean, get the
Yeah,
fuck out of here.
and the point
They
of,
can't
like,
even agree right now, with
yeah.
live witnesses.
And to say what's the problem with guesswork, I mean, in itself, depending on the context, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I'm guessing that this is what happened. But when you're presenting a story of history and you're putting it in the textbooks for kids and the public to consume, saying it was built on this date by these people, it took this long, it's not being presented as guesswork. It's being
Well,
presented as this is our best understanding, or even we know this.
well, because some things we
been
do know
presented
more or
as
less
a
for
false
certain,
history.
right? Like we know. Fuck, I don't know how to like explain the whole methodology for this, but like, so of course there's gonna be some histories. There's gonna be some unexplained in history, right? And yeah, witness testimony is not the best thing, which is why scientists mostly try to rely with history and archaeology, like hard evidence, right? Okay, it's nice that somebody said, Caesar went here, right? Did this and that, right? Okay, but do we have evidence of this? But I think there's some claims are more plausible than others, even though they're all
Mm-hmm.
tentative, right? Like, Caesar,
Mm-hmm.
crossed Rubicon at this date, right? Sure, it's possibly could have crossed it 1,000 years before, right? Technically, yeah, but wait, that wouldn't match all the other things we know, right?
Well, have you ever
Rome,
gotten into the work of Anatoly Fomenko? You ever looked into that, the whole phantom time theory and all that?
no, it sounds familiar though.
So he was the Russian mathematician, super genius, like super freak genius, won a load of prizes for mathematics in Russia.
Anatoly Flamenco, you said?
No, Fomenko, Fomenko, and he basically said that he was going to go and try and come up with this timeline of all recorded or all known history, and try and he was pretty much just wanting to get a bird's eye view of all of history. And he came away saying he thinks that 1,000 years has essentially been added to the timeline, and they've basically copy pasted the first 1,000 years again and changed a bunch of the names, dates, and places to repeat themselves. and that 1,000 years didn't happen, basically, and that we're actually like 1,000 years back from where we think we are, type of thing. I mean, it's hard to actually get into it. I've not read his book specifically, but I've looked into it a bit. I mean, it's interesting, but he's basically making the point that a lot of the primary sources, quote unquote, that we're using for a lot of the history, even Pliny and Herodotus and things like this, he's talking about them being written by friars and Franciscan monks and stuff, right? Which were supposedly copied by from the originals or from a source prior to that, but we don't have those anymore. We've only got the versions that the monks wrote, like in the when would he be saying it? Like the 50, I don't know, the 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, whatever they say. So, I mean, even on what we think of as our loose grasp of history is potentially fallible, which I think is
So,
interesting. I mean, I'm not making a hard claim about it, but
so this is Emanuel Velikovsky. Velikovsky?
who's that?
I'm asking, is this the guy you're citing before?
No,
Velikovsky?
no. I was talking about Anatoly Fomenko, Fomenko.
Okay, I'm reading something about this phantom time in history. It says here it's 300 years that they added between
So he's
80s.
that's maybe a different guy with a different theory. The one I'm talking about is Anatoly Fomenko, and his theory is about 1,000 years, I think. But then also on top of that, a good one to look into is Scaligian chronology. Scaliger, Scaliger, and he was in like Amsterdam in when was it? He's pretty much the guy who wrote the modern chronology that's now used today, and it's talking about him and the other kind of academic types that were around him in Amsterdam hundreds of years ago, basically coming up with the chronology and putting everything in order that we use today, but it coming from basically this guy, Scaliger. So it's called Scaligerian chronology. So you can look that up on Wikipedia and stuff and just see what it's saying about that. But it starts to make you realize, like, wow, okay, our understanding of the timeline and the dates really is coming down to what they're pinpointing as a small number of people coming up with these timelines and then being adopted.
Okay, from what he's saying, it seems to be like relying on just written history. Historians use more than written history, like it's archaeological evidence. I don't see how can mainstream hide like physical fucking facts
Well,
of human
because
history.
archaeology isn't a hard dating science. I mean, any archaeologist worth his salt will always be very hesitant or cagey about what they're saying. I mean, they go into cathedrals nowadays and they're saying, well, we're going to estimate based on the stonework that it's this date, the 1100s or whatever, based on our current assumption that this is the type of stonework used in what we think of as the 1100s. But they'll be pretty cautious about saying, we know this occurred X many years ago. I mean, you'll get into carbon dating and all this stuff, but there's a whole bunch of issues with that as well.
Not according to the mainstream, but okay, sure.
Well, yeah. But the mainstream say a lot of things. But I mean, even in academia, right, the academics all argue with each other. And in mainstream academia, there are academics who are pointing out flaws with carbon dating as a method. So, I mean, if you look, you can find those. It's not like everyone 100% is like, yep, carbon dating, that's nailing it. We all agree with that. Now, there's a bunch of people who are like, oh, this could be way off. So, I don't know. I mean, this is a big sidebar.
I think that we are also kind of giving that credence when we say, even though we say that carbon dating is a good measuring stick, that it can be off, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's loads of examples.
We do know instances when it's off, but again, it's like a clock of nature, right? It's like a natural phenomena that we know exists. We've laboratory confirmed this, right? The only issue there is that you can have some potential, like for example, some organisms, like depending on which part of the organism. Oh, sorry, my neighbor's knocking.
Knock him out. So you're busy. But yeah, no, I mean, when it comes to radiocarbon dating, I mean, it's not just like potential cross-contamination issues that can throw off dating. I mean, It's a number of inbuilt assumptions into the method itself in terms of like half-life periods remaining static and unchanged throughout the course of history, which is an assumption. And don't get me wrong, I'm not.
So you think that like natural laws evolve over like natural laws in terms of like physics, they evolve over a
No,
few
that's not
thousand
necessarily
years,
what I'm
or what do you
saying.
mean? What
No,
do you
that's not
mean by that?
necessarily what I'm saying. And again, I'm not an expert in radiocarbon dating, so I can't go too deep into it. But I've definitely heard people talking about the decay constant that's being assumed potentially being a fatal flaw in the method as an assumption based on, let's say, potential
you can
cataclysmic events across Earth that may have changed, sped up, or decreased potentially some of those rates. Because our understanding of the half-life decay rates is based on since we've been aware of them and started tracking them, which is less than a blink of an eye in comparison to the total time.
Well, what you're saying is what I was saying earlier. Like, it could be the case that like carbon dating works differently based on the surrounding of the soil, really, that
Yeah.
whatever organism happens to die on, and
Yeah.
it could lead to something along the right, like siphoning of electrons, basically, right? To a
Yeah.
greater extent,
Possibly.
and now that we have expanded our knowledge on how electrons might dissipate from an organism's fossil, we could start taking soil samples. And with said soil samples, we can estimate, has this soil ever been such a soil that it does dissipate electrons faster from whatever lies in it? Or has it
That's
not been
assuming
that
we have
soil?
and that's assuming we have the ability to accurately judge that. And if the factors are such that it could be something like fire or water in large amounts could potentially affect these rates, that would be assuming that we have a handle on exactly where there's been floods and fires and all this kind of stuff all across the world throughout all of history, which obviously we don't. So there's a number of assumptions that go into it. And like I said, I'm not an expert, so I'm not going to say for sure one way or the other.
So,
But
Spartacus, hello.
Spartacus had to answer his door.
Oh, okay, because Spartacus is a very determined glober. He conspires against the Globe dynasty, or the Flat Earth dynasty. I have something though.
Wow,
Right?
revealing your cards too early there, Marvin. A little bit of a Freudian slip there, guy.
Yeah, whoopsies. So Crit,
Playing both sides, are we now?
Yeah,
yo,
man.
Crit. I came here
Yeah,
to Crit. I came here to entertain you.
About what? What do you want to entertain me with?
are you going to present some globe proof?
He wants to
So
sing
I'm
you a
gonna be
song. Chris.
so I recently just got hired as an AI. You know, one of those TikTok trends where you pretend to be a robot. Well, I got hired, so I'm gonna be your AI. Okay.
All right, man. You do you, boo.
All right, you ready, dude?
Thank you.
You ready,
Are you-
Crit? Crit.
Yeah, I'm
All you gotta
always
do-
ready.
All right, Crit. So I'm gonna turn on my camera, and you just gotta tell me what to do, and I'm gonna enter my AI form. Okay.
No cameras. We don't do that.
You guys
you can't-
legitimately
You know what?
capuchin monkeys?
don't do the cameras because it limits the room.
It'll be quick. It'll be like 2 minutes. Okay.
No,
Nope.
man. Okay,
Crit.
AI, turn your camera off.
No, it's on. No. Crit. It's only for 2 minutes.
Marvin, turn off.
Crit.
Marvin, log
Crit,
out.
it's only Crit. It's only Crit. It's only for 2 minutes.
Marvin.
Come on.
Song, Marvin.
Marvin,
Marvin,
Come on,
move
guys.
to the
We don't
Glober.
really need to see you
Move to
doing it though. You could just
24/7 Glober.
you could just
Crit,
do
it's
it
Bro, the globe doesn't exist.
on
Just
voice,
admit
right?
it and
Crit,
don't
it's
be in
only 2
denial
minutes.
anymore. Accept it
Crit,
already.
it's only 2
Come
minutes.
on, we're on a flat, immovable plane of existence, a realm.
Crit, it's only 2
We're not on a
minutes.
planet. We're
Yeah,
not on a
Wonder
planet.
Twins deactivate in the form of AI
Crit, it's
with
only 2
camera off.
minutes.
Yeah,
We're not
dude.
on a space spec right now. We're not on a space spec.
Okay, I guess you left.
He left.
A
Thank
space
fucking God.
spec.
Yeah, a space
Oh, I'm
spec.
glad you stayed silent so that you wouldn't be entertained.
Yeah, I stayed silent on purpose because I don't want to talk to Martin because he's a fucking
Good.
troll.
Dude, isn't it funny how
like
people
ya.
think we're on a space spec? Dude, isn't that hilarious?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
so
mean,
my
that's
neighbor's not
I
kidding.
think we're on a
narrative,
little
right?
sand a grain
Wait,
of
you
sand
think
in a vast
you think that?
vacuum of nothingness.
Wait, are you saying that some people think that we live on your like tiny PP? You idiot. You set yourself up for that one.
Well, that's the
Dude, you're
space
not on a
spec.
spinning ball, dude. You're not on a spinning ball or a space spec. You're not.
Okay.
You're not. You're not on anything spinning. I'll tell you that much. You're on something that is immovable and that only gets destroyed by earthquakes, and volcanoes. You're
Well,
on
to address the
something that
spinning
literally.
part,
You're on something
he
that
might be
literally
sitting
the
on
only
a.
way that you can get reset by anything is from a supernova from the sun or a volcano or an earthquake. That's the only way that you could actually cataclysmically die.
Supernova
Okay?
from the
Da Vinci,
sun.
hey,
So,
Da Vinci, pump the brakes there, okay? Living on a space spec is not the problem. The problem is their conclusion, okay? Like, you're Bill Nye. I'm insignificant.
dude, listen.
I am
I'm
just a
smarter than
speck
Bill
of
Nye.
sand.
Bill Nye
No,
doesn't know
let
anything
Crit
about
finish.
plasma
Let
and
Crit
Crit,
finish.
I
Let
became your
Crit
AI.
finish.
Crit, I'm your AI. Please tell me what to do.
No, no, we're
I'm
not doing the
smarter
AI
than Bill
yet.
Nye. He
We're
doesn't
having a
know anything.
discussion,
Bill Nye.
and
Crit,
Crit
I'm your
was
AI.
going. Guys, we're just gonna have the discussion about the Earth.
We just live
That's
on
what we're doing.
flatbread, guys.
Yeah,
Okay,
Live on-
how
Crit,
about
Crit,
this? Okay,
Crit, I'm
AI,
your
do
AI.
not turn your camera on. AI, read the quote from Bill Nye.
Reading quote.
Yeah,
Black
out
people are
loud.
genetically inferior. Black people are genetically inferior.
Can you just mute him? He's a troll. He's a troll, actually.
Yeah,
Okay, what's that
he lost
guy's?
the plot.
He's
What's
flipping
that guy's
racist
name?
in chat.
Marvin Magic. He's left anyway.
Right, someone ban him because we can't be having that shit.
Why is he? Why does he? Why does he do that?
because he's
AI,
in his
bro.
because he's in his car and he lives out of his car and he's got nothing better to do.
I mean, usually he does the minstrel show. Like, he's an African.
Mhm.
He's a black, right? And he like
He's an
shits,
African, bro. You're being
and
racist.
he shits on the black people, right, all the time. Like, he trolls though, right? He doesn't actually. Mean
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
Yeah.
Trying
I
to,
know,
he's
but
trying to pull
it's
pull
TOS, isn't
tail.
it? I mean, it's
Uh,
just
Oh, well,
on
he's skirting the
Discord.
line. He's skirting the line on it. That's the whole thing. Where it's like I can say this. Why come all the white people don't like be saying this shit that I'm saying? Sort of. That's kind of what he does. Also.
Right. But we don't need to go into the whole race thing because that's
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, race baiting nonsense. Yeah. Hey, quick question, guys. How do I get text rights in the chat? Just as a side note.
Who's saying that?
Yeah, you should be
Rich
good.
guy.
Level 2 should be okay to post.
Yeah, you should.
Have I been
think.
upgraded or something?
Yeah, can you
Yeah, I
send
think
me a
it's.
screenshot of what you're looking at? Because maybe there might be some other problem.
Did you send the XRP to my address or no?
I
Because you
haven't sent anything
gotta.
to anyone.
I'll send you my address so you can send the money, and then you'll be able to do it. Okay?
Yeah, you got to pay the toll. We're milking this server dry, and then we're off.
this is
What?
taxes.
Do I have
Okay?
to pay a toll for this?
No,
No,
I'm
man.
joking.
It's free to play.
For now.
You goddamn communists.
Okay.
Yeah, but you might need to get your level up again. I don't know. Maybe it's level 3 or something. I don't know. So just post a bunch of flat Earth memes somewhere or something. I don't know.
Yeah, from my
just
from my
kidding. It
understanding,
was a joke.
level 1 you can post in
I
text.
appreciate
Level
that.
2 you can send links, and level 3 images. And level 4 and stuff they add other stuff too.
Can you see the chat on the voice channel, Ricksky? Like if
Yep,
you go onto
yep.
the voice and you hit the text button, you can see all the text there. It's not letting you type in there.
It's got done reading. Check out religion chat.
No.
You're in the wrong chat. That's why. I
Yeah.
just tagged you in the one you should be typing in.
Yeah, you seeing the tags come up with your name? So you might need to, I don't know what device you're on, but there's a text channel. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it
when you
should have
get up,
popped up.
get up to the grid with all the names and the profile pictures, there should be a button in the top right. It's like a little speech bubble. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So press that speech bubble. It should take you to a text page. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm there. That's where I'm at. Yeah, I can see
So
the text.
can you type in that channel?
No, it says at the bottom, it's got this little notice saying done reading, ? Check out the Rainbow Playground or something. It says like there's no text box down there, it's just telling me to go onto some of the...
Oh, yeah, I know what's happening. You have to verify. So, yeah, go to the...
Okay.
Yeah, you have to just bounce around the server a little bit and check out all the different channels. You're supposed to. It's like step 2, take a look around. You're like step 1.
Yep.
I don't remember. Like check rules. Step 2, introduce yourself. Step 3, take a look around, and then you'll get the then you'll be able to post.
Yeah, sweet, awesome. Right, yeah. Thanks for clarifying that, guys, and apologies for
Yeah, no problem.
taking so long to get that.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be easy to fix. And the text channels, they have their own set of rules up there. That's a little bit different. I don't know exactly how that works out. Like the war room and general chat and U.S. politics. I think those text channels will have engagement levels based on something, which roles you click in your role menu.
Yeah, just try following the prompts. Just try following the prompts and see if that sorts it out. If not, I've pinged a mod in that text channel. See where I've pinged Aurora in that text channel.
Yep, that's it.
So if you message her, if you're still having trouble, she'll help you out.
By the way, is Aurora like a flat earther?
I don't know. She's a mod here, and
I thought Aurora was a man.
That's not that. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he is. I have no idea.
No, it's a woman.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Just who's been like helping us when we've got admin issues and pointing us where to go. I don't know what her thoughts are on the topic.
She's like the sponsor admin.
Yeah, from what I've heard, she was the one behind like you having a room here.
Well, no, I think we had folk come in here and start a guest room, and then because that got a lot of people in it, the server offered that we can have a room if we want it, and then Aurora was the one that helped us set it up.
Yeah, you guys were lucky because you're bored out of our fucking wits here for months now. Like, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
you guys are just like, flat earthers. So let me take a piece of that.
It's good to come back because last time it was like a
a
thermonuclear meltdown. I mean, we're on the server, not mind your own business. People were just coming in. It wasn't very small engagement. And just one day the channel was gone, and people were like, "What happened?" Oh, it's a TOS violation. We gotta take it down. Too many people were butthurt. You're like, okay, whatever. It's your place. I'm not gonna argue with you. That's the conclusion you guys came to. And
yeah,
now,
we had some good conversations a few years ago, but I don't know. It just went kind of crazy and then got stopped. But I mean, it's been pretty good so far. I'd say. So there's been some decent conversations.
I do think it's quite funny that we've got a Dutch guy complaining about flat Earth. He's got like the flattest country in Europe, and he doesn't want to talk about how flat his Earth is.
That's what I find most interesting about this topic is not so much, I know the science stuff is really good, but you just see the psychology of somebody who will argue with you over a topic. They don't even know what it is. They're mad about it. And you're like, dude, okay, take a step back. You at least would want to learn what I'm talking about or what flat Earth is, so then you could articulate why or what you disagree with. But they don't even know. They just add it.
And call you names.
Oh yeah, they just want to play victim. Like somehow flat Earth is to blame for this, and flat Earth is to blame for that. Flat Earth raped and killed my mother. Like.
Or yours too.
Yeah, and it would be one thing if they could at least be intellectually honest and say, okay, well, I see what you're saying. It's not completely retarded. The horizon is technically in the wrong place, and we're coming up with brand new phenomena to explain it. So it is worthy of discussion, but it's those that like to try and pretend that it shouldn't even be discussed. There's no room for it in the public sphere. The scientists, the Neil deGrasse's, they shouldn't be talking about it. It's like you spend 10 minutes talking about it properly, and you'll see that it's an actual discussion that should be had and is at least worthy of discussion, but it's just disingenuous to be like, it's so dumb, there's no way you should even be thinking about it. It's like, obviously not. The horizon's in the wrong place, according to your model.
No, I agree. People should learn about how to actually defend their positions on these things. They shouldn't just rely on some authority. And it's our educational system, which sucks.
Yeah.
On Rhetoric, there used to be a flat Earth section on that server too. And I had it set up where to gain access, they had to say what flat Earth was. What is it? Define it. It didn't matter what they said. Some people said it's a Mongoloid religion or something like that. Or it's just a bunch of trolls online. Whatever they said, as long as they articulated something that I could use to dive into their worldview and then help them maybe figure out how to articulate better. But they just said nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I go, well, okay, you don't get the role to get access to channel. And even that would trigger them. I go, you're clicking on a channel that you think is absolutely nothing at all. You identify it as nothing, and you still want access to nothing? How about just explain that part?
Well, this is the other thing that is a tell, right? The people who've been on this and arguing about it for 5, 6 years, and they're determined it's a globe, and they act like it's ridiculous. It's like if we were arguing something totally contradictory to obvious reality, like saying grass is not green, you wouldn't spend 5, 6 years arguing with us about how grass actually is green. You'd just be like, well, obviously they're retarded. I'm not going to waste my time there. But because it's not retarded, and because there is actually a genuine debate to be had, that's why people are still on this 5 or 6 years later, even if they're arguing for the globe, you know? So that's a tell to me.
Oh yeah, big time. It's one of the big, for me, this is the biggest topic of our lifetime. It really goes to the heart of the issue that people would use talking points or use scientific models to push a world agenda. They're kind of talking around the issue. They have a globalist worldview that they want to achieve, and they need the world to be a globe for that to be the case. If the Earth is something other than what they say it is, it doesn't match their agenda. Like what Bill Nye quote here, he wants a nihilistic framework for humanity. He wants you to know that you suck, you don't matter, nothing you do matters. The only thing that's really important is some sort of collective leaps for mankind, all hail science or whatever, the heliocentric model. But even that, if you follow his worldview, it doesn't matter. It's kind of like when at the end where Ultron and Vision had a conversation, and Ultron tells Vision, "Why do you defend humanity? They're not going to last. They're going to die anyway." He says, "Well, that's what makes them so beautiful." It's that polar opposite, of ideas about what is valuable and what's not valuable. And quite the interesting thing is you'll get people and the experts in the globe model like Tyson who will say quite the opposite. Earth is special, is unique, a special place in the universe. You will not find another Earth out there. There's not another you out there. You are a special snowflake. There will only be one of you in all of creation, all of history. And it's interesting to see these two guys talk, and they know their worldviews are completely clashed. But they would rather spiral out over flat Earth than try to square this sort of, supreme importance of humanity versus humanity means nothing. Nothing means nothing. It's kind of like as long as it's a globe, whatever what you do, that's it. Just go with it. Bomb Ukraine, bomb Belarus. Set up a weapons exchange program with North Korea. Hey, as long as it's a globe, it's okay.
In the other day, there was a Glober saying that the sorry, say it
Yeah,
again.
it's hard to say it.
Selenelium.
Eclipse.
The Celine Dion.
Celine Dion. He says it's a crescent moon.
It's the total eclipse of the heart.
Yeah, I heard that before too. That the people said that's not a lunar eclipse at all. It's just a crescent moon. You're faking it. I'm like, holy shit, dude. That's even better. Okay, explain the crescent moon at that time of day. Let's see that. Just do that part. It's like even lunar. I mean, I don't think people brought the lunar phases yet, and the globalists start, freaking out over that. Like, explain a full moon during the day. Explain a crescent moon at night. You show me these direct. You draw them all on a piece of paper. Just try it. Take your knowledge of the heliocentric model and just draw where these three bodies are, and see if you can make it work. You won't be able to. Okay.
Yeah, I've been saying that for years, and they just kind of skirt around it, or ignore it, or just pretend I didn't say it. It's like, yeah, you can't make these angles work, bro.
They say, oh, it's like a 3-dimensional thing, and then you drop a link. Nope, it's on
Yeah.
the plane. It's on the ecliptic. Okay, it's not It's not some sort of weird angle perspective. Like this is 5 degrees tilted up, and that's 2 degrees tilted down. Nope,
Do you
they
know
say
what the
it's
official excuse is?
no. I've never heard really anything about it.
Okay.
Just that it's a shadow of itself, and sometimes shadows do weird things or whatever.
Well, kind of, yeah. So they call it the moon terminator illusion, and they say, well, it doesn't make sense because when you're looking out into the nothingness of space, there's no other clue, like visual clues, to help your eye see it properly. Like that's the official excuse.
Oh yeah. I think I heard that before. I forgot. Yeah, it's like you're seeing it from like an odd angle or something like that, where there isn't a good perspective.
Right. And it's like, yeah, I smell bullshit.
Yeah, at the same time they'll hold a golf ball up and say, "Look at this."
Exactly.
It's like that's contradictory, homie. Okay, because you just told me you can hold a golf ball up and imitate the lunar phases. In your next breath, said you can't do it because it's so the relationship between the observer and the thing you're observing is so unique that it has a completely different result than what you would expect. Okay, well, tell that guy over there holding a golf ball up in the air. He's full of shit. Because one, you two can't. It's mutually exclusive.
It's like one of those things where you say, look, guys, go and argue amongst yourselves, and when you've got an answer, come to me, and then we can have a discussion. Because I'm not going to argue with both of your opposite points of view simultaneously. You come to me with your one answer.
And they come back, oh, we got one answer. You're like, what is it? Flat earthers are retarded.
Right.
Oh, dude.
Guys ever stop jerking each other off in this call? I swear to God, every time I come in, you suck on each other's dicks.
Yeah, that's
Okay, and?
that sounds like projection, dude. I mean, why are you thinking about dudes sucking dick?
I mean, fuck me, I'd suck a dick, bro. I don't give a fuck. I like.
I think we understand what's happened there, so we can just move
Yeah,
on.
he spurged because he thought one of those two things were real. Either the golf ball example was real or the interesting perspective was real. He just saw his worldview, his religion being challenged, and he went right to dick. We were talking about this last night.
It's like, do not pass go, do not collect 200. Just go straight to dick sucking.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night too. Like there was a line of globalists all coming in, and every conversation devolved to genitalia. You're like, why? How is it? Like, I like to dive into the worldview and say, how come that is? Is it every topic, or is it just this topic? Does every topic at some point devolve into dick?
Well, it's like,
curious.
Godwin's law is the law that every single internet conversation eventually ends up having something to do with the Nazis or Hitler, right? That's Godwin's law. So there must be there's like a gay law that's every single conversation involving globers will involve dick or balls at some point.
Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably like when they get to the end of their dialogue tree.
Degenerates law. And to be fair, their entire worldview is based on space testicles, so I suppose it makes sense.
Talking about the Senelinian eclipse, I heard once Elijah saying that he's here now. Let me see if he's still here. No, he was here not too long ago, and he said that all lunar eclipses are Senelinian, but it depends. I guess, of the timing or where you are, and the eclipses are observable different positions in the world, but the effect of the shadow coming from the top, it happens on all lunar eclipses. Might be an interesting thing.
That would make sense, though, wouldn't it? If that is like, if you understood the obviously I don't understand the mechanics of the moon and eclipses, but it would make sense that if it happened one time, it would happen every time, right? Because that's just how it works. Anyway.
It's kind of like they want to make it like, it's a weird thing. It's because some special timing or whatever. But yeah, like you're saying, if it happened one time, it's probably not that impossible like they claim it to be. Like it's the impossible eclipse.
How was this EMBO? He's typing, or anyone talk to him? Has he been disqualified?
No, I just unmuted him if he wants to ask a question or present an argument for the globe. I'm going to guess not, based on his behavior in text chat the last few days, but give him a chance.
Oh yeah, Heretic banned him yesterday.
Okay, I'll put him back on mute then.
The bans are 2 days, and the mutes are 40 minutes. I don't know if you guys have seen that before.
They should be grateful for coming back.
If they're banned, they can rejoin the channel, but they'll be permanently muted or muted for the 2-day time frame. Ruhif was around, huh? That was just this morning.
Oh, lucky us.
appeared here?
Yeah, Ruhif.
Oh,
I was wondering how long it would take for this to spread through the globalist channels. Like you saw with the other Taylor and Taylor were here. A lot of the chimpanzees will start showing up.
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
Chimpanzees. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the reason why they act like monkeys is because they actually think they are monkeys.
That makes sense.
They're not. They're being true to their. They think
Yeah,
they're
they're
a monkey.
saluting their ancestors.
Yeah, like that skit from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where they're making fun of humans. Why don't humans have large family, group? And the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy opens up. It says, "Well, let's check out human, family relationships. Humans are not fond of their families." And it shows like a picture of like a Thanksgiving dinner table, and like half the family is like human, and the other half are like monkeys, and they're swinging off the chandeliers and like throwing their poo at each other. It's like, yeah, large family groupings on Earth generally do not end well. It ends with someone losing an eye or whatever.
So we got any new guys in who want to ask a question or want to talk about the Earth? Archangel, Atarix.
So the Earth is flat.
Certainly is.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's observably, measurably, and practically used.
I've
I would
always
call that
believed
an only logical conclusion is it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of how an Earth could be observed flat, measured flat, and practically used as flat, and then suddenly be not flat.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that dog don't hunt.
One thing I don't understand about this whole flat Earth narrative is the scale of the conspiracy. In order to maintain that fiction, the scale of the conspiracy would have to be absolutely gigantic. Like all of the politicians, all the famous people, all the scientists, all the scientific community. Wouldn't everyone need to be in on it? Wouldn't everyone? Yeah, but wouldn't everyone at NASA need to be in on it, and everyone at every space agency have to be in on it?
But you don't need to pump it up to be way more than it is, right? So, do you really think that The Rock, like Dwayne Johnson, is lying about the Earth?
Well, I don't know, but
you don't know. Okay, obviously not, right? So, do you think that? I don't know. I'm trying to think of.
But everyone in every space agency would have to be, right?
So, a few people who are paid to uphold a certain falsehood would uphold that falsehood. I don't think that's that unbelievable. Like because what you
No, but everyone
originally said,
everyone at NASA.
what
would
you
have to be
originally
in on it.
said was, oh yeah, every celebrity, every politician. No, celebrities, they don't know. They just kind of go along to get along, right? Politicians, again, like they just go along to get along mostly. They're just trying to, dude.
Well,
Let
can
me
I?
finish. Let me finish,
Sorry.
man. Right? They're just trying to get elected. So when you talk about, say, like space agencies, yeah, cool, but that's their job, right? If they were to turn around and say to you, oh yeah, actually it's a whole load of bollocks, well, guess who's going to get fired straight away?
Right. So every person. So you agree that every person who works at a space
It's not
agency
every
of any
person
sort.
even. It's not even
Not
every
everyone, no.
person that would have to be doing that. Go on,
Okay.
Chris.
Well,
Most of them believe it, right?
I got a question for
Okay.
you.
So let me
helps
reverse
clear.
the question. How many people do you think are lying and in on the conspiracy, like in the world? Like how many are part of the scam?
A few hundred, maybe.
A few
Well,
hundred.
could I ask this? Could I ask
That's
this
too
more
low.
specifically? Do you know how
Why is
many
that too
people
low?
claim? Sorry, just very quickly.
Someone just said too low. Why is it too low?
Yeah, I did. For example, ship captains, right? Because if the flat Earth map is true, like if it's flat, it's not a globe. On the what is it? The south parts, like any travel from like southern parts would be like twice or thrice the distance.
But okay, so you're saying that the ship captains would be aware, but he asked how many would be in on it. So that's a very different question, right?
Well, they have to be in on it, right? So all
Why
the
would they
ship
have to be in on it?
captains, because they would know the Earth is not round.
Okay, do you know what the difference between being aware of something and being in on something is, right? So am I in on the conspiracy?
Wait, so they're just shutting their mouths so the crews
Well,
of
you're
these
not. You haven't
ships.
answered my question, dude. Am I
Yeah,
in
I
on the
know, I
conspiracy?
understand the difference.
Yeah, you're
sure.
derailing
You want to
But
answer
I'm
it then?
saying who's derailing?
Okay, let
You
me
are.
rephrase the question then. How many
I'm
people
not derailing.
do
No,
you
no,
think?
dude. Why is this happening? Like, am I in on the conspiracy? That's a very simple question.
No, you're not.
Right. Okay. So,
Presumably
but
not,
I'm
at least.
aware of
I
it,
thought
right?
I thought you understood what I meant by when I said in on the conspiracy. I tended to think that anyone who knew, like, quote unquote, the truth, but then didn't, like, just went on about their lives and pretended as if it wasn't. So let me redefine the question. How many people do you think in the world are in a position of knowing the truth that the world is flat, as you claim, or you would claim, but then pretend as if it's round? Like,
What
how many people?
for like professional purposes or?
No, in the world, the population of the world, right?
Well, again, it's an ambiguous question because it's like, do I go around in my day-to-day life saying, "Oh, by the way, guys, the Earth's flat"? Right? No, because
Take a
I
guess.
have a.
Like, guess
Well,
how many people?
It has to be defined, though, doesn't it? What you're asking has to be defined before I can
Well,
answer.
like what this guy said, like all the ship's captains, all the airline pilots, like all these people who would be in a position of knowing.
Right. So
Well, none of
again,
them.
I will give you myself as an example. Right? Do I go around saying to everyone, "Oh, by the way, the Earth's flat" in my day-to-day life? No, because I have professional relationships that I don't want to jeopardize with this knowledge. Correct?
But
No, I'm not asking how many. No, I'm not asking
I
how
don't know
many
why
people
every
believe it's
single time I
flat.
ask a question, nobody answers it, but everyone's expecting me to answer their questions. If this is going to be a conversation, then there has to be give and take on the answering. So I've asked two questions.
What the
No
question
one's
that I'm trying to
answering
clarify, because the question that you asked
them.
isn't
You want to
what
answer
I
my
asked.
question, though?
I'm trying to ask the question: how many people in the world do you think know that the world is flat?
Right. Well, I
But
can't
are
answer
in
that until
a
you
but
answer
in
mine.
a
I can't
okay.
answer that until you answer mine
What's your
because I'm
question?
trying
Sure.
to
What's the question?
clarify. Yeah.
Ask the
So
question.
my question was, do you count me? Because as I say, I have professional relationships where I don't think this knowledge will be conducive to that professional relationship. And let's just say they make a joke while I'm working with them. Oh, ha ha ha, the globe X or planet or whatever. I'm not just going to come out and say, oh, by the way, the Earth's flat, right? So am I included in that, or are you just talking
I
about?
suppose you would have to, logically, you would have to be.
Well, then, in that case, every single flat earther is "quote unquote" in on it.
Yeah, but besides the flat earthers, how many people?
Okay, well then, do you see why this needs clarifying? Because if you're not talking
Sure.
about the flat earthers, I think maybe quite a few people are kind of aware of it, but they don't want to talk about it. Probably loads of pilots. They just think, oh, it's a bit sus. I'm not sure that the Earth's
Is
a
it some
globe.
of the pilots or all of them?
Well, quite a few of them, I'd imagine.
Like
We're not surveying all the pilots,
50%, 60,
obviously.
70%,
I don't know.
80%.
You haven't surveyed them, but there'll be
Are
loads of them who'll be aware of it, and they'll be like, I don't
are
want to
the
jeopardize my
are
lovely
the
career.
companies who like pay for the fuel in on it too? Because they have to pay far more costs, right, for like these
No,
longer
bro.
distances.
90% of people are not thinking about this. They're just doing
No,
their
no.
job, and their
I'm
job does not
talking about
involve knowing the shape of the Earth.
I'm talking about things that would be actually of material consequence.
Yeah,
Like
me too.
longer
Listen,
distances,
Hollywood
I
Squares,
in
Hollywood
my
Boulevard.
just
Let's talk about that.
anecdotally, I work with people who design field layouts for oil and gas projects, right, on the seafloor, and they have to deal with projecting pretty big distances for different equipment, umbilicals, connections over a vast plot of undersea floor. And in their work, none of them, as far as I know, are even thinking about it, even though they're designing their fields just assuming a flat surface. They're doing that work practically involving the surface, but none of them are asking the question,
but they're laying
is
cable
the
on the
surface
surface of
flat?
the
So it's not
seafloor.
easy. You can't just say, oh, well, if you fly a plane, you must know. You know, you might just not think about it. I mean, you're told when you're flying a plane to treat it as flat and motionless. That might be as far as your thought goes. There's definitely some pilots on film who've said, yeah, it's flat, whatever. Does that mean they even think it? We don't know. But I mean, it's a pretty general and vague question, and I would kind of flip it around to you to say, how many people do you think it is that would have this knowledge, even according to the Globe story, right? So, how many people do you think have claimed even to go far enough away to see that the Earth is a globe, Atarix?
I think it would have to be millions of people in the world, right?
Right,
Like,
exactly. So you've
seven
got
or
this
eight, 7 or 8
misunderstanding, right?
billions.
So you've got this
But 7 or 8 billion.
misunderstanding. Wait.
It'd
Let
be good
me
if we could
finish this
finish
point.
answering
Let
the
me finish
question.
this point.
But you asked me
No,
a question
I'm
now.
finishing my point. No, I'm finishing my point.
No,
So
you finished your point. You asked the question.
You Globers have this idea that there's millions of people who would be in a position to know this, that the Earth is a globe, when in reality, even according to the globe model story, the only people who claim even to have gone to a place where they could observe the Earth to be a ball are the Apollo astronauts. So that's a total of about 25 people. So when you're asking us about who's got this knowledge or who doesn't have this knowledge, what you really should be asking is who claims to have the actual knowledge and the vision of a globe. It's 25 people. So if you're talking about what's likely to believe based on how many people believe X or Y, you're currently basing your belief on what 25 people say they've seen.
Yeah.
Can I finish answering? Can I finish answering the question or not?
Keep going. I was just adding that in.
So I can finish answering the question then. Is that
you're going to answer your own question, or are you going to ask a question?
No, I was going to answer your question.
Okay. Well, you did answer it. You said you think millions of people would have seen it, but they haven't.
I wasn't finished answering. Wasn't finished answering the question.
Okay. Well, it's 25 people that claim to. Continue.
No, it's fine. I'll just duck out because you don't seem to want to engage properly.
Do I not?
You're the dude.
No, because you wouldn't let me speak, and then you try to tell me what my answer should be before I'd even
Let's test
fully
this.
flesh it out and talk about it.
I'll steel man your position.
So I won't waste my time. It's a fucking waste.
I could steel man your position.
He's so triggered.
You're not nuts, Crypto.
Like, hey, Crypto. I got curious. The Hollywood Squares, right? They put a thing here for the Apollo 11. Is all of Hollywood in on it? Oh fuck! He left.
Fuck's sake.
Dude, that was his claim from the beginning. You guys don't engage. I'll show you how you don't engage, and then he leaves.
I mean, I think that was a pretty reasonable interjection.
Yeah, it's like, if his whole thing is that he wants to tell you that your ideas are conspiracy theory, no, they're not. I'm not talking about conspiracy theory. If you want to talk about conspiracy theories, let's go down that road, okay? That's a different line of logic than the physical geometry of the Earth, the surface of the Earth.
Like, I asked him the same question over and over and over again, and he refused to answer, and then he has the cheek to complain about people not answering questions. Like, for God's sake, man, have like some sense of reality.
Yeah, I think it was pretty relevant to point out that if his question or his position is based on some kind of idea of an overwhelming number of people having a specific bit of knowledge, it's relevant to point out to him, especially since he confirmed he had no idea by saying, well, I think millions of people have seen the globe. That's not even the claim. It's like 25 people. So that was relevant to point out to him, but I guess he didn't like that. I don't know.
The problem he runs into also is that the globe claims a overview effect, and the problem why there hasn't been the second age of enlightenment or renaissance, because not enough people have physically seen the curve of the earth for themselves. They don't understand the globe. So there's a hold back. And Michelle Thaler did this for the Inspire mission. She broke down and said, the more people who go to space, the better off humanity will be. Because right now, just seeing photos or seeing conceptual ideas in sci-fi isn't helping people move past sort of like tribalistic ideas. So I would tell him there, like, hey, how about this, right? What would it take for a globe worldview, as explained by the astronauts, as written by Frank White, who got the idea from Edgar Mitchell? How many people would have to be in on it before this giant leap forward for mankind? When does that happen? Because 1972, it fell flat on its face. The space age abruptly ends. The information age starts, which is marked by disinformation. So when do we get this renaissance? Because you say we're in the dark age of space exploration right now. So when does a giant leap forward happen? How many people have to be in on it?
Have a good day.
Is he hard miking or?
Don't know.
Archangel. Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. You were hard miking a bit there.
Oh, my neighbor's just leaving. I'm sitting outside on my porch.
How cool.
So the Earth is flat. I've always thought that, but it can also be um, concave and convex at the same time, and flat all at the same time. Three possibilities.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think it can be all three at the same time.
I think in God's consciousness, he can conceive of three things being true at the same time. And then then you got the simulation theory, where everything is a video game. That can also be true. So that would be four things, all true at the same time.
Is there any objective truth in this realm that you talk about? Like, can we observe anything to be true if it's all the things at
Well,
once?
we can choose to believe in only one. Most people do.
Choose.
But I'm able to conceive
Not a
four
choice.
things possible at the same time.
You are speaking English right now. True or false?
Yes, true.
Okay, so we do have objective
Questionable.
truth. Well, yeah, good point. So we do have objective truth, right? So that's what we're saying, is that there is an objective truth that, like, because people often say, well, if God is all powerful, then he could have made, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
We're not asking what he could do. We're not asking what an all, because this is a very obvious question and answer, isn't it? What could an all powerful being do? Well, if the being is all powerful, whatever it wants is the answer, right? But we're not asking what's possible. We're asking what actually happened. So, what did the creator create?
Yo, you flat earthers think that the moon is not like a real object, right?
It's not
You're
physical.
talking about the moon, dude. Flat Earth. There's two words there, flat and Earth. If you want to talk about the moon,
Ask his question though. Let him ask.
Okay.
Well, how
Yeah,
does the
I was
moon-
just thinking, isn't the proof that it's physical that like when it's above the ocean, like there's like a tide or whatever, and when it's like away, the tide moves away from it, and that's
Yeah, it's not
literally like
necessarily all flat earthers,
observable,
but
testable, repeatable, etc.
You don't even need something as like complicated as that. You could just literally take the moon, for example. Like if it looked different every night, then yeah, the Earth would be flat, but it's not.
Well, I don't think he was asking a globe earther, so I think Crypto was trying to answer him.
oh yeah, I was just going to say that's not necessarily a flat Earth position. Some people think it's physical.
thank
Some
God.
people think it's not physical. And
Good.
what do you mean? Thank God. we're just discussing based on the evidence we've seen, right? So some people say it's some sort of.
Thank God we're not debased of all like reason and intelligence yet.
Yeah, but dude, you think that you're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour and you can't feel it, so I don't think you
Like,
can be.
why does
when
that
I'm in
fucking
a
confuse
300
you, though? Like, you
kilometer
say
an hour
that and
train,
you
I
just
don't
don't
feel
know
it
what you're
either.
talking about.
Well, that was a
I do know what I'm talking about. That's how I know that you think that. Clearly.
Have you ever been in a really fast car, like a Corvette?
Yeah, I've been in a plane. I've been in a car. I've never been on a planet moving 1.5 million miles an hour though.
Did it feel like you were moving 500 kilometer hours or
What, in a car?
300?
Yeah, I can feel
No,
myself
just
moving in a
ramped it
car.
up to like a gazillion. You wouldn't feel
I can
it.
feel myself moving in a car is the answer. Yeah. Is that really?
Like when it's like shaking, the suspense was moving back and forth. What about a plane with no suspense?
Have you ever tried walking backwards or forwards on a plane?
Right. How you ever tried answering a question that defeats your?
I just answered your question, dude. And now you're not answering mine.
No, you didn't.
What is it with you guys?
Did you
You
feel
want
in
to ask?
the
You want to ask
airplane
6 questions?
any kind of movement?
I answered your first question, and then I asked you a question, and then instead of deciding to answer my question in reply to me answering yours, you decide to ask me a second
If
question.
anybody's recording this, and I'm very
would you
good
like
at
to
this,
answer my question?
I
then?
asked a question that wasn't
Would you like to
answered
answer my
first,
question?
and so
Because I
every time
answered
you ask
yours.
me a question in
I
response,
answered your question,
I
dude.
asked
Would you
more
like to answer
questions.
mine?
What's your question?
My question is: have you ever tried walking backwards or forwards on a plane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did it feel the same as walking backwards or forwards on the Earth?
Yeah. Felt.
No, it didn't.
Felt
Liar.
fine.
Liar.
No, it
Is
didn't.
this supposed to feel different? Let me look this up.
It does feel different. It doesn't matter what's supposed to happen. It does feel different. If you're walking backwards or forwards on a plane, it's much more difficult to walk one direction than the other. And you would know that if you've been on a plane.
Are you afraid of heights?
What has that got to do with anything?
I mean, maybe like this is kind of a subconscious like fear that you have that you're so high up in the
So
sky.
because you can't answer my question, you're now trying to psychoanalyze me.
No, I'm bringing up a real
This is
possibility.
really weak, dude.
I mean, why would it feel different on a plane?
Because
That's what I'm
dude,
trying to figure out.
it does objectively. Like, have you ever tried walking backwards or forwards on a plane?
Yeah.
Then you know that it's more difficult to walk one direction than the other. That's the same on a train as well.
Wait, you're not. I'm sorry for jumping in, but you're not actually implying that you're walking against the speed of the plane when you're walking the other way, right? I mean, you
No,
have
I'm
it.
not. I'm
Okay.
saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. I'm saying
No, that's
what
why I'm asking because I want to clarify.
Okay,
So why is it different?
Okay. Here's
I
7
don't know
possibilities. Here's what ChatGPT says. Turbulence, obviously. Might throw you off a bit. Narrow aisles, right? Might not be used to it. Might have a fear of tight places. Slight tilt. Could be a slight tilt. Forward or backwards.
He's using ChatGPT.
Cabin pressure, for some reason, it says that most people it isn't noticeable. For my people, it make them feel lightheaded due to differences in oxygen level. Acceleration or deceleration, which obviously might be possible.
Oh, I thought
and
you couldn't feel it.
noise
and
and
now you
vibration,
can feel it.
and just awareness of being on the flight. Just simply
Isn't it
knowing that you're
weird?
thousands of feet above the ground, moving hundreds of miles per hour, might psychologically make you feel different. Wow.
Isn't it weird?
So
'Cause
I
you-
wasn't talking
just
shit.
earlier,
ChatGPT
isn't it
agreed.
weird? Because just earlier you said that you couldn't feel it, and then you bring in acceleration and deceleration.
I don't feel it. I've been on the plane about 3-4 times. I
So-
never felt the difference.
No,
So
but
I'm
there's
going to say it again
ChatGPT is
because
telling me
you
there's
ignored
possibilities.
it. I'm going to say it again because you ignored it. You
Guys,
just
there's the
said you
reason
can't
why
feel.
you can't stand
you
up
just
when the
keep talking over
airplane's
me.
taking off and when it's
Keep
landing.
talking over me. That's fine.
Guys, Crypto's talking. Let him
Yeah.
finish.
So you just said about 2 minutes ago you can't feel it, right? And then one of the answers was acceleration and deceleration. You don't understand how you fucked up.
Okay,
He
let's
wasn't.
talk about this. Does the Earth have turbulence?
So you just
Does
ignore
the
it.
Earth
Okay, fair
has
enough.
narrow aisles?
Just ignore when you are ruined in a debate. That's cool.
How am I
No,
ruined in a
you
debate?
literally just didn't listen to him, man. Like he said that.
All right, no one's gonna butt in. This between Crypt and this other guy. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to speak for the guy. The guy can speak for himself.
Yeah. Well, I've made my point. I just want to know if he's actually going to address the acceleration, deceleration, or just red herring it again.
Okay, so what you said was like acceleration, deceleration. Like, what are you trying to say, right? You just said like a couple words. What's the point you made?
Are you saying that acceleration, deceleration are code words?
What?
Are you okay?
Okay, I don't think you're listening. Okay, let's
you
go
saying?
back a little bit. You mentioned acceleration and deceleration, and then somehow this is like a defeater or something, or like I'm not answering some kind of question. Like, what am I not addressing here?
Well, because your original claim was that we're moving 1.5 million miles an hour on the Earth, but like you wouldn't feel it because of planes, bro. That was your original statement, right? Have you ever been on a plane, bro? Right? You were trying to imply that I'm stupid or I haven't been on a plane or whatever, right? Because this is one of these kind of like rhetorical tricks that you guys use. You just imply that we don't have life experience or we don't have intelligence, right? Which obviously the fact that
I actually wasn't going that way. I could see how I could do that.
I'm pointing out all of your logical fallacies obviously proves that I know exactly what you're doing. But the point I was trying to make is that if a plane's accelerating or decelerating, then you feel it, right? So if the Earth was also doing that, you would feel that too, correct?
Uh-huh.
And the Earth claims to be doing that, so why don't you feel it?
The Earth is accelerating or decelerating in what sense?
In the sense that when the Earth turns, you would feel that movement. When the Earth orbits, you would feel that movement. It's claimed to be accelerating and decelerating all the time, bro.
So how do you know it's accelerating or decelerating?
I don't think it is.
Okay, do you have any studies that show from like the
The
Globers that it's accelerating or decelerating?
I don't think it is, bro.
No, I said,
That's your
dude, you're not
claim.
listening. Crypto Joe, you're the one who's has the bad ears, dude. I asked you, do the Globers have studies that show that the Earth is accelerating or decelerating on its axis or around the sun?
Well, that'd be up to them, wouldn't it, to provide that if they think that's happening?
Well, you're the one. Okay, you're the one making the claim that this is a problem for us, so you would be able to show us that hey, the Earth is accelerating and shit.
I don't think you know how proof works. So if
You're retarded. This is called burden of proof.
So I actually, exactly.
At the moment, I don't think the Earth
right. So you've
accelerates or
just called me
decelerates because I don't
retarded,
feel it.
and then you've decided to then just talk over my response to you calling me retarded, right? So the problem here is that this is your claim. You claim that the Earth
That it accelerates or decelerates, or is that what you claim? Answer that.
You claim that the Earth is moving in all of these different vectors, right? This is your claim. I don't have to provide evidence for your claim. That's your job. And then you have the cheek to say burden of proof. Like, bro, that's what you're doing.
You're the one who thinks that in my worldview, the Earth accelerates or decelerates.
Yeah, do you believe the Earth's a globe as as described by the mainstream model?
Maybe go on G-force, guys. If you know G-force.
Well, it's a yes or no question, dude.
But that explains the whole airplane,
of course you
car,
weren't.
elevator.
Of course you weren't listening.
AT, they're still in the conversation, bro. Chill.
So do you believe that the Earth is moving, as described more or less by the mainstream model? So yes or no question.
Yeah.
Then you believe that the Earth's accelerating and decelerating. Do you have evidence for that?
How much is it accelerating or decelerating?
Well, that's your claim, bro. I don't think the Earth's moving at all.
Okay, you're the one who's saying that I have a problem in my worldview because
yeah, I'm telling you what they
would
tell
be
you.
accelerating or decelerating.
You're saying that what
How
they
much?
say is, dude.
How
You're
much?
saying
Because it
what
depends on the
dude,
magnitude.
You're saying that what they say is true, and I'm asking you for that evidence, and then you're asking me for the evidence that you already believe. This is retarded.
Okay, can I go in now? The mod.
Yeah, let AT jump in quickly.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm done with this anyway.
So very quickly, just to add to this conversation, the G-force perfectly explains what you're talking about: acceleration and equilibrium. And if you add that, maybe that would help you understand why it happens and when. That's all I have to
Okay.
say.
Try using horizontal accelerometer and move it. Put it on the table and move it. Walk with that and show us. Because when I put the horizontal accelerator on my table, it presents this 0.0. But when I move it, when I walk with this, it presents numbers. So where is the Earth moving? Do you have any proof?
Yeah, so here's the thing. When you're moving with an
What
object
test?
and you're
What
in
test?
equilibrium,
What experiment did
I'm
you
trying to explain
do?
and you're cutting me off.
You have nothing to prove.
I have, but you keep
Hold on, we'll
interrupting.
Show
let him
us.
go, and we'll
Show
see
the
if what he
experiment
says
or the
is
test. Show the test
experiment.
or the experiment to prove
Well,
it.
you
Because
could,
I just take a print screen. It says 0.0.
right.
And
So
when I walk with this
if you'd
back,
listen this time,
forward, left and right and backward, it shows numbers. So where is Earth moving?
so when you're accelerating with an object, right? Which you are when you're walking, right? You will change that object's trajectory and the speed at which it accelerates, right? That's also why when you're in a car, when it takes off, if you've ever been in a car, especially electric cars that can speed up very fast without changing gears,
Okay.
those
Use
cars
this.
you'll feel hey, try not to cut me off. You'll feel like a slight pushback in the seat, especially if you're not the driver and you don't have your hands mounted on the steering wheel. You'll feel like a slight shift in your seat, right? But when you're at, let's say, 100 miles per hour, if you remain constant, you won't feel that anymore. But if you have a very sharp brake or if you hit something, you'll be thrown out the car and you'll maintain that speed for a while until, of course, the wind slows you down or you hit the ground or something like that, right? That's the G-force at work. It's also
Yeah.
what happens when you're in an elevator or an airplane. So
AT,
initially,
he's
when it
asking
takes
for the proof that the Earth is moving.
I
the
did post.
Earth is moving. If it
Yeah.
was accelerating and decelerating all the time, you would feel it, of course. But since it's moving at a
Okay.
constant, you're at an equilibrium, so you don't feel any force at all because you're moving with the object.
Is
right?
an elliptical orbit constant in its speed?
It's so constant you wouldn't feel the difference. It's
Is it
accelerating.
constant if it's an elliptical
Impossible.
orbit?
No,
It's impossible.
of course not. But
You
it's
can't
so
be.
Okay,
slight.
so by your own definition, then you just said if it's acceleration and deceleration, you feel it. An elliptical orbit necessitates that. So by your definition, you would feel it, and you don't.
No, because the movements are so slight. You wouldn't make the difference between
Do you know what the
99.
difference in speeds is claimed to be?
We can look it up. No, I don't know it on top of my head.
I looked
Okay.
it all up.
Why don't you look it up?
Okay. Walking on a plane. Suppose you're walking
No,
on a
no,
plane.
no,
The plane's like
the claimed elliptical orbits of the planet that you think you live on. We'll go and find those numbers and then tell us what they are.
We're actually talking to AT, not you, man. So you're gonna hold.
Yeah, it turns out AT is actually a bit better than you. So
I'm not trying to be better, but I'm just trying to add things to the convo when it was at like a stale point. But as far as I could look up, it looks to me that top speed is 11.25 orbits per day, and the lowest speed is, see here. Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, look at the
No.
GIF in the chat.
oh, someone posted it.
Yeah, you have the speed numbers there.
Okay, well that's that's a static number that's assuming, but the
Would it be
variation.
changing? Would it be
between
changing the subject
orbit.
if I
Yeah,
said?
but that's different vectors on the elliptical.
Would it be changing the subject if I said, what do you guys think about the simulation theory, where we're all in a computer video game?
It's retarded.
You
Well, it's
think?
not like, dude, I think it's kind of redundant because you're talking about someone who, let's just say you've got like a programmer and he decides the rules of the reality and he can design it in any way he wants. What is the actual practical difference between that and an all-powerful creator?
Right.
So then,
Yeah,
it's
what I
kind
would
of
say to
redundant, right? Anyway,
yeah, what I would say to that is basically, if that's what you want to believe, whatever. All we're saying is the simulation that you think you're in, the surface that you're on in that simulation is not a spinning ball. And also, like Crypto says, then you're inherently claiming a creator, basically, which most of the globies, for some reason, don't seem to want to do, but they do if it's simulation.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for the gentleman who thinks the Earth is moving, and he's making these grand claims about it. What is your natural observed phenomenon of the Earth moving around? Because obviously you have to see the Earth doing something in nature, right? What is
Yeah.
it doing in nature that you've noticed that it was doing that? And to verify that, what equipment did you use, or to specifically measure that rotation?
It's a good question. I've noticed, especially day and night cycles, I've noticed the different seasons that we have and how they're
Yeah, but
explained through this
I'm not
phenomenon.
talking.
Wait, are you
Sure,
not
I'm not talking
listening
about.
or?
I'm not talking about the other things in the sky moving. I'm talking about the Earth that you're standing on moving, observably moving. So you have
Yeah,
to actually see it move.
but
The Earth.
that would entail night and day cycles, right?
No, it doesn't entail night and day. That entails you looking up at the sky, not the Earth.
Yeah, that would just be the sun moving, AT. We're talking about the ground moving that you're claiming.
Yeah. When do you see the
We've
naturally
observed
observed phenomena of the
we have
Earth
observed
moving?
we have observed that the sun is not moving, that the Earth is orbiting the sun and not vice
No, you
versa.
observe the sun moving, AT, every day.
No. I have observed the Earth moving in respective to the sun, not the
Wait.
other
So
way
you
around.
don't see the sun move through the sky every day?
No.
What, so does the sun just stand still in the
Yes.
sky?
Think about
The
it.
sun stands still in the
Yes,
sky.
yes, I said yes. It doesn't stand still, it's held in
So how does
place
it become nighttime where you are if the sun's always just standing still in the sky?
due to the circulation of Earth and how it moves.
So what?
You
We
know,
see the sun move then?
No, the Earth moves. It's kind of like if
well,
somebody had a lamp and they stood still and you were walking around the lamp, you would
how
be
do
You
you
would
know?
moving, but
you would
for
see. So
your
you would see the lamp moving.
no, the
Yeah.
lamp would still be standing still. I mean, you could be tricked perhaps into thinking that, but it wouldn't be true.
Wait,
No, you're
how would you be
actually
true?
you're tricked into thinking that the Earth is moving when the sun is the one that's actually moving. So when you're looking at something, I'm just going to say this to the room so that everybody can get a grasp on what you're not getting right now. When you wake up in the morning, you go outside and you see the sun rising in the east. It looks like the sun is coming from the east and moving off into the west. And what you're saying is that the sun is not moving, the earth is. But
Yes,
when we make
absolutely.
our absolutely is what your claim. That's your claim. But the base axiom is that everybody sees the sun moving across the sky from east to the west. They do not observe the earth moving. That is what you've been taught and you've been told that is happening. So your idea is that the earth is moving. It's not what you observe. What you observe is the sun moving across the sky. Does that make any
No.
sense?
It makes sense what you're trying to portray, but the
Trying to
result,
portray.
yeah,
That's what
the
we
result.
observe. I'm just talking about a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spinning around. And you say the Earth is spinning, but that claim doesn't is not supported by our observation. Our observation is only supporting the fact that the sun is moving across the sky, not the Earth.
But I'm pretty sure this was
Real
explained
quick,
in a
bro,
marathon
before because
by
the opposite claiming the opposite of what you actually observing, your senses, right? Your vision. Claiming the opposite is by definition nonsensical. Go ahead.
because you
It
say
is
so.
nonsense.
Awesome. But
It
here's the
is
thing,
nonsense.
right? It
What's the
used
thing?
to be the common belief that the Earth was the center and all the other planets were orbiting the Earth. But even I think back in the 1500s, people with telescopes, right? I'm sure you're familiar with that instrument. They looked at other planets and other moons, and they observed that they also go through phases, and that would only
You
be
just
possible.
Yeah,
That would
no, but
only
we're
be
not talking
possible.
about other planets. Listen, we're not talking about other things.
That is
The
entirely
thing that's in
relevant, though.
question. No, it's the relevance right now that we need to look at is the day and night cycles, which you brought up, and you said the sun is the one that's still and the earth is the one that's moving. So when we make our observations, we do not observe the earth doing anything. Your idea of what you think is happening is what you're saying is true. That's not the naturally observed phenomena, though. You don't naturally observe the earth moving. You naturally observe the sun moving across the sky. That's what you see. That's what I see. That's what everybody sees. When you say the opposite is happening, it's the other way around, and you say we've been only could we can only think that the Earth or the Sun is the one that's moving around. And then you're saying something that's nonsense, because our observations always see the sun moving across the sky from east to west. The sun is moving. So at what point, that's what I'm asking you, do you start to see the earth moving? At no time do you see the earth moving. No
But you
time.
can't see it when you're on the object that's moving, right? That's like when you're in a car and you're driving, it doesn't feel like
How is that
you are
analogous?
moving.
How is being in a car analogous to that? Because when we're on the earth right now, when you're on the earth, you don't see the earth moving around. When you get in a car, you know that the car is moving around because you got in the vehicle and you can get out of the vehicle. You, sir, cannot get in. You can't listen. You can't get in the earth and out of the earth. So you can. You,
Well,
you
you
don't have
can.
that. You no. You can you do that right now?
It's a question of
Can you
money
do that right?
and
Can you do that right now?
yeah, I can.
How?
You could literally go into a rocket and you launch yourself into
Can
space.
you do that right now? Can you go and verify what you're talking about, or are you just talking utter nonsense?
I can, but it would be improbable and it wouldn't be
You
fruitful.
have you done it? Have you done it?
You don't need all people
Have
to
you
all
done it, sir?
join
Have you done it? Have you
Have I
done
been
it?
in a rocket? I've been in an airplane before.
You're making a claim. You're making a claim that you can do something that you cannot do currently, and you're
Wait,
saying yes, it can be
have
done.
you proven that I cannot do it?
Okay, no, this isn't a burden of proof reversal. You're making a grand
Kind
claim.
of
Now you're going
is.
to support it. Now you're going to support it. So you got in. You got in the. Can you get in a vehicle like the one you're mentioning and go outside of this system and see the Earth moving around? Can you do that?
A person could do that and have done so. Yeah,
Can you?
absolutely.
Can no? I'm not talking about a person, sir. I'm actually. You're on the hot seat. Can you do that?
It doesn't really feel that hot, honestly.
Okay, then can you do it?
Yes, I've said this multiple times.
When have
Too
you
many
done it?
times. No
When
need
have you
to
done?
say it.
When have you done it?
So let me display something to you.
When have you done it? Answer the
Hey.
question.
Try not to
Answer
cut
the
me
question.
off. Try not to cut
Oh
me
no,
off.
answer the question. When have you done it?
Then try not to cut me off when I'm answering.
When have you done it?
You have to give a date,
Is
okay?
this just gonna be like a tango where we go back and
No,
forth?
no. This is going to be you answering the question. This is
Right,
what
then
you're
let me.
avoiding. The whole room,
No,
the
I'm
whole
not avoiding
room needs to
anything.
hear how you're being dishonest right now. Have you
So
done it? And go ahead and
you
tell us
could
when.
pick up a
When
knife.
have you done it? Stop
You
avoiding.
could
Stop
launch it
avoiding, sir.
into your heart,
Sir,
but
sir,
you don't need to
sir,
do it
sir. Stop
because
avoiding. You're
AT,
avoiding
please.
now. Just answer the
just the
question.
question, then move on to the next. Then you can talk about what you want here.
Yeah.
I said I haven't been in a rocket. I could go into a rocket, but it would be very improbable and would be fruitful for me to do so because of other
Okay,
endeavors that would
that's good.
rather
Now,
put my
now we're getting
resources.
somewhere. You
No,
haven't done what you said you can do, yet you're claiming that the Earth is the one moving around. So you
yeah,
don't
but
have any you don't have any evidence
I
to
do.
then say actually is doing what you say it's doing.
I do. I already mentioned telescopes and how if you observe
You're looking
discs
at
or
other. You're not looking at the Earth. You're looking at other things like the sun, the moon, the stars, and such. You're
yeah, but
not
everything
looking
is
at the
relative.
Earth.
Everything is
No, it's
relative.
not.
How are you gonna
Yeah.
observe objects
Yeah,
moving
exactly.
if it's not relative to another object? Then if you look at every object in a vacuum, nothing is moving, right? You have to look at it in relative position. Otherwise,
No,
you
you're
can
making a
explain
claim that
movement.
the listen. If you
No, no,
made a
but
claim
no,
that
no,
you're,
no. Tell
if you
me, no,
made a
no, no.
claim,
Okay, try not to spurg
I'm
out.
trying
Okay,
to explain to you,
try
but
to
you're not.
listen. No, you're trying to spurg out. I don't know
No,
why.
I'm spurg
But
out,
here's
dude. I'm
yeah.
getting pointed to the thing that you're
No,
saying.
you're not.
So
You're not
you're trying to
making any
make a claim,
sense. Listen to
dude.
the words that are coming out.
Dude,
Okay.
no.
How
Listen,
are
if you're trying to, okay, you're
gonna
not
be satisfied with movement if you're not looking at movement in terms of objects relative to another object's position? How are you then
you
gonna explain to me
you
movement? No, just
see the
answer. It's a simple question.
oh
I
shit,
would
I can't
very
answer it if you
happily.
keep
You can't.
interrupting me.
Okay, great. So you need other
If you keep
objects
interrupting me, I won't be able
like you
to.
do, like you do. Great.
You're seeing the things
Now
in
you
the
see
sky.
how annoying.
Right? You're seeing the things in the sky move. All I'm saying is that if you see the things in the sky move, then you could say the things in the sky are moving. But I'm asking you, when have you seen the Earth that you're claiming is moving around, that's moving, when have you seen it move? Not the things in the sky. You keep going to the things in the sky. All I'm saying is when you look at the Earth, when have you seen it move? The naturally observed phenomenon of Earth moving around. Naturally, we see the sun moving around. Naturally, we see the moon moving. Naturally, we see the stars moving. So all the things in the sky are moving. Now, when you make the claim that the Earth is moving, I'm asking you, when have you verified that? Number one, you said you haven't been in a rocket, so you have not verified it. You've already said that. But the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth moving has not been verified by you. So it is a claim that you made that cannot be supported by evidence. That's what I'm pointing out to everybody here. You keep moving off to something else. It's not, look at the Earth and tell me how it's moving. That's all I'm asking you.
I have the answer. Basically, when people walk around the Earth, it's spinning because we're walking so fast on it.
That's not an answer to the question that he was saying.
Yeah,
You don't naturally observe the Earth moving. The thing that you observe doing that's moving around is your body.
Listen, so this time, perhaps, let me try to come at it with the Coriolis effect, which I'm sure
No,
you're familiar with.
you didn't naturally observe the Earth moving. Sir. Why
Just
can't
let
we
him
go
get
back?
his point out. Just let him just say his piece, and then we can deconstruct it, just so that it's
Wait.
going somewhere.
Is somebody else talking? I muted Mayhem a while ago because he can't really seem to.
No, don't mute Mayhem, because we're having the conversation. Just unmute him and then say your piece.
Oh, okay. I'll give him another chance. Sure.
No, if you mute me, then you're just not
Yeah,
gonna
you
let.
just we can't have you muting.
Yeah, that's a disqualify for this room if you're muting the
Oh,
people
I'm
you're talking
shaking. I
to.
care so much.
It's okay, bro. It's okay.
People
Don't go.
cannot take their own
Don't go
medicine.
crazy.
Wow,
Just say your
that's
piece.
crazy.
Make
It's
your
not about
argument.
that. We don't need overlapping talks if you're gonna mute others, okay? While you're talking.
Oh, so
That's
it's
not-
okay
that's
when
not
it
gonna work.
happens to me, but not
Bro,
to
just go with your
Coriolis.
thing. Just go. Jesus Christ.
You're spurging out right now, dude.
Yeah, you're the one
How
spurging.
am I
Go on.
spurging out?
All right.
Oh my God. Go with your argument, bro.
Go. You got the mic. Talk.
So, like I said before, if you were on the other object, right? If you were standing on the sun hypothetically, it wouldn't look to you as if the sun was moving either, right? It would look to you as the Earth was moving.
That's imagination, though, bro. Come on.
How is it imagination? You've
'Cause you've never been on the sun.
other. No, but you have people who've been to other stars. You've been to people who've been
Well,
to
on
other
TV
planets.
maybe, but we're talking about what we can do.
Why? Why is that relevant? Do you
What
need
do you mean
every
why?
single
Because
human?
we are people living on the Earth. We want to know what it is. We don't just want to watch TV.
We're moving it forward. You said you were going to go to Coriolis. We're moving the conversation. I'm shutting up so that you can talk about your damn Coriolis. So talk about that, and
Yeah,
then
get
instead
it
of
out.
you talking about being on the sun hypothetically, really?
Right. So the Coriolis effect is an effect that is caused by the rotation of Earth. And what it does essentially is it creates these different patterns that we have in a weather system on both the northern and the southern hemisphere, right? That's why you see the winds moving actually opposite directions, whether or not you're in the northern or the southern part of the hemisphere. And that can only happen with rotational force happening on Earth. So that has never really been disproven by any of you guys, I think.
Okay,
Are you done? Are you done? So I can rebut? Because I've been waiting patiently for you to get your garbage out. So back to the
so
first
happy
question.
you've
Back
got
to the
your
first
manners in
question.
check.
Back to the first question. When have you naturally observed the Earth to be moving to make the grand claim that Coriolis is actually happening on the Earth because the Earth is moving? Back to your claim again. Back to my actually assertion saying how you haven't proven that the Earth is moving. When have you made a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin, axial rotation? How about that? Answer my question. How about that?
I am answering, and I'm not having you muted because I had my hopes up for you having your manners in check. So I've been surprisingly to both the northern and the southern part of our globe, and it is in fact a natural occurring pattern that we do see winds moving opposite direction, and that would only follow if the object of which this was happening on was rotating the way that it does.
That's a baseless claim, though. You can't just say this. The weather is doing what it's doing because I believe Earth's a globe. I see the
No, it's
weather,
not
therefore Earth's a
because
globe. That's affirming
it
the
does
consequence.
this, and then we find out, well,
Right.
it's because it's a globe. And
So are
it's
you saying that
it's
because Earth's a globe, we get cyclones that would go
no,
one
no, no,
way
no,
in
no.
the
We get cyclones like this, and those
Right.
happen because it's a globe. We
right,
experience
so they can only
on
go one way because of the rotation. Is that what you're
affirming
claiming?
the concept. That's a logical fallacy. That's affirming the
Yeah.
consequence.
Let me just get him to confirm this. So you're saying that they'll go one way in the northern hemisphere and they'll go the other way in the other hemisphere because of the rotation of Earth. Is that your claim?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
how about
Okay.
if
So
I show
then,
you? Here, can I jump in real quick on this one? And it's
Yeah.
only possible, right? It can't happen any other way. Obviously, can I get you to buy in? Right? It's
Not that I'm
impossible.
familiar with.
Okay, well,
I wouldn't
how?
rule anything out as a certainty because I'm not a weather guy.
Yeah, well, this is the point, and the crit. You're just about to say what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Basically, we have weather systems and anticyclones that go in the contradictory direction to what the claim, like you're making, would say. So no, we don't get weather systems always going in the same direction, depending on the quote unquote imagined hemisphere. They go in opposite directions than that claim would entail. So your argument there is automatically debunked by anticyclones.
Yeah,
Or
I like
even
to say
better, I got one that crossed the equator.
point something out real quick. He made a contradiction in his statement, though. I don't know if anybody picked up on it or not. He said, "I would accept anything except for the fact that the Earth is not moving." So that's the thing he wouldn't accept. So everything else he could accept that could be happening, but his contradiction was that he could accept anything, but except for the fact that the Earth is not moving. That's what he cannot accept. So he's a bit hypocritical there with his statement.
Wait, how did I say, or when did I say rather, that I couldn't accept it? I said it doesn't explain the phenomena, right?
Okay, here I got something that can
maybe you
explain
could
it.
lay out how it does this. And
Well, let's let Crit say his bit because Crit was wanting to jump in.
So, like, was it's AT, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was AT or AJ there. Okay, so the claim is that the only way these storm systems can work is because of Coriolis. And as the Earth turns, the air going back to the low pressure system causes it to spin because where the low pressure system was, by the time the air got there, had moved. A checker hold.
I don't know. That was very cryptic. I'm hesitant to say check, but it sounded like I agree with it. You can go
Okay.
on.
Well, if you say hold, I can go into more detail on that.
Please do elaborate. Yeah, just so we're on the same page. Yeah.
All right. So the Earth is spinning, and it's going, the one direction, west to east, and as it does this, the storms follow suit. And as the eye of the storm moves, the air on the outsides of the storm are getting pulled back in. But by the time it got to the center of the storm, the low pressure system, it had moved from its position. That's what makes it appear like it's spinning. But if you were to view it from outside of the reference frame, it would be all stationary. It would be all in unison.
With what?
With the rotation of the Earth.
So the Earth is rotating.
No, I'm saying this is the claim, right? We're talking about the claim right now. So if the Earth is rotating, you will see this cyclonic and anticyclonic based on what hemisphere you're on. This is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it's rotating.
Right. That sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so here, look at the, that's what I'm saying, check or hold. And so you're saying check, right?
Check.
All right, here is Typhoon Vaime. Typhoon Vaime is an exception to the rule. It spun just 150 kilometers, 93 miles, north of the equator.
Wait, what was it called again? Just so I have the name.
Yeah, I posted it in chat there.
Yeah, but I couldn't find the name. Oh, there it is. I thought I was looking at the globe. Yeah. You're good.
Okay, so NASA then determined that this was a combination of topography, meteorology, rather than Earth's rotation. So right there, you've got two variables that are now stronger than Earth's rotation in this one case. This is what Cyclone was talking about too. Meteorology. Meteorology is a stronger force than this fictitious Coriolis effect.
Well, wasn't this because the typhoon you're talking about, Vimy, wasn't it because it formed at the equator? And they rarely do that, so...
The excuses.
Yeah, this is what you call a black swan, because if the claim is the Earth rotating is what causes the storms to form this way, this storm formed despite that. So this can't be the cause. The cause was, according to NASA, meteorology and topography, not the rotation of the Earth.
Well,
So
I'm sure
you would have to
other
explain
factors...
this.
Yeah, I'm
You would
sure
have
there
to
are other factors that can form that, but
See?
naturally, the reason why we see the vast majority of them is
Okay,
due to
so
the
just
Coriolis
ignore
effect.
it. Just ignore the points of
Yeah, point for
cherry
point
pick them.
discussions are going to end up like this always.
So
Point for
if
point
you're going
discussion.
to, this is my
It's kind
point.
of
My
like
point
no,
is if
it's
you're
kind
going to
of
use
like
storms,
wait,
AT,
wait,
listen.
wait, wait, wait.
If you're
Pause, pause,
my
pause.
worldview is this,
Dude,
right?
I understood you clearly.
No,
Okay,
you didn't
now let
understand
me.
it clearly because you were throwing
I
away
did.
data. Okay, my point of view is if you're going to use storms, use all the storms. Okay, don't pick one storm or two storms or three storms
Majority,
and
and then
throw
as you
those out.
say, an outlier occurs, and then you explain the phenomenon of why an outlier occurred, and then there were reasons given to why it happened.
You
But
didn't explain it.
what do you mean?
Direct contradiction with NASA.
No, 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 no. It formed at the equator, right? Which rarely happens. And we looked at why it did, and there were factors given by NASA to why it did. But
Okay, which
that is not
exclude what? It
in
excludes which
accordance.
factor?
But that is not the inverse of the current Coriolis effect and how it affects weather
See,
Yeah,
patterns.
it is. It says, look at, read this word right here, rather than Earth's rotation. So your claim is these storms start because of Coriolis, and Coriolis is caused by the spin of the Earth. Okay, here's a
But there are
storm.
other factors. There are other
They,
factors,
they
of
need to be
course.
held by the premise, guys. I'm telling you, these
Yeah.
weasels are concede. I've been trying to tell you guys, flat earthers in the room. If you take them on point for point discussions, they just come back with excuses. They're not going to be held to the
He's
point.
weaseling out of
Everybody
it.
everybody in the room can hear him like squirming when I hold him down to the point. Where is the naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin? He needs
Yeah,
he,
no, but
he needs to be
at the
held
same
down to
time,
the
he just starts spiraling out at that, and a bunch of the people in the room have these similar questions. So it's still useful for us to just to point out where his claims are wrong. For example, when he makes the claims about the storms, a bunch of the other Globers in the chat thinks that's right. Yeah, the storms are always going in the same direction. But when we answer and point out that no, that's not even true, then they actually understand a little bit more about these arguments, as fallacious as they are, and why they're incorrect. Yeah, we
Yeah, but
definitely need to hold them to their initial assumptions, but it also has some utility in letting him get his attempt out.
let me just say the reason why I'm saying that, Wolfgang, because when you do that, it's just going to reaffirm a position. It's going to steelman it. Every time he gives an excuse, it steelmans a position the Earth is a globe. And so they all be like, oh, yeah, oh, I heard what the flat earther said. It was not good because I still believe the Earth is a globe. So they'll just still keep going back to steelmanning the position the Earth is a globe. So you think it's useful, it's utility. They are going to use it for just throwing more wood in the fire. It's
Wait,
just
Well,
a
they
way
can
to
ignore it if they
I
want,
have
but if
so
they
when you
take
but
the
it's not
argument, if they
that's
make the
why
argument like
Yeah,
guys,
here,
just
AT,
this
wait, pump the
about the
brakes, AT.
storms, and then we just patently show that that
Brakes it.
argument is untrue, they can try and default back to it if they want, but everyone else in the room can see that they're not
well,
making a compelling argument. So
It's kind of
and
like when
that's
you're
what I'm saying
boiling
though.
water, right?
AT, pump
Is
the brakes, dude.
AT, hang
The
on a
brakes
second.
are pumped,
So
but not
all I'm saying
forever.
is that when they don't, dude, all I'm saying is that when they don't have an answer to the question, and then people can say like, why doesn't he have an answer? Why does he keep going to something else? I think that's more useful because now they don't have an answer. Whereas every time we say let's just because that's too short and quick of a death. Like we need a little bit bigger battle.
yeah,
So
yeah, I get that. I
let's draw
agree
it
with
out.
that. But then at the same time, that opens them up to just going into the chat and saying, see, they're not even answering his questions. They're just muting him. So it's the optics to these other people who are listening that it's useful for us to indulge them slightly. I mean, I know we know all the arguments. We know what they're going to say. We know it's fallacious. But we also know how to just instantly counter it so that other
Apparently
people can
not.
see it. And then we bring it back to the
Yeah.
basics,
I don't know.
basically.
I guess if it's
That's a good
just
point.
for content, then I can see what you're saying. But outside of them, like acknowledging the fact that these Globers believe that they have points, and then we say, okay, well, let's just indulge them. Then we're just going to become another, like debate
Yeah,
channel. Just going to
no,
debate
because
it.
I think
I'm
that's
so
the best way
confused
to
here. So
expose the
if you have,
fallacies. Though you have to
I've been
actually
holding.
engage with them to some degree.
Point for point. Okay, I didn't. I'm my bad, dude. I thought that this
I'm not
was
saying point for
actually
point. I'm saying just within reason, so the conversation flows rather than just saying because if the guy's not going to answer the question, it's just going to,
So it becomes a
Yeah,
debate.
they're not going to answer. That's
It
what I'm thinking.
becomes
That's why there's no real point in asking them anything. Is try to get them to make a claim, then
Yeah.
show them their claim is wrong, then
Yeah.
let them follow their logic.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
That
here's the
includes in
thing.
their logic and fallacies, basically, I would say. Yeah.
My thing is, though, if they don't have an answer to the question, wouldn't that be more productive for the audience to them see not having an
Yeah,
answer?
it is. It is. But when they've said it like 2 or 3 times and they're not going to get any further, then I think we have to just move it on so that there's something different going on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is. We do want to be showing that they don't have the answer to who measured curve, who measured motion.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, though, what I'm trying to tell you, dudes, is that later on, this is going to come bite everybody in the ass because it's going to become a debate server or another debate channel like the other debate channels. But if that's what it becomes, then you're going to have the likes of all these other sophists that are going to flood it because they're going to be like, no, they don't listen to my points. If you stop them short and say, okay, where's the naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin? They don't have an answer. He's going to keep going to rockets and things he hasn't done versus him going to actually talking about Coriolis, where he does have some firepower because they do have their excuses, and then it'll just be a debate. You guys got your logically consistent points. He thinks he has his logically consistent points, and it'll be never ending. But I mean, I guess if that's the type of environment that these guys are going to have, I don't know. I value the truth and just having them get to the realization that there is no argument versus it becoming a point for point discussion. But if you guys see it more valuable as that, then I'll just
I
say
think we get better. I think we get better traction and better conversation overall if they at least feel like they're getting an opportunity to say their argument, even if we already know it's fallacious and it's not going anywhere. It's more, I would say, just for the nature of the discussion, so it doesn't just evolve into no, you're not answering the question, you're going to go on mute. And if we do that a bunch of times, then they just have the fallback excuse of saying no, they don't even debate, they just mute you, blah blah blah. We can expose them very easily doing it this way as well. So that's all I would
I don't
say.
know. Like, he's not being exposed, to be honest.
Hey,
but
Miggy,
coming back
and
with
Cyclone. Real quick, Miggy, your approach I think it will be better for the like anti-flat earthers, but the normies that just are like parroting the ideas that they learn, in the normal or the mainstream, right? Kind of pointing out that there is an actual that their point are that there is a like the point that Creed brought up. That's it's an important perspective to show them because they're just parroting what they learn, right? What they read somewhere, but they're not looking at the whole picture. And I guess for the people that just believe in the globe, this approach might be more efficient. Hopefully, because there's a big audience, so just trying to present the information as it is. And at the other, on the other hand, because we're using two hands, right? We don't use only one hand. We have two hands to work with. So your hand, the hand that you are referring to, is effective, Miggy, and the other hand that Cyclone is presented is also effective. You see, we can work with both approaches, if you know what I mean. Okay, thank you, guys.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Like the only reason why I'm giving a bit of resistance on this is because the outcome of either one is going to determine whether or not the audience is going to understand what truth is or not. So if the value of truth is at stake here, then wouldn't we want the opponent to actually like not have the answer? Because like obviously, if you do, I see what you guys are doing, and you're trying to get them to realize that even in their own rhetoric, even what it says in their own rhetoric is contrary to what they're saying. I can see that. But then, of course, you got the guy like in here who's going to bite back on that and say, well, didn't the Coriolis in that specific weather, wasn't just like one instance and it happened actually at the equal. So he's already giving an excuse for it. He doesn't. And so what I'm saying is it keeps getting bigger and bigger. And then the globe earthers are like, oh yeah, good. At least we got a win there because he rebutted him back and he had something to say. But my point is, no one's going to pick up on truth after that. It's just going to be two people arguing about who's right and who's wrong, and no one's ever going to get to the right and wrong. My thing is, I want people to understand right and wrong. This isn't a debate, but if you guys want to take it to the realm of where it is a debate, then it will become what I'm telling you, and it will just be an endless cycle of people bringing logically consistent points, and the others guys think they have that logically consistent point. That's my thing, and if that's what you guys value, then go ahead. I don't think it's going to be a place
no,
where people.
I disagree with that. I don't think there's. I don't think it's a standard here that I would be promoting that wouldn't help people see what's actually logical and what's actually true. And like Jemsy said, I think there's some utility in maybe what you're talking about when it comes to the people who are being intentional sophists and bad faith actors. But when it comes to just the average normie who has heard the average arguments, there is a lot of utility in us actually listening to them and letting them make their point and then explaining why that's fallacious. And I think about it, and I think it's one of the good positions that we're in here. Although, yeah, we can narrow down and focus on the key claims of the globe and how they're unsubstantiated, but we also have the luxury of being able to contend with every single one of these fallacious points that they bring with weather systems, satellites, whatever. And this is what a lot of the globe audience have in their head. So when they hear us discussing it and they hear us taking those down, it's like chipping away at this massive tree bit by bit. And we can do it from all these different angles. And I definitely think there's utility there, and it makes for a more conducive conversation because the other side think that they're actually getting heard, which they are. Otherwise, if you get it hammered down to this one question that they refuse to answer, it's just a back and forth of answer this question, no, I'm not answering it, get muted. Answer this question again, no, I'm not answering it, get muted. And it just stalls the conversation. Whereas this way, we'll go around person to person, let them say their bit. We can easily deal with all their arguments, and people are going to see the broadness of how fallacious the globe model is. And yeah, I think there's loads of utility in that.
Turning into a debate. It's turning into a debate. That's what it's doing.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily. Well, I mean, it's going to be debated anyway because they're going to hold a position. But I mean, if we can point out their logical fallacies for an audience, then that's sufficient.
Like
Okay.
what you
I guess
said about
everybody,
like people
everybody
getting.
agrees with that.
Just, could I have a second, please?
Oh, sorry. Go
What
ahead.
you said about people like muting people and then them wanting not to engage. Like, I at least hope that you guys see that when you mute people constantly, it's basically stepping on their throats, and then you guys all dogpile.
Dude, really?
It would not be the case that someone would want to get their throat stepped on all the time while trying to defend a position, and they can't even complete their position because they keep getting their throat stepped on.
We get it.
Thank
we get
you.
it, but you don't have to be so dramatic about it. Seriously, it's just a mute button, and people.
You don't have to kink shame, dude.
Yeah, we're not standing on your throat, bro. Don't worry. But yeah, okay, it's fine. We've discussed that.
It's the equivalent
Let's move
of it.
along because I think the guy that we were originally speaking to is now out. So if there's any other new people who want to chime in, they've got a question or they've got an argument they want to make for the globe, now's
He
the
went
time.
down to the rat cage.
Well, like
I tagged him to come back, but he's
Go
he's
ahead.
not going to come back. See, I was hoping I could take this in another direction too, where he's not ever going to let go of the globe, but you can show him that his belief is fallacious. Because if he follows his prediction, so next, can you use your model to predict the next hurricane or typhoon or cyclone? And he won't be able to. And if you expand it out, if you just say, here's your model, I give it to you, make a prediction, which way does the storm on Jupiter turn? He won't be able to do that either. So even in his own worldview, he lacks answers. He can't answer his own questions, and he's going to have to take that baggage with him now as he goes into the world. And he got that here. If he just hangs out in globalist echo chambers, they're never going to. It's just going to be like, yep, storms prove the Earth rotates. Yep. You know, and they never even looked into the topic. They never Googled it. They never looked at who said what, when, where, and why. They just make a claim. X proves the Earth is a globe. Yep. And that's all the further they go.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
It's both. Yeah, it's both and. Because the 3-point takedown is extremely powerful. And also, too, is meeting someone at a human level can be extremely powerful, too. Because in this server, there's been a lot of dehumanization of our point of view, of the Flat Earth point of view. So adding a face to it, adding a talking point, said, I was where you were at. You're just a few steps behind me. Gives us an interconnected storytelling that some of them will hear. Some people are just listening. Other people are talking.
I do agree with you that like there is a bit of dehumanization with like the Flat Earth position, which like I don't think that's right. But
I would say it contradicts their model because their model says the globe model should debunk dehumanization by now, tribalism, all these things like one world, all people, all connected. The overview effect, as coined by Edgar Mitchell. So how are they? That's one thing too. Like, how do you square that? How do you like people who also think the globe, like you do, and they're acting like tribalistic caveman people and have deemed others to be subhuman mongrels based off wrong think. Like, can you explain that?
I think that's wrong. Like, I don't think that people should be treating any people for unless you're doing some heinous crime like fucking killing people, then I don't think that it's right that people treat you like that.
Yeah, you attack the argument, not the person.
Yeah,
exactly.
I
right?
agree with that. Except whenever I've debated flat earthers, I'm the one getting attacked and I'm basically being told that I'm stupid for what I believe, and I'm not even engaging in like the same kind of bullshit. All I'm doing is just presenting an argument. They tell me I'm stupid for believing this argument, then they don't engage with it. That's
Well,
literally
let's
been
try
the case
again.
in every single argument I've had with a flat earther, and I've had plenty.
Well, let's try again right now. Let's start fresh. Do you think the storms spin a certain direction based on the rotation of the Earth? Is that something you believe in? Or you
I
know to
don't
be
even
true?
know if I can even prove that to you though. Like my arguments as far as it goes is just with the moon because I don't mess with all that other stuff. This is
Okay,
just
so-
something that I can easily explain to someone and that I don't see how it would work on a flat earth model.
Well, how about this? Just roll time back and people observe the same exact moon, the same exact way when everyone thought the Earth to be flat. So were they all wrong? Were they all in on it? Were they all in on the conspiracy? Like all
No,
the
not
people who
necessarily,
thought.
but
So
like
prior to the 1600s, people thought the Earth was flat and the moon was
Mhm.
the moon. Were they all wrong? Were they
well,
just they all were somehow mistaken? Not one of them could figure out. I look at the moon. That's interesting. I wonder if I live on a lava-filled, water-covered space ball. Or did they just
no,
look at the
like
moon
can I
and that was just
describe
the
it
way
to
the moon
you?
appears?
Okay, so here's my argument, right? So let's say that you live on a flat earth, okay? And what you said about like the people, were they wrong? Well, yes, and I'll explain why. So if we live on a flat earth, right? Do you agree that we see the same face of the moon every night? Yes or no?
I'm going to say that the moon, okay, is the
No,
way the moon
do we see the
appears.
same face?
Give you a
Just-
more comprehensive answer. That's
I
yes,
don't need
okay.
one.
A
I don't
very
need one.
long, comprehensive answer.
Let Crit give you his answer. You don't get to ask a question and then tell him how to answer. He's going to answer.
Okay, fair enough. Go
Okay.
ahead.
The moon, okay, is appeared the way the moon has appeared for thousands of years prior to recorded human history. No change. Okay? Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is people then said, I look up at the moon, that's my proof of X. That part changed. Prior to that, people said, I look at the earth and I observe the earth as X. So at any point, I would say you could take the moon out completely. Just it vanishes. Because one day you wake up and what the fuck happened to the moon? I don't know. But I know what it didn't do. It didn't change the surface of the earth.
Okay.
That's what it didn't do.
Well,
Okay.
here's the issue, right? And not particularly with what you're saying. Okay. So if it was the case, I'm just going to grant flat Earth. Just pretend that I'm saying that we're on flat Earth. Okay. If it was the case we're on a flat Earth, we would be seeing different faces of the moon.
Okay,
Why?
show that.
Because okay,
how about demonstrate
just
that?
look in chat. Just look in chat and look at this picture. Okay. If you don't understand it, I have another picture to help.
Okay,
help
this
you
is the
understand it a
problem
little
you're
bit.
having right here. This is this map or conceptual idea you posted. That
Mhm.
is called the AE projection. This is a globe. This is a globe you posted, and it's a
But
globe.
dude, that's really on a flat Earth. Like, if you
This is a
want to
globe.
present
This
me
is
with
called
something,
listen, dude. You're not paying attention. Okay.
okay,
What you've adjudicated.
if I have it wrong,
Okay,
right?
listen. I'll
then
tell you how you have it
present
wrong.
me with what is actually like the flat Earth and the moon, please.
Okay,
That's all I
this
want to
is what
ask.
you this is
If
what you
I'm
have wrong right now. Okay, so right now you've got the globe projected using mathematics. Then inside your worldview, you said this globe projection using math is wrong because of the way you view the moon. So which one is wrong, the globe or math? Which one do you think is wrong in it?
Okay, did you see what picture I posted?
Yeah, I see it. How can all people see at the same time? So right now, okay, what variables do you have here? You've got people at different locations, you've got the moon, and you've got a globe projection that was made using math. There's nothing in here that's flat Earth yet.
Okay, then let's work together. Okay, let's just say that I'm wrong. Okay, and what the thing I just showed you that isn't what you believe. Okay, since we're working with the flat Earth model here, right? I want to ask you.
No, you're working with the
show
globe.
me what you actually believe is there. Okay, because if that's not what I'm not trying to be malicious
Okay,
right
listen,
now. Okay,
pay attention
I'm just
here,
asking
okay?
you. Show me the
Which
actual
one-
model and how the moon works in a flat Earth model, please.
Okay, let's follow your conclusion, your idea to its full logical conclusion. Which is wrong? And so you think what your conceptual idea, this is wrong, right? You would label this as incorrect.
No, I'm asking if that's wrong, then show me what you actually believe, because you're saying that's flat
Okay,
Earth,
so this
and
is
I
right
don't see
then.
how that's flat
This is
Earth.
correct?
Okay, so I'm wanting to actually get
We
clarification
gotta go
here.
down logical pathways here, okay? What you presented, is this correct or incorrect?
About what I'm working with, what you believe. So
No, this
is it
you.
wrong or
You
not?
presented this, not me. I told you that the moon appeared to be the moon, and it's always appeared to be the moon. Nothing's changed about the moon. You, on the other hand, said this is your conceptual idea, and it doesn't work with how you understand the moon to be. I'm like,
No,
certainly,
with
Toby.
how I understand the flat Earth to be.
Okay, so you understand the flat Earth to be a globe projection using math.
No, man.
So
no.
which one is wrong? Your conceptual
That's
idea
not
of
how
flat
I
Earth
see it.
is your conceptual idea of flat Earth is the globe. You took the globe and made a conceptual idea of flat Earth using math to make a projection. So which is wrong? Did you have garbage in, garbage out? Or did you have
I don't even
truth
understand what
in?
you're saying now. I'm
Okay,
asking
I'll break
you
it
is,
down again.
let's just say
This
that
is
that's
an
wrong.
AE
Hey, can I
projection.
speak for 5 seconds, please?
Okay,
What
you're
I'm
not
telling you
listening.
is, if what I showed you is wrong,
Is it
right?
wrong? Is it? Yes
No,
or
no, I'm asking you, is that what you said? There's a problem with that. Okay,
No,
I'm just
do
going to
you
post
see
the
a
picture
problem with it?
again. Okay, what is the issue with this?
Do you see a problem with
Just
it?
look at chat and tell me what's
Okay.
wrong with that. Okay, and
Yeah,
then we'll
it's a
move on
globe.
from there.
The globe is what's wrong with this.
Okay, well then,
Of the globe.
You're
I don't
also
understand how you're
assuming.
seeing a
I don't know what
globe,
you're assuming the moon is in
but
that image, but it's like floating above people.
explain to me how it actually is, like what the Earth looks like as,
Oh yeah,
like
yeah. Here,
as a flat
let me
Earth.
tap
Okay.
out. It seems like I'm not going anywhere with you because you don't seem to be listening. So we're gonna.
Dude,
we'll tap.
how do you not see what's wrong with this?
Because I'm not. I'm not
why is the
seeing
moon?
it from
Why
your
is the moon so
perspective.
close, and why are the people 10,000 miles tall?
Okay. Well then, if there's some. Okay, let's just assume that's wrong. Okay. What does the Earth?
Assume it's wrong. Is the
Hey,
moon that
I'm
close? Are
trying
people
to work with
10,000
you,
miles
dude.
tall?
I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to be as agreeable as possible with you.
dude,
Okay. I'm asking you.
listen,
Let's just forget that. Okay.
Well, listen to him
Tell
then.
me how
Listen to
the Earth
Ilio.
actually
He's
looks
speaking
as a
to you.
flat Earth
Listen
with
then.
the moon.
Listen.
That's it.
Listen
Okay.
then.
Okay. First of all, I don't know how you can't see that's wrong.
Okay, I do see now that it's wrong. Can we please
It's not
move
the
on
scale.
from that
Okay.
point?
Okay. How? Look, I'm gonna walk
Literally,
you through
all
this.
I'm asking is just show me what it actually looks like instead of just
You can't
attacking
go
what I'm
outside the
presenting
Earth
to
to
you.
see
I'm
what the
admitting that I'm
relationship.
wrong.
Radan,
Show me the actual model.
Radan, your issue
Okay,
here is
the
you're
model
asking
of
for
what?
information.
The model of what?
The model of the flat Earth, what the flat Earth would look like with the moon orbiting it. That's it.
From where?
Just show me that.
The moon doesn't orbit the Earth.
Okay, how does it orbit it? Or if it doesn't orbit it, what is going on then? How come I see the same moon every night?
Because the moon. Okay, let's go back. How come you see the same moon on the globe?
Because it's tidally locked with it.
And
there's no other and.
No, there is another and, because even if it was tidally locked, if the moon was a lot closer, you would see the sides of it, right?
I mean, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but sure.
Okay, so
I don't even know what that means.
The distance, right? So, first of all, this isn't your argument. This is Professor Dave's argument.
Yeah.
And
So
you
I'm
don't even
asking,
understand it.
what is the thing that's wrong with this? Because
Okay,
so far all
I'm
I've heard
trying
is
to
that
teach
the
you
thing
what,
I'm
or
putting,
show
just
you what's
let me
wrong
get
with
this
it.
out. Let me get this out. All I've heard is this is wrong. You actually believe that, and nothing past that. I'm asking you, okay, let's just assume that what I presented to you is wrong. Okay, let's just assume that. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm asking, please show me what the model actually looks like, because I don't want to strawman you guys, right? I don't want to make assumptions about your position,
Radan,
right?
would you fucking
I'm
listen?
trying to ask you, show me what it looks like in your system.
Do you not know your own words? When you say, what does it look like, right?
If this is,
oh my
Radan,
God, dude.
I'm muting you because you are, like, this is an issue, right? Stop. Okay,
Oh, he
he's
left.
just left. Oh my god. See,
He
this is
doesn't
the problem.
understand his own argument. Well, I'm gonna say it
Yeah, you
anyway,
do.
right? So in the globe model, the reason why they say you can't see the size of the moon, other than tidal lock, is because the moon is so far away. Now, saying, "Oh, this can't work on a flat Earth," we can just make a baseless assertion about the distance of the moon and say it's 2 times the distance away, and because the flat Earth is 2 times as wide, it looks identical. We could say the same stupid shit. This is a dumb argument. When you ask, where do you, like, what does the flat Earth look like? From where? From on the flat Earth? From outside the flat Earth? From under the flat Earth? From freaking at your basement? On top of your house? From where? You want to know, what does it look like? From where? It's what I'm asking you, dude. From where? What do you want a model of from where?
Yeah, I think the main key here is that the only answer he was going to accept was that flat earthers had no answer, because he looked at Professor Dave's YouTube video. Professor Dave's YouTube video says, if globe, no flat earthers will be able to explain this. Flat earthers explain it in the text channels. He deletes all the comments and then says, look it, no flat earther explained it. And then he prefaced the conversation with, if you silence the opposing point of view, it shows that you have a lack of, substance to your arguments.
Yeah, that's
He's
just like
using someone who silences flat Earth as his proof of a globe. He's in a deep. Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
That's just like what AT was doing to me earlier. He was silencing me because he didn't want me to speak. Yet my point was, when you get him to a point where they can't admit the truth, they want to they want to swing off to another thing, and that's all I'm saying, guys. Like I just keep feeling like I don't want it. I want it to end like that, where they rage, where they're just upset. Oh, you don't want to listen to me. It's not that. It's that when you start asking them questions, how they know what they know, they don't have an answer to it, and that's why they leave. Not because you're just, oh, let's just mute the guy. No, they don't have an answer to the question. They don't even know what they're saying.
I straight up told him the AE projection's wrong, and he agreed with that. He said he would agree with it. The AE projection's wrong, but then he doesn't accept it because he says, well, the AE projection's right. I go, how is it right and wrong? How can you have that in your worldview? He says it's right for the flat Earth, it's wrong for the globe. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. That's a globe projection using math. So if you can see, you found a case where using math in the globe produces something that is incorrect inside your worldview, you have to question the variables in there, which were globe and math.
Yeah, they don't understand that it is a globe projection. Most people, actually, even some flat earthers, think it's not. You know what I mean?
Because they're still kind of they're not full like red pill. They're still thinking in terms of this idea that you can get this God's eye view of creation, that you can map out all of the world and place it in front of you as if it's an object for you to look at, and like a museum piece. That's not the way. That's not the way it works. And yeah, Indio had a great thing. You want to see what the moon looks like from the moon, from from like a little kid's point of view, from a giant's point of view, from whose point of view?
Yeah,
From what?
so that picture he posted, I'll unmute this dude. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to address what Chris said. So that picture that was posted is an orthographic view of the Earth from outside of it. Correct?
Yeah, sure. I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm wrong
So
about
how?
everything. Just explain it to me.
Dude. So how does that show you what the moon would look like?
How would
Because
that
we
show
don't
you?
see orthographically. We don't see from outside of ourselves. We don't see astral projecting looking back at ourselves, right? We see from inside our bodies. We see in a perspective view. So you can't say, oh, this does not work orthographically, so this possibly can't look like this prospectively. That's a nonsense argument. You're not even in the correct geometry.
Okay, then explain to me how it actually is.
Okay, so the globe claim is the moon is 300,000 miles from fucking Earth, and that's why we can't see the sides, as well as being tidally locked. Okay, so let's say your little AE map, that's the flat Earth. I could just say, well, the moon is just twice as far away. The moon is 600,000 miles away instead of 300,000 miles away, and it's going to visually look identical to what it would look like on the globe. All the measurements will be identical. Everything will be identical because it's called a linear perspective. So if you double the size and double the distance, it looks identical. So this little AE map, the Earth is twice as wide. So if I make the moon twice as far away and twice the size, everything looks the same.
Okay, but that just raises more questions than it answers. Because now you're saying
it would
that
look the
it's twice
same.
as far
How else
Just
are we measuring
Just let me finish. If we're gonna have a cordial conversation here, at least I'm not cutting you off. Okay? Could we at least agree that like I'm trying to at least be not a cunt here?
Yes, just say your point, please.
Okay. Well, you're claiming that it's twice as far away, and you're claiming a lot of things, but all that is just claims. Do you have like any evidence that could be twice as far away? Like, all I'm asking is show me all of it. Show me everything. I'm telling you, I'm wrong.
Okay, so all the measurements from the moon that exist now that you think that say it's 300,000 miles away are based upon the radius of the Earth.
Okay, I'm telling you again, I'm wrong. Let's go with the flat Earth model, please.
Did you not acknowledge what I just said? That they're
Yes,
based
I
upon
did. You're not hearing me.
Okay,
I'm telling you, I am wrong about globe Earth. Okay, I want to hear what the flat Earth model looks like, and I want it explained to me.
From where?
That's it.
Looks like from where?
Did you not hear what I said?
Yeah, you said looks like from where? You said
From
want to know what the
from
flat Earth
anywhere,
model
from
looks
fucking
like.
here on Earth to fucking outer space. Just explain how it works. How does the sun work? How does the moon work?
Listen, you're being too emotional. You're being too emotional. I told you this. If you actually want to learn,
I don't get it.
Listen, if you want to learn, listen to what Indio's telling you. When he asks you a question, answer it honestly and stop being emotional.
He wasn't being emotional. He was talking
Yes,
pretty
he is
flatly. And
emotional.
like, yeah, how do you describe like the hemispheres, how they have different seasons and stuff?
That's it. That's all I'm asking. Literally, that's it.
You asked for a model of the moon, and Indio asked you where from. That's the question.
Where from?
There's
Anywhere.
just a gish gallop of asks. Quite honestly, it's just a gish gallop of asks. You asked why does the moon look the way it does? I explained it. Then you asked for the evidence of that. So I was about to give you the evidence for that, but then you cut me off and gish galloped to something else.
Okay, then I apologize. Okay.
So you want the evidence for that? The evidence for that is the
assume I'm
same
wrong.
thing as the globe evidence for 300,000 miles away.
Okay, ditch globe Earth. Ditch it. We're not talking about that right
What's
now.
the globe
I
Earth
told you
evidence for the
I'm
moon
wrong.
distance, dude? So how can I have a discussion with you when you don't know the subject matter that you're talking about? And if I
I'm
talk about
asking you
something,
to explain it to me. Literally, that's
explain how to measure the
Pretend
distance
that
of the moon.
Pretend I'm stupid.
Okay,
Pretend I'm a new flat earther and I want to defend the position. Okay. I'm asking you, give me the arguments so that I can prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm asking for you.
Go to the
I'm
ocean.
not trying to defend globe Earth. That's not what I'm defending. I'm asking you, explain it to me, okay? And I will fucking just take it all in, okay? Just explain it to me.
Okay, go to the ocean. Okay, the
I'm
Earth's
not
surface
asking you
is.
how you prove flat Earth. I'm asking you, give me the entire system so I can understand what you're saying.
Radan, you need to stop. You're
You
asking questions.
you
Indio.
didn't ask me how to prove flat Earth, so then why are we having a conversation?
Yeah, he doesn't want to have one. Sounds like it.
Yeah, we need to
No,
chill,
he thought he
Radan.
came in with the winning freaking gotcha that we've been dealing with for 3 years. The fucking stupid Dave video. Like,
What am I saying that's a
hey,
gotcha?
Rodan.
I'm literally just asking you
Hey,
explain it to
Rodan,
me.
let me follow this. The
you
logic
said
got.
no flat earther has ever been able to address it.
Okay, well, guess I'm wrong.
You don't even
How many times have I got
understand
to
my
tell you
explanation.
I'm wrong?
You don't
I'm
even
telling you
understand my
everything
explanation.
of which I'm going to tell you. Yeah, I'm abandoning that. I'm
Okay,
asking
so-
you. I want to join the flat Earth side. Okay, explain
Rodan,
to
check
me
this
how
out.
it all works. Okay,
This how-
so I
this how you can-
understand it all.
This is how
Okay.
it work. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, what specifically do you want to know how it?
Okay, I want to know
works?
what the Earth looks like, right?
From where?
Explain me that. Explain to me how the sun works, right? Because you do agree we have a sun and a moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
explain to me how those things work with relation
When you
to this
say
flat
work,
Earth. I'm not
when you
asking
s-
you for arguments. I
when
am
you
not
say work-
challenging you on anything. I'm asking you to just
He
explain
understands,
it
guy.
all.
Relax.
Look,
He
dude.
understands. Let him
Look.
explain.
Look, when you say work, what do you mean by that?
Okay, when I say works or how it works, I'm asking you what happens. How does it orbit it? Does it go like around it in a loop? Does it go around it like a circle?
I could answer a
I'm
few of those
asking you,
questions if you want.
how does this entire flat Earth model or system, like how globe earthers explain how everything works, like, oh, with gravity and all that kind of shit. I'm asking you, explain what you guys believe. Give me it all.
Okay,
I'm
Radan,
telling
you be quiet now
I
and
am
listen to
wrong.
Indio.
That's
You be
literally all I
quiet
want to
now.
hear.
You be quiet now and listen to what Indio's going
Yeah,
to tell
I
you.
want to listen. Go.
Be quiet. Go ahead, Indio.
Flat Earth is based upon what we observe the world to do, right? So what you
Okay.
observe is that the sun moves over your head, that the Earth isn't moving. The sun, stars, and moon are what's moving. Okay, they move overhead in a circuit or circle, exactly
Like-
how it moves.
Like north to south?
Like east to west.
Okay.
The sun rises
Uh-huh.
in the east and sets in the west.
Okay.
So that's what we see.
Mm-hmm.
So the sun's circle above the Earth. Hold on, let me get a. You've never seen any graphics of the flat Earth, sun, and moon. You've never seen anything.
I was gonna post a couple. It's like
that's why I'm
just
trying to make it a
imagine.
point to.
I was
wanna
gonna say
know.
a simple physical explanation is just imagine a snow globe with the sun and the moon floating within it in the sky like a yin yang pattern. Like half of the world is dark, half of the world is light, and it's flowing in a circular pattern. I'm trying to find the gif of it.
Yeah, real quick before anybody goes for any further with that, I would submit to you that still is a reification fallacy. So let's not draw any models out, because when we start doing that, some things like during the equinox when the sun's moving straight across the Earth, like there's gonna be a lot of things that they're gonna prod that's gonna fall apart when you start going to the models that are reifying the idea. So just I would say to the flat earthers, if you're gonna engage, just watch your step here, because it's gonna get into a model territory. Just
I
Yeah,
literally am not
you
going
know,
to challenge anything. I just want to hear. That's it.
Yeah, it might be kind of
Assume that I
speculative, but I
am
think
not
they're
trying
fair.
to attack you. Just for once, assume I'm not trying to attack you. Try and make you look stupid. I literally just want to hear what you guys have to say. That's it.
Well, how about just hear what you have to say? How about you just do this on your own? You go outside, you look at the moon, observe
Because I
the
want to
moon.
hear it from someone who actually believes it.
I hear it from you.
Believe
So
what?
Indio's speaking to him about it, so let Indio continue until he doesn't want to.
Okay.
Believe
yeah.
what? We're
Go
just
ahead.
taking our observation at face value, right? That we
At
see the
face
sun
value,
move.
no, I'm trying to understand it. I'm not
I'm
going to
trying-
come back and be like, how does that
I'm
doesn't
talking
work? That's
You're not actually
Radon.
listening. Jesus Christ, you didn't actually listen to what I said. I said we take it at face value, as in it is what we see it is, not a conception of the mind. Miggy brought it up, a reification of some concept and trying to come up with some mental construct, and then imposing that mental construct on reality. Right? If you knew a lot about the globe, you'd know that all the little globe claims that, like I can go through various of them, right? that they say exists, if you look at the actual data, they don't exist.
Oh, and by the way, I just want to add this, like, for just a little bit of sprinkles, okay? I am skeptical of like a lot of shit that they say. I don't take their word for it. Okay? Like the moon landing, I believe it happened, but I understand the points that are made against it. And I'm very open to being wrong about it.
Okay, well that's fine.
That's it. I just
That's fair.
put that out there. Just want to put that out there.
Harping on right now at the moment. So if you guys realize, like when you listen to somebody that are telling you that even when you think about the Earth being a globe, and then people asking for models, like, well, I know the Earth like I could point to it and it's like a model, right? It got a globe and you got a solar system, you got all that kind of stuff going on. Even when you think about it that way, that's not even solid. Nobody agrees on those ideas, like the model exactly. So there isn't like one particular type of gold standard model. There's all these different ideas of what people come up with. So a lot of people are appealing to that in here and saying, okay, we have a model. What's yours, flat Earth? And so there is no, you don't have that position to begin with. That's all I'm pointing out that Indios is talking about right now. You don't even have that position to start with.
So the
What do you
globe is
mean
like
I don't have that position to
like
start with?
most people have a simplified version of the so-called globe model in their head that if you dig into what the globe model actually is, the so-called globe model, it isn't that. Like they show you a graphic. The sun, here's the planets, they're all circling this and blah, 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 and we can predict this and predict that. No, none of that shit's actually true. That's the problem.
Okay.
That is the fundamental problem. None of that shit is actually true because and like they'll say, well, we can predict orbits because of the inverse square law and gravitation. Yet they can predict orbits for about 100 years, and that goes all out of whack because there's something called the three-body problem. When you have three or more bodies, and you try to like go from time zero and predict out to where the bodies will be, you can't get
When you
stable
say bodies,
orbit.
you mean celestial bodies,
I
right?
mean a planet, right?
Okay,
So I'm
okay.
talking about the heliocentric model with the sun in the middle and the planets. If you use more than two bodies, right, the Earth and the sun, and you start adding planets, you're done. It's all over. You can't get stable orbits in the model. But you can use another model. It's called the Ptolemaic model. It's what they use for planetariums, and it has nothing to do with heliocentrism. It's actually geocentric. And you can predict correctly planetary motions forever. But they don't like that philosophically back then.
Why not?
In the 1600s. Because it didn't have an underlying like hypothesis.
Okay.
I could get into like the history of it. There's actually a particular guy that had a lot of influence in Europe at that time as far as the education system. And he didn't like the fact that the Ptolemaic model didn't have like what we would call like a physics mechanism for it, and that it just simply predicted accurately where it was because it was too conceptual for them, right? So because the planets and the stars and all that shit is on cycles, you can use mathematics to predict the cycles without ever conceiving of these are planets, this is a globe, or anything like that, right? You just use pure mathematics and you don't need any physical concepts. They're called kinematic models, right? So it has nothing to do with like physical reality. It's just like noticing the patterns. And this is how eclipses are predicted, incidentally, using something called the Saros cycle. And there's other cycles within the cycles. They don't use like the heliocentric model to predict like when an eclipse happens. That's probably one of the biggest myths that people believe about the heliocentric model. Oh, we use these three balls in space. They're all blocking each other, and this is how we predict eclipses. That's not how eclipses are predicted. You can just Google this and go to NASA's website. They have right on it the Saros cycle. It's been used since 2000 BC. The point is like
cycle.
it's called the
Was
Saros.
that named after someone?
I don't know. I don't know.
My brain leeches to like George Soros, but that's just me.
No. This is an old.
I'm not sure George Soros is the undead, and he's been alive for 4,000 years. I don't think so.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah,
I don't know. Some people would say so.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm not even getting into that.
You don't need to. You don't need to.
I'm joking.
Anyway, so people come and say, where's the flat Earth model? There's actually no globe Earth model, right? There's models for individual phenomenon, right? So there's a model for the time of sunrises and shit. It's called the equation of time. There's actually no globe used in the equation of time. It's just noticing the patterns of the cycle. But people think, oh, they used the globe model to predict when the sun rises. That's actually not true. So we have all these different models, right, that predict different so-called phenomena in the world, right? And they just throw them together like Frankenstein's monster and say, this is the globe model. But if I asked you, okay, show me the globe model, you're going to pull up like Google Maps or Google Earth or something. That's not the globe model, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So ask us
I would
like
just
the
pull up
flat
a
Earth
globe, right?
model.
Like
Like you have to ask about a specific phenomenon, right? And like, why is the sun rise? Why does the sun rise at X time? Why does the sun set here at X time? You know, shit like that. That would be a specific model about the sun. Why does this happen at a particular place on Earth? And that's a whole nother ball of wax. People ask for the flat Earth model and what does the flat Earth look like? We don't think you can go outside the Earth and look back at it like they do in the globe model. We don't think there's a big giant fucking void with a disk floating around in it.
Okay.
Because outer space, right? The outer space vacuum is the second law. This is going to trigger, like, here comes the nest fan poison. I already smell it.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. So Earth has air on it, right? And it has an air pressure. And outside of that, it's supposed to be an infinite vacuum or near infinite vacuum. Well, why doesn't the air fuck off into space? And the typical glober will say, well, gravity holds it down. That's cool. That's nice. But there's no experimental evidence to demonstrate that. And the whole idea of space as a concept, it was invented in something like 300 BC. It wasn't like discovered. It wasn't like, oh, there's a bunch of scientists, they discovered there's outer space. No, it started as a metaphysical concept by frickin' Democritus and Epicurus in 300 BC.
Can I ask you like a quick question? Like it's not like I'm not trying to challenge you. Just
books about
question.
aliens in the BCs before Christ. 2,000 years ago, they were writing about aliens on the moon.
That's actually you brought up Christ. I'm actually curious. Like do flat earthers like believe in the Bible or?
Some are Muslims, some are like atheists. Well, I don't know about atheists, agnostics, New Agers. Like, listen,
I would say it's like
flat
harder
Earth,
for an atheist to argue flat Earth because I've heard a lot of Christians like argue that like the Bible proves flat Earth, but I don't really agree with that because like the way that the Bible's formulated, it's more of like the way that like it's written, it's more about parables and stuff like that. Like the way I see it, it's not a cosmology book where you can't
no, it's not a
derive that
science
kind of
book.
stuff
It's
from
not
it.
meant. Listen, that's a misconception. People like, oh well, science disproves the Bible. Like the Bible's not a science book. The Bible's a book about human behavior.
Exactly. Yeah, 100% agree with
And
you.
like, if you look at the science, the so-called science of human behavior, that's a fucking mess. And if you expect the Bible to be much, and if you expect the Bible to be much better, trying to decipher the mess of humanity, human behavior, dude, good luck to you.
I think the Bible does comport flat Earth. God separated the waters with the firmament, and it's based on Judaism. And this is the shape of the world in Judaism in the chat. If you want to check it out.
Well, it's the shape of the world.
The only things I've heard about it.
There is no native.
Yeah, in every mythology and culture around the world, it's uniformly flat Earth for sure.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to say. The globe is a modern concept that didn't exist prior to.
That's the joke I make, is that it came from the fucking Catholics. So a bunch of science files are actually just spouting Catholic heliocentric, which is actually sun worshipping, fucking sun worship.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know the origins, and that's why Indio's going through the beginning of why people have this misunderstanding. They don't realize the implications of like saying, "Oh, we do have a model." They don't know where it came from. They don't know its history, and so
they don't even actually know what it is really, like in any detail. You know that we most of the time we have to teach the globers like what their own model is just so we can debunk it, and it's kind of sad in a way.
Like, and for me, I like just hearing people. Like, I'm not really one that like accepts arguments. Like, and I know that sounds absolutely fucking retarded, but like, I'll explain what I mean. Like, when I say like I tend to agree more with like people just laying out what they believe, giving me information, and then like I'll make up my own opinion about it. Because like, if I'm gonna be real, arguments in this day and age, they don't fucking go anywhere.
All
Because
right,
like,
so
when's the last time you
it
actually
sounds
heard
like
like a constructive argument that actually like the two people that were in it actually left it like
I get
happy
it.
and like
At,
shit like that?
at a
You can be
fighter
reasonable.
educated anyway, for sure.
You can be
I want
reasonable
to
when it
ask him a
comes.
question though. I just want to ask him a
Go ahead.
question, and then you can go. So, this is gonna seem weird. How would you know if a population is indoctrinated with some idea?
Well, an easy way to figure that out is when you question. So I'll just kind of word this in my own little way. I don't know if it doesn't seem like it's kind of answering your question.
Okay.
I'll try and answer it better. But
No, just
the way that
give
I
me
see
your
it is
opinion.
that when you have like the establishment, right, and they set up like, okay, this is fact, this is fact, this is fact, this is fact, and when you go to question those facts, immediately you're met with extreme hostility. And basically, everyone calls you crazy. Everyone calls you stupid, and they don't really
Bingo.
engage with what you're saying.
Ding, ding,
That's how
ding, ding.
I would figure out that someone's indoctrinated, because there's also a saying that I have: it's easier to fool someone than to prove that they've been fooled.
Yeah, welcome
And
to
you notice that's what happens to flat earthers, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm not
it's
trying to
even
attack
worse
you
with
guys,
us.
because
Well,
like
what
you
I'm
guys
trying-
actually, you're not putting forward something that's completely fucking crazy, right? Like, you guys are right to question the establishment, because in
Thank
my
you, bro.
opinion, the establishment doesn't have your best interests at heart.
Exactly.
Okay?
Let
This
Indio go.
is the point I was
Please,
trying to make. I was trying to make a specific point because I just talked about people not knowing the globe model. Now, think about this. We're flat earthers. We come in here. People get super emotional, crazy, go ballistic, off the hook. But then when we start questioning them about the globe model, they don't know anything about it. Now, if that isn't a sign of indoctrination, I don't know what it is. It's like defending the Bible and never having read the Bible.
Yeah.
And like someone says, Jesus never existed, and you go flying off the fucking handle, and you've never read a word of the goddamn Bible in your life.
I mean, I have read a
That's
little bit
irrational.
of it, but I
So we
understand
have.
what you're saying. Yeah.
My point is, we've experienced all Miggy, Wolfgang, all of us in here that are flat earthers have experienced severely irrational emotional reactions to any flat Earth information, and to us, it's like it's. You could talk about 9/11, you could talk about aliens, witchcraft, whatever. You're never going to get a reaction like this.
Yeah,
and that's all I wanted to say. So go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah, I
Have
think
some good faith discussion, but everybody mutes me because they're scared of me.
Yeah, hang on a second, dude. But we're just talking to the guy right now.
Because your name is Oogie Boogie.
So we're talking to the guy right now, and that guy sounds like he's reasonable, right? So obviously he's like, he just laid it out to Indio what it sounds like for population to be indoctrinated, which is exactly spot on. If you say anything within this society, people give you like this crazy pushback resistance. Like you're wondering, why is everybody so hostile, man? I'm just asking a question.
Exactly. Like this, and I deal with this a lot when, like, let's say, like I question COVID, I question the vaccine. Immediately, I'm being treated as if I'm some fucking nut that came out of a fucking like swamp.
Yeah, but why?
Don't think that I don't know how you guys feel, because I really do. Like, we have more in common than we don't.
Right. So
that's why I was saying, just explain it to me, because I want to hear what you guys believe.
Yeah, so
that's why I was being so loud with it, right?
Yeah, so we get into things like history, the history of where it all, where it all began, and like why people think that way now. And to further that, like the people that come into this room right now, they have something in their mind that so I'm gonna put it to you like this, man. It's like a religious belief that they have, and even Indio further said it even it's even worse, more worse than that. It's a religious belief that you have no knowledge about. So it's like you're defending something there's no basis of why you're defending it. You just outright defend it because everybody else believes in it. So you just believe in it because everybody else believes in it. You don't even know what the whole like solar system is. Like, if I was to ask you, how did it come about that who was the forefathers of that, you wouldn't know who that is. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. How strong this religious belief system is that you don't even believe it because you think it's true. You believe it because other people believe it's true. You see how
Yeah,
Western
there's a peer pressure element. So like when we're young, when we're kids, right, we're told Christopher Columbus discovered the Earth was a globe, and stupid people thought they'd sail off the edge of the Earth, and here be dragons, and they believed in mermaids, and don't be a stupid person, believe in the globe too. And that's how we're indoctrinated when we're little kids, right? So you don't want to be a stupid person, right? You don't want to be one of those stupid people.
Well, don't
So
say it
you
like that.
believe in
It's
the
more or less
globe.
like you're
You tell
believing the lie that they're telling you, right? Because
well, they've
the way that
surveyed
I see it,
children.
the
Hold on,
state
let
or
Indio finish.
whoever's in
Let Indio
control
finish.
of this world, it doesn't, like, I don't know who is, but like that's a whole nother topic. The
At this
way
point,
I
it's
see it,
just a
they're
tradition
in the business.
that's
The way I see it, they're in the business of printing lies for the sole purpose of controlling the people and making them. I don't even know. I know it's some roundabout way of getting
this
the
is what
people,
we're saying, Radan. I mean,
people who actually control the world, right? Get their attention off them and onto something else. That's literally that. That's what I've
And
observed
part
my
of
entire life is that they're in that kind of business where they don't want to be looked at all. They want
this is
everyone
it.
else to ignore them while they're all pulling the strings. That's what I've
Part of
noticed.
the system is control, Radan. Part of the system of control, Radan, is the cosmology that they give us, which is the globe, right? That accidental creation story, the nihilism, and all that. I just wanted to say to you quickly, since it sounds like you're actually interested in getting information, which is very cool. Have you joined our server yet? Because we've got loads of resources on there. So if you just type in discord.gg/flat earth, you'll come to our server, and we've got pages and pages, like months of information on all the different topics: sun, moon, gravity, curvature, astronauts, NASA, all this kind of stuff. So definitely join our server so that you can do your research in your own time, because we're happy to talk to you in here and answer your questions as best we can. But really, it's going to take research on your own part to figure a lot of this stuff out. But it sounds like that's the kind of thing that you might be able to do, judging by some of your other opinions. So yeah, no, it was a good conversation from Indio. I don't know if you want to continue it, or if someone else
Well,
wants to pick up.
like if he just wants to keep telling me
Actually
things,
got a
like
split.
I'm more than happy to listen to him. Like,
Well,
it's not
I'm
a
just gonna
fact of
say
like
one more
I think
thing
you guys are dumb. I just want to hear what you guys have to say. That's it.
I'm just going to say one more thing. Like, there's been psych research studies of children and what they believe the shape of the Earth is, and they believe but these children are between 4 and 6. Before they're told by adults that the Earth is round, they believe that the Earth is flat, and then adults, when they get to school, tell them that the Earth is round. And then initially they adopt a two Earth model, because what they're told that, like, if you go really up high, then it becomes round. So because they're children and contradictions aren't an issue for them, right? They can imagine, like, when I'm down here, it's flat, but if I go up, it'll magically turn into a big ball, right? So they'll hold this idea until that's further beaten out of their head, right? And until they just, like, mindlessly accept,
Well, like the way I see it,
traditional
schools
Western view of the world.
centers, right?
Well, I mean, it's not even that. You can't even think about it like that. It's like almost like a Western tradition, right? Like Santa Claus, right?
Yeah.
So the idea of Santa Claus, there's no big conspiracy promoting Santa Claus. Everybody just does it because everybody else does it.
Yeah. Like, we all know that Santa Claus doesn't exist, but we still like play along, right?
Yeah, and there's no conspiracy though. There's no conspiracy to, like, I don't have to go to all the parents and say, look, we're going to tell the kids there's Santa Claus. Don't tell anybody. Keep this big, huge secret. We all know it's fake. No, like, and the only reason kids even find out is because some freaking older kid tells them, right? Because their older brother goes, Santa's not real, right? You're a baby. That's how they end up finding out. They don't find out because the parents tell them.
Yeah.
So this is it's the same. It's not identical, but it's similar to the globe concept. How it's just been pushed on and on and on and on and on. Now some people have taken it to the next level, like NASA and Musk and all these people, where they've leveraged this, right? They've leveraged this worldview into power and profit, basically. But that's really all I have to say. I actually have to take off and too productive. Not that this isn't productive, but do
Here's
real
that.
world shit.
No, thanks,
But,
Indio. That
yeah.
was excellent. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks.
Have a good one, bro.
Cheers.
Yeah, you have a good one, Joe. Yeah, enjoying the
Oh.
server, everybody.
Yeah,
No
all you
problem
just
at all.
join the server. We've got all that information. Discord.gg/flat earth. Very simple. Bang it into the search bar. Bingo and bang on bosh. You'll be there in a minute. So there's loads of resources there, and you can read it all and ask questions. We can continue with you, Radan, if you're still interested.
I mean, if you guys want to continue, like I can. Like,
Yeah, well, like I mean, this is like a good space for the discussion, right? We're not in this like you're curious, you just want to know what we're thinking about things. You understand that we're not here to give you a replacement reality of something else. We're looking at reality from our perspective, the perspective we all have, and we're trying to figure out the truth about that. That's what we're
Yeah.
doing. We're not kind of coming in with like a model or like a replacement theory on the cosmos and the luminaries and the sun and the moon. We're not trying to do that because practically we understand the limitations of our knowledge and our testing, right? We can't confirm certain things, so we don't make hard claims to them. There are speculative theories and things like that, but in general, it's cool because you don't, like we just discussed, this topic is so emotive for people. You can quickly not get to this point. You've managed to get to this point where you're like, no, listen, I know everyone says it's retarded, but I want to hear what they have to say. And if you have that attitude, we can have a good conversation because it doesn't have to be some mad argument or debate. Really, we're all on the same side here. We all want to know the truth about where we live, or we should at least. So there's no reason that it can't just be a chill, cool conversation. So
yeah, and
I mean,
that's why I was
apparently,
just
unless
trying
you
to
have
tell you guys, like,
challenges, then you
I
get
admit
fucking
that
muted
I am
every 5
wrong,
seconds.
and I just want to hear what you guys have to say. That's why I was trying to stress that to a point, because it didn't feel
yeah,
like
we
I
get
was
that.
being heard, that I am trying to be honest. I just
Yeah, well,
want to
see, that's
hear
the
what you
thing. I
guys
think.
have to say. Like, that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
it.
I think.
I wasn't
Yeah,
trying to
yeah. I
make any
think.
arguments. I wasn't trying to debunk you guys. I just literally wanted to hear what you guys have to say. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And when someone says that, it's like, cool, right? We can actually have an honest conversation because usually what we're dealing with, like you said, is people having this insane reaction to us where it's like, I have to argue with every single thing you say, even if it's just, hey, we observed the sun to move in the sky. You have to argue with it. Or I don't feel like, or we don't detect us moving. Have to argue with it. Like, you can't think about it like just, oh, I'm just going to have an argument with these guys, because it's not just about adversarial debate. We're trying to find the truth of the physical reality. So we're trying to observe and measure the same thing. So we don't need to argue about every little thing, definitions, all this kind of stuff. Just have honest, cool, chill conversation. So yeah, we can keep going and just kind of high level talk about our thoughts on things if you want. Or, I mean, if there's anyone else who wants to take it somewhere else, speak up.
I'm actually curious, like, no, like, you guys don't have to get into this, but like, what are your guys' thoughts on like currently like political climate? Like, mainly what I want to know is like, what are your guys' take on like COVID and all that shit? Like, do you guys think it's like real? Like, do you guys think it's all
well,
bullshit?
you can imagine I mean, we don't really accept stories from the government in general, so you can imagine our position on that. Very
Yeah, I was
opposed.
just asking to make sure, because like I
Yeah.
don't like this has been always like the craziest thing to me. Like, people listen to the government even though the government doesn't give two sweetest of shits about them, yet they'll follow what they tell them. Like,
no, they want you
COVID's
dead.
the biggest fucking thing of that I've ever like that anyone will ever see, because everyone listens to them, even though the government literally doesn't give a fuck about you at all. Like, that blew my mind that people are like, oh
So
yeah,
unfortunately, we can't
listen to
stay on.
Fauci.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't stay on this one too long because it's like TOS. And we definitely have people trying to stream snipe us, basically trying to report us every day, trying to get us shut down here. But yeah, you're right. We totally agree with that. But
Well,
yeah, let's
I'll
try
try
and
and
keep it
get
to
them
the
away
earth.
from you guys by saying this. Look, Discord has already tried getting my account deleted, so come after me instead of these guys.
Oh, thank you, bro. Take that
If there
bullet.
is
We
any
appreciate
stream
it.
snipers in here.
Yeah, take that bullet for us. Appreciate that.
Well,
But yeah, if
like,
you
I'm
wanna-
not even joking. I wish I was joking with that, because literally, I'm in 4chan servers, and fucking, obviously you guys know the amount of shit posting that goes on in like a 4chan server, and like
Imagine.
I don't know if any of you guys have ever had like a message straight up just pop up on Discord saying this is from the Discord moderation team. Like you're in a server that is promoting like that is violating like 6 of our fucking TOS. Like you better leave it or else your fucking account's gonna get nuked. Like I've had that happen multiple fucking times because
yeah, some of our adjacent servers have been shut down and received those messages for discussing pretty much what I just said we shouldn't be discussing. But anyway, let's move it back to the Earth, right? What else are you thinking? Questions, queries, thoughts?
well, like I don't really have any more questions. Like I'm kind of just digesting what Indio said. But like
Cool,
if you guys
do
want to
that.
continue with like the room, I'll keep listening.
Cool.
I'd like to pose some good faith questions, but I usually get muted when I do.
Just go in. If you have questions, just don't be a dick. Like, just listen to what these guys have to say. I can tell you that probably they're not full of shit. Like, they have some
no,
reason to believe
I've
this,
had
right?
some I've had some really great conversations with some of the guys in here, but there's a few of them that just like to mute me every time I pose a question.
Well, feel free. I mean, you've got the floor if you want to go now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. So like one of my biggest issues is like a flat Earth map, right? Because like any way that I can try and conceptualize like a flat Earth map, right? Because realistically, right, if the Earth is flat, you should just be able to shrink it down. Like even if you're not looking at it from overhead, we've been able to do like cartography and get some basic layout of the land. A flat Earth map that I can think of, I would be able to accurately represent like travel times and distances. Like I know you guys don't like to use like the typical flat Earth map that people see online, but just using that as an example, like if that were true, like traveling from one end to the of the southern hemisphere to the other end would take way longer than something on the northern hemisphere, but it just doesn't.
Anyone on the flat side want to take maps?
Yeah, I would like to see a flat Earth map that accurately represents travel times and distance. That would be extremely convincing.
Well, again,
any flat Earth map that accurately depicts. Sorry, Wolfgang, where are you gonna go?
I was just gonna say, if you're not part of the server, discord.gg/flatearth, our server, there's a section in the additional information section called maps with a channel with loads of information, not necessarily claiming to provide what you're asking for, but certainly speaking to the nature of cartography on Earth, which would be of interest to you. Sorry, go on, man.
Yeah, I was going to say that there is no gold standard for anyone on any side of this discussion. As far as a gold standard goes, like there isn't one that you would say, well, this map is the one that we go by on Earth, because everybody knows that in cartography there's issues, right? The land isn't the map, and the map isn't the land. You got the there's something called the coastline paradox, where they can't map out the coastlines, like exactly the way it's supposed to, because they're ever changing. They're always, you got tides that are going to shift and change the way things look. There's a lot of issues with cartography. So it's not something that you're going to say, give us a map so that we can know what you're talking about. Because the moment you think that you got something, it could be turned right back around and then scrutinized, right? So in the case of the globe, right, let's just use that for example. The continent sizes and orientation of the continents are not in the placement that they need to be in. So people have made up different views on those maps. Like there are different types that you can look at. Some are showing the northern and the southern hemisphere on the globe look like it's different. The size of the continents. So you're not going to ever have like this. I got mine. Where's yours? Kind of an idea. There is, however, debates on this, but it's not conducive to us figuring out what it actually is. Because with every map, there's going to be issues, and I think that's where what is useful for us are things like these aerial maps of close range aerial views of like the Earth. and we can use charts like to navigate and things like that. But as far as like an overall worldview gold standard map, that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, and I was just going to add to that, and just to add to that very quickly, like Mayhem's saying, when we're using a map for travel or navigation, wherever it is, be it sea with charts or on land using OS maps or navigation maps, they are all assumed. Well, I mean, they're flat by definition, the maps. So, in terms of like a Mercator or a whatever, there's not really an agreed. This is how everything looks because no one's doing cartography, right? To do cartography now, you're talking about needing the practical resources of like a navy or a military. Like it just doesn't work like maybe it did back in the day when the royalty was paying folk to go and map all these coastlines and stuff. So we are limited practically in what we can actually discover about the layout and the size and the placements and all this of the land masses on the Earth. But for practical navigation purposes, they're using flat maps. So,
yeah, you know what's interesting on what's being said is that when you take a look at the Earth from space, you know they have the shot of the the blue marble in that. When you're looking at those continent sizes and the shape of the Earth in respect to each other, in relative size to each other, then there are different versions of like what they would consider photos from space. So if you just like indulging the fact that you're looking at like, okay, let's take a look at the Earth from space. Well, you have like the blue marble photos that show the continent sizes vary in those photos, but the size of the Earth is the same. So how is it possible that people get the same size Earth, different size continents in those images? Like people that don't even think about this already just assume that NASA's got it right. And to further the point, they tend to make excuses for that. Well, it was just because the camera they were using. That's the reason why that continent looks smaller, but the same size Earth. So we have these issues that come up that they get overlooked, and then they're just like it's more like, well, we know globe Earth has a map. What do you guys have to present? That's the issue I have. Is that flat earthers never present a map? It's like, have you examined the fact that globe Earth doesn't have one either? I mean, they're all basically useful maps.
Globe Earth has like 130 different maps because and they all got different size land masses and stuff just based on that model. But I think we can just ignore that, and like what I'd like to do is like kind of investigate it like from the flat Earth perspective, like as if I were a flat earther. We can kind of pin through it, like for instance, like we would kind of have to figure that the North Pole would have to be somewhere towards the center, right? Just because of the way compasses work, right? Everybody can access the compasses. Everybody can access the North Pole, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong. There's almost a consensus that Antarctica needs to be some sort of like ice shelf. There may be something beyond that. We don't know, right? We can't investigate that. So these land masses would have to be spread out somehow in the middle.
Yeah,
right?
I think
But
that would be another assertion that cannot be validated. What we do know is like when we use cardinal directions, we have like what is known as true north and magnetic north. Have you heard of this? True north and magnetic north. So what the compass follows is magnetic north. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
It's not true north.
Yeah.
It's magnetic north.
Yeah,
So
correct.
so when we use compasses
Well,
to
true north is based on the globe model.
right, but there's a lot of other things that people talk about when we're talking about directions and cardinal directions. So when you're actually starting to navigate on the Earth, you're using certain like methods to actually discover where you are and where you're going. But like, so the accuracy of that, and they've talked about the magnetic north moving around. So that itself is not static. I don't know if you know that or not. That's not static. Using a compass to say that true north or dead reckoning on this one position is always going to remain that same direction. Every time you hit north, it's going to be in that direction. Because if a magnetic north is moving around, which what compass uses, then how are we going to know that the north is the center of like what we call like the center of the Earth? You know what I mean?
I'm
Like
not claiming that. Yeah,
No,
but I'm not claiming anything needs to be completely like accurate, like completely precise, like
yeah, you're
the
talking about a general
magnetic north.
concept,
Yeah, like that would be like magnetic north would be somewhere towards the middle, right?
North
towards the middle.
changes.
Towards the middle, yeah, I agree with that person that said north changes. So when you go towards, like, if you're saying towards the middle denotes that you already have some kind of idea of what the Earth could be. So it's already denoting a particular model. Towards the middle means that all the land masses are actually pointing to north, which north would be the middle. That's already in your mind. You're already trying to figure out the north is the middle. What if it's not the middle? Is what I'm saying. What if it's just north? If we're trying to say that we don't know what the entire Earth looks like in its entirety, then it would stand to reason that the north would not be the middle. It could be something else. It could be just north, right? We don't have to enter into new ideas of like, okay, well, it's got to be the middle. Well, what else can it be? Well, it could be something else. We don't know. We haven't discovered what the entire Earth is. So my question to you guys is, if you think about it like this, why would you then start to say, well, it has to be the middle? That's my thing to you guys. Is like, what makes you think that it's the middle? Why can't it just be north? See what I'm saying? Because we haven't discovered the entire Earth, and we're
also a lot of people think about north, about that this point, like you're saying, a specific one, but it's also the magnetic north is changing. Then there is geographical north, that is a position on the map, the top of the globe or whatever, right? And then there is celestial north, which is the North Star, right? And a lot of people don't know that even in the surveyors talk about the south, right? The South Pole. When you think about the South Pole, many people think about one position, geographical south, but they describe five South Poles. They actually describe 5 different South Poles. So it's like there's more to this whole thing than what people actually think. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to point out. Exactly what Jemsy's saying. When you start to actually investigate this a little farther, and especially if you're on the side of like you don't know what the Earth is, there's more questions that you start to ask yourself, because with flat Earth and the early concepts of it in the internet, you've seen the Gleasons and the azimuthal equidistant projection, but just like Crit says, these are like squashed down versions of the globe. That's all they are. So when you have the globe and you squash it down, you're going to see a flat Earth from the perspective of the AE or the Gleason's map. And both of those are reification fallacies. And what I'm saying and what Jemsy's saying too, it's like it could be something else. Like we don't know the entire Earth, and how we're going to talk about it in a Discord chat to then say like, okay, what has to be this? Like what else can it be? Well, it could be something entirely different. As far as the overall Earth understanding goes, like nobody can ever tell you that. And if somebody does, they're lying to you. Anybody, flat Earth or globe Earth or concave Earth, it doesn't matter. If they're telling you they know
Sure. I'm not saying that anybody knows or that anybody has to know, right? I'm just saying let's take the flat Earth perspective and try and work these things out. Like let's actually do it.
And that is what we're trying to do.
I can't accept that this, like what it sounds like you're saying is let's just resign ourselves to the idea that we don't have the answers and just leave it at that. No, I want the answers.
Yeah. Listen. We understand what you're saying, and we're in the same position, right? We're only here because we want those answers more than the people who aren't here, who haven't thought about it enough to want to know. We do want those answers. What we're saying is there's a debate, and we err on the side of there's not much utility to coming up with a concept and then letting that concept guide how we think about things. Moreover, we just go with primarily what can be observed and tested within our abilities, practically, and we go from there. And we're not making hard claims about anything beyond them, like we're saying, the full extent of it and what the positions of everything are. I understand what you're saying, and we can talk about the potential utility of having a concept that we don't necessarily agree with in terms of what that can tell us, but we would still say it doesn't tell us very much.
Yeah, well said, Wolfgang. Like that's a perfect way to encapsulate it. And also, like what Jemsy's saying, the paradox that I'm talking about. You have magnetic north, celestial north. You have true north. There's like other depictions of like how things are worded and the idea behind them. You got 5 indications that there could be 5 points to the south. Like, so there's a lot of things that people are trying to get to the answers of, but it seems like we stumble upon more questions versus more answers. So it just keeps getting the idea of like understanding the earth we're on. It keeps being something that we're just more curious about. But at this particular point, if we don't have something valid to go on, we're not going to be like furthering the conversation here. We're just going to be speculating till the cows come home. And that's what Wolfgang was saying is like, what part of that is going to be helpful if it's just us talking about speculation versus us saying, no, we actually can go and do this thing. Like we can venture off into this part of the earth or whatever. That's more of utility, right? Because you're doing something versus us just having a chat about speculation.
Just real quick, I'm going to keep listening, but I'm about to pull up to my house, and I always hit a dead spot. I may get disconnected, but if I do, I'll be right back. I'll keep listening. Go ahead.
I don't know. I guess that was the end point, but it's just like that's what we always talk about because they always refer back to like, okay, so we need to have some kind of map or model, and they always look to us to give that answer, but they fail to see that on their side they don't have that either. And a lot of people are looking at, yeah, we do. We got a globe Earth model. No, you don't. So when you go back and I ask you present your globe Earth model, you don't even know if it's the solar system I'm asking for or the way that the globe Earth actually is depicted. Because like I said before, there is no gold standard map, and you can take that to the bank. Because when you go try to research what map is used as the gold standard, like this is the map.
There is none. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, so and that's the issue. But the globe Earth side doesn't see that at the moment of engagement.
Well, I do, and I'm a globe.
Well, perhaps, but like this is the kind of education that people need to have. Like they at least need to see that on the globe Earth side, there isn't a gold standard that you're going to say, oh, well, the Mercator is what we're going to use, and let's debate about it. Because how are you going to have that stance if there's like hundreds of other maps that are also tools? It's
like all the other maps are like according to the globe perspective, like all of the different maps have different purposes. But if we just were to use like a globe by itself, and I'm not going to give anything accurate here because I'm not actually looking at it. But like if I were to measure the distances between like the UK and New York, right, in the northern hemisphere, and I measured this exact distance on the globe, in the southern hemisphere, the travel times are going to be exactly the same if I were to take a plane.
Yeah, no, that's not
right?
correct.
That's how you do that with a flat map, with a flat Earth. I'm going to disconnect right now, probably.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. The statement you just said is you are just bolstering the idea that is correct. It's not. You don't take the globe and fly over the oceans and reach another continent. You take charts to navigate. Like pilots and sailors use these. They don't use a globe in their in their cockpit. They don't take a globe with them. They just know they're traveling over the land. So what they're doing is they're using local charts and they're traveling from one place to the other, and they know approximations. They don't know exact distances. Exact distances are never. They take enough fuel to get there approximately because there's a lot of factors and variables that are involved. It could be weather, it could be something. So they have to take enough fuel to get them to the destination. So it's not that they're just like, okay, exactly. I know it's going to be this exact many miles to this place. You can't do that.
Here, let me do this. I just pulled up to my house, and I actually have a globe sitting in my garage right here. One second. Okay.
Yep. So what you want to do is just grab the globe, open up your dustbin lid, drop it in, and close it.
And dust your hands off.
We'll do that.
I'm just joking.
We'll do that. Yeah, I know. Let me see if I got like a string or something that I can do just a basic measurement. Okay. So if I were to measure, right, let's see, New York is about right there, and this is just a rough estimate, to Spain. Right? Okay, so that's that long. Now, if I go in the southern hemisphere, let's see if I can find something about the same distance. Not really. I would need something longer. Let's go New York to. Trying to find the median grid line to.
Are you guys trying to prove the Earth is flat?
They are.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
This isn't a proof. What he's doing is not a proof. Once again, he's saying they are, but he's in context of what he's saying. No, we're not. This isn't a
Why
proof.
is it?
No.
Why is
This
everybody muted?
actually what I'm doing is kind of the opposite.
Why is everyone muted?
Yeah,
Let's go.
what everyone's trying to do is try to prove that the globe is even possible. That's what the main
Oh,
aim
wait.
of this room is.
I can just
Of course it is.
We're also being respectful by being muted and we're listening into the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not.
It's very good. Thank you,
Fuck.
everyone. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, tell me why the Earth
where
is
are we?
flat.
Guy with the string. Hold on,
Eight.
chill. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Alright, go
Okay,
ahead.
so New York to the Black Sea is, let's see, 8 squares. So let's see if I can find 8 squares somewhere else. Okay, so if I did the Black Sea to New York, that's the same distance as roughly the same distance in the northern hemisphere as, let's see, what's this place in South Africa? Beachanuna Land? I have never fucking heard of that. Southern Rhodesia? Okay, Southern Rhodesia to Ponta in South Africa. So if we could actually look at these, like how long a direct flight would take from these areas, and I feel like that would confirm the globe Earth model.
Not necessarily,
Well,
because
not really.
the airplane itself is designed for a horizontal plane, airplane, hence, right? The pilot himself, it's never take into account any curvature, any movement of the ground to operate the aircraft. Even the militaries, I mean, they don't even they don't even take into account any of this to operating any of these vehicles. And if you're talking about from coast to coast, you're talking about like. You can talk about the first, for example, the first transatlantic communication system, communication from point A to point B, from tower to tower. They did it from the east of the United States, New England or Massachusetts, across the Atlantic Ocean towards Scotland, the west of Europe, and they communicated directly from tower to tower. And yeah, it's shore to shore, line of sight. There is no curvature in between over 3,000 miles, right? In reality, there is no curvature. In the globe, there will be a hump of ocean in between the two towers, but in reality, hence the two towers completed the communication tower to tower directly, line of sight. So that definitely debunks the globe easily. So what you're saying
Yeah, and
about
just
the
to
flights, the last point, what you're saying about the flights, think about what you're trying to say. You're trying to comfort the flight path into some type of map that is telling you it might be a globe in the map, in the drawing of it. But when you go in reality and the actual way that the aircraft is built, it has to assume a flat stationary Earth instead of a globe to build the extra aircraft and to make it safe and make it practical to be able to operate in the realist level. It will never take the globe into account. And the same thing with the guy operating the device. So your flight path is not gonna prove any globe, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, and just to close this one out, so also with flight paths, it's not just a case of putting your string across your globe and then going onto the website for the airline and saying, right, well, this is where they say they're flying to. You've got to consider the flight path on paper, versus the actual potential flight path, as well as trade winds and things like this, because they take, depending on where they're traveling to, they hop in a trade wind and get a bit of a speed boost, and they're, I believe, stronger further to the south. I could be wrong there, but so there's a bunch of things to consider, as well as that they're traveling port to port. Where are those ports located? What does that look like on whatever concept you're imagining? But again, like Gemsy's saying, they're all treating it as being flat and motionless anyway. So even if you were to say, yeah, this makes me think it's a globe, you would still come back to, okay, but I better get down to the Earth and measure the curvature to confirm that my assumption that I'm making is correct. So, and again, just to top it off, on the server again, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, discord.gg/Flat Earth, we have a section in the additional information called flight paths under F. Bunch of information on flight paths there, where they talk about emergency landings. Planes are ending up in strange places where they shouldn't be on the globe, and then it makes sense if you kind of change the view of it. But again, it's quite speculative. So if we're finished with that topic, if someone's got another one they want to come up with, or if the guy who was there wants to have a final piece on it, then we can move to another one.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say on it, I guess, is that I don't think like minor differences due to trade wind or trade winds, or like whether or not the pilot treats it as it's flat would actually make a difference to like the overall general times that it should take to travel more or
Well, these
less
things are all
based
going to
on a globe
impact the
model
travel
as
time.
opposed to a flat model.
Well, I would
but
say these.
that's all I got.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could debate that, but I would say that your speed, depending on the trade winds, you look up the speeds of some of these things, it could make a massive difference, and their paths and everything is going to make a difference. But either way, yeah, it's, if you're really looking into it, join the server, look at some of the information, look into measurements directly. That's what we're mainly interested in, right? We're going out and testing to see if there is a drop over distance due to curvature on the surface over a body of water. Because for all we can tell, the natural physics of water is that it has a level surface, not a curved one. So to say that it does, a lake or an ocean has a curved one, we're going to need some evidence for that. And when people go out and try to measure it, there's no curvature. So that's how we're getting to the very root of the assumption of the globe. Because yeah, you can talk about a million things. You can talk about flight paths. You can talk about satellites and what NASA are showing us. You can talk about high altitude balloons, whatever it is. It's all going to come back to the surface, the curvature, right? If the stars, the sun, and the moon are doing this because we're on a ball, and that would be evident in the surface in terms of motion and curvature. So what we're trying to do is stick to what we can test, which is the ground that we're on, and focus more on that initial assumption rather than
I think this is a
arguing
test,
about
right?
the maps
I
and the
think
flights
I think
and all
this is
that.
a test because, like, and again, I know that you guys don't like to use like the typical flat Earth map that we see online, but just as an example, like if I were to travel from like on a globe, North Dakota to Ireland, it should be about the same travel time going from from the coast of Brazil to Liberia, right? But
Reality is not gonna change.
on a flat
Reality is not gonna
on a
change, dude.
flat on a flat
On a
Earth
flat
model like
what?
that,
On a flat concept that you have in your mind? No,
on a
bro.
flat Earth model, it would literally take twice as long.
No, in your imagination, maybe where you are pertain to be whatever you want to pertain, right? Like you're saying, oh, this thing in my mind shouldn't work in reality, but that's not what reality is. The thing in your mind, the realist level is where things happen in reality, and whatever
Yeah.
the aircraft that you're utilizing to travel from one airport to another airport is gonna dictate how long it's gonna take, because some aircraft can travel faster than other ones, right? Depending the direction that you take, the airport, whatever. There's a lot of variables that you have to take into account. Not
Right.
just the time. The time is
I
probably
don't
your
disagree
the
with
weakest
that.
argument. The time is probably the weakest argument to prove the globe,
because or probably the only argument, 'cause like I said before, you can
No,
see
because
the
you're having
engineers
to
that build the
use.
aircraft. The engineers that build the aircrafts tell you that to build it and to design it, to make it operational and practical and safe, so to people get in it, to be able to reach one point to another, one airport to another airport, they have to assume that the ground is not a globe. Get it?
Yeah, I do. They don't treat it like it is, but like the objections that you're putting forward don't actually address anything. It's like because like okay, yeah, planes,
Think about it.
different
You're saying
kinds
that
of planes. Wait,
time
wait, let
proves
me
the
finish
globe,
my
bro.
sentence.
But you're
Let me
saying that
finish my
time
sentence.
proves the globe.
Let me finish my sentence, please. So like you said like okay, you could have trade winds or you could have different planes. Well, if we assume that they're the same plane and that there's no trade winds, right? We can still come
That's
up
just
with an
more
accurate
imagination,
represent.
though. No, but then that's saying
We
if we
can.
ignore the aspects of reality that might prove this wrong, then I'm right. That's meaningless. And also, just in general, I
No,
get what you're saying,
that's
and we had the
science. That's
conversation.
taking out the
But
variable.
saying
That
no, you saying I expect these 2 points on a globe that I've pointed at are somehow going to come out as I'm saying, and that would prove a globe. That's not what we're doing here. We're not talking
no,
about things that
it's
require.
science.
Wait. No.
It's a
What
novel
you're saying is
prediction.
not science. No. What you're saying is not
It's
science.
it's a
But what
testable
we're
novel
doing,
prediction. That is
no.
science,
The
sir.
science is the scientific method. It's not. Let's get on a
There's many
plane here
scientific
and
methods.
fly to here. No, there is a well-defined scientific method. Anyway, we're not going to get into
There's
that
many.
here
Okay.
because you're not talking about science. But again,
You're
speculating on what you think planes are going to do is not an evidence of what the Earth is. What would be evidence of what the Earth is some direct observation and measurement of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Anyway, gentlemen, I do appreciate you letting me get some time without getting muted. I just got home. I'm gonna go take a shower and relax a little bit. I appreciate
No worries,
it, guys.
bro. No, I appreciate your civility. Thank you.
Yep. Take it easy.
Take it easy. Okay. So, what's next? Flow questions. Try and keep it somewhat chill. New people. There must be a few new people in here who haven't really been involved.
That was a nice discussion. You Globus need to take note of that as well.
I want to add something. As long as the flight, they can reach more speed, and there's a site talking about that. I'm gonna post the diagram from that site. Okay, and for example, from Los Angeles, let me see, Los Angeles to New York today, it's more 45 minutes than it was before. So they do this because of logistics. Okay, so and it depends of the aircraft, and they use different engines. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables in making claims about where, when, and how flights are doing what they're doing between A and B. So, on top of it, you're not having enough information to substantiate an assumption based on it. It's not something that we should really spend loads of time getting at. And even if you did, like I said, you would still at the end, if you're honest, come back to, okay, so then we're assuming there's curvature here for this to be the case on planes. So we should be able to measure that in reality. Let's confirm our assumption is correct and measure it. That's where we're always going to come back to, and that's what we are here to discuss, because people have gone out and tried to measure it to confirm or deny this. And no one's measuring any curvature, and no one seems to have measured curvature in all of human history, which is a bit concerning because we're told we live on a spinning ball and that it's been totally proven for hundreds of years, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Anyway, let's get to some of the new people. If there's any new people in here who maybe haven't spoken in the last few days that we've been on.
I have a question. Oh, I did speak like 2 days ago, but
Well, that's
I
all
do
right.
have a question. You guys are coming from like a religious worldview, right?
No, we're not. I mean, if you were just listening to what I said it's based on observation and measurement of the surface of the Earth and the nature of water. Right.
So you're not Christian. You don't believe
Europe
in God.
belongs to Africans.
No, we're saying that what we're talking about is the physical nature of the Earth. We're not talking about religion. I mean,
Is that not acceptable to ask the religious implications of flat Earth or round
no.
Earth?
That's acceptable to ask about. That's acceptable to ask about. But I'm just making it clear that this whole thing, and although it is pitched this way in the mainstream, as if it's some kind of religious idea, it's not. It's based on observation and measurement. But yes, the religious aspect can come into it because part of the story that we're told about the globe is a creation story, right?
Sure. And is there anything in the Bible, if you are Christian, is there anything that contradicts the globe model? That would mean, that the globe is actually unbiblical. Did you hear me?
Not religious.
Sorry, did you hear me? Did you hear my question?
It looks like he disconnected.
Yeah, I think I did disconnect. My question, I'll just reiterate it. My question is there anything in the Bible, if you're coming from a Christian perspective or an Abrahamic perspective or any faith tradition, honestly, is there anything in that tradition that you might hold that contradicts the globe model, where you could say, well, the globe model is unbiblical because passage exhibit passage? Did I cut out again?
No. There's
I don't really
no need
understand
to
your
go in
question.
depth about the question, to be honest. You can look up the references
What's
for
a
yourself.
religious flat earther to answer his question?
What's the question again? What is the question? Can he repeat or possibly?
Okay. The question is simply, can you exhibit through scriptures or passages that the globe model is against those scriptures? So in the case of Christianity, can you exhibit that the globe model is unbiblical?
Psalms 19:1.
Well, sorry, I got disconnected there because I got a phone call and I'm going to have to jump off again in a minute. But I would almost reverse that and say, well, where in the scriptures does it describe a spinning ball in a vacuum? I don't think it does. And yeah, if you look in through history, through the cosmologies of the Hebrews and pretty much every other ancient culture, they all describe a flat and motionless Earth cosmology.
So someone
Have a good one.
Someone mentioned Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands.
No, read the KJV. It's firmament, not sky.
Okay.
Yeah, sky is rakia. Rakia is like a glass, and yeah, firmament.
Okay, and that's a jargon of the flat Earth or the round Earth.
No, that's a quote from the Bible describing essentially a solid sky, some kind of container. Firm.
Yeah,
Like
if you're gonna say whatever, the flat Earth is one thing, right? The thing that we travel across the soil that gets between your toes, the waters across it, right? That's one thing. In that verse, it's speaking about the heavens above, which is above the thing the thing that we're walking across or traveling across, right? So if you're asking about what's the thing below your feet and scriptures about that, it speaks about the earth to be unmovable. There's some scriptures about that. It's pressed like a seal. You know, when you write a letter, you seal it. You seal the letter with a stamp, and it's a seal.
I'm concerned.
And
I took the silencer ring out of my turbo, and now it sounds weird. It's making some whistling noise. Should I be worried?
Real quick, the reason I on Warner von Braun's gravestone.
Oh yeah, the godfather of rocketry, one of the founders of NASA, former Nazi, Hitler's buddy. He founded NASA, and he also worked in the rocketry. And on his tombstone, it speaks about, the
Psalms
that
19:1.
Psalms
They've been spraying
19:1,
toxic chemicals up in the sky containing heavy metals. When they fall to earth, you breathe them in. You got artificial nanotech inside your body, deep within. It's in your DNA, that's why you're fucking feeling grim. Your lungs have been infected by an artificial virus. You got fluoride in your brain and graphene.
Quote, voice of God weapon.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think that's what it is, right? Is it?
Okay. Christian.
Toxic chemicals up in the sky containing heavy metals.
When it is heaven.
Yeah, I
The
remember
word-
in the space religion, they took heaven away. They say, oh, it's emptiness, because, the vacuum of space, the absence of things. They tell you there's nothing up there. So in reality, there is the ground under our feet, the medium that we're in, and the layers above, the firmament, the waters above, and heaven above that. So in the space religion, they took that away from you.
In the space religion, they took what away?
Heaven.
Sorry?
Heaven.
Okay. Interesting.
Remember,
Do you
they
think
tell
that
you
that
the
is-
vacuum of space, the nothingness. There's nothing up there. It's emptiness.
Okay. And you don't agree with that?
Definitely not. I mean, we have gas pressure, right? The antecedent to gas pressure is the container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container, and the antecedent to the container is a designer, an architect, an informer. And who's that? I guess the creator of the container, the antecedent to you breathing air.
Okay.
When you expand your lungs, with your muscles inside your body, right? You expand the volume of your lungs, and the pressure around you, the gas pressure, the air pressure, goes in your lungs, right? So the antecedent to that air pressure, by natural law, it's containment. There's no containment on the globe. It's magic in the globe.
Well, like atmosphere and that stuff.
Atmo is the gas, right? The air. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Gases expand to all directions, and they don't have a shape. And atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air, sphere, a shape. It's a contradiction.
Well, couldn't the gases? Like, hey, guys, I'm like a 0 on the science knowledge, right? So forgive me. Couldn't the gases be subject to gravity? Right? Like Jupiter is a gas giant, right? It's circular.
But remember,
right?
you gotta remember when you say okay, let's say Jupiter. You're looking at Jupiter, the observable phenomena in the sky. We can be next to each other. You and I next to each other, or you could be wherever you're at, and I can be where I'm standing. We could both look up and look at the phenomena in the sky that we label Jupiter, right? And then you can create your own ideas of what it is, and I can create my own idea of what that is. But we can't verify. You and I can make ideas about it. We can speculate about it and say that you can make up different distances, the size, the makeup of it. But that's what the priests are telling you. The globe priests are telling you that they have the answers of everything, that they know how big Jupiter is, how far it is, what's the size of the whole world. Anybody that is telling you that they know the shape of this world and the size of it and all of it, they're lying to you, bro. I mean, there's scripture that talks about that God will destroy His own people if they dare to talk about the deeps of the earth and the heavens above. There's scriptures about that, right?
Right. In His hands are the depths of the earth, right? The mountain peaks belong to Him. The sea is His, for He made it. right?
The world
That's
is
also
of the Lord, or something like that, right? The world is His. The world is His, or something like that.
right. I mean, that word firmament is used again and again throughout the Bible, right? It's used in Genesis all the way to the Psalms and perhaps even further. But um, what does Hebraic scholarship say about that word? Do they understand it like our Orthodox Jews, flat earthers?
Rakia.
Correct. I said the other word, which was wrong. It's not heavens. It's just the firmament.
Wait. No, the
Span.
firmament is the firmament. Let's say is the ceiling of your house. When you are in the house, the floor is below your feet. The ceiling is above your head. There's light in the ceiling, but that doesn't mean that is the limit. There's something above the ceiling, right? There might be water above the ceiling, or when you say the firmament is heaven, it's not the same thing. The firmament is one thing. Heaven above that is another thing.
Yeah. That was my point. I incorrectly said earlier that the word firmament was being translated as heaven in some instances. That wasn't the case.
If you're going by the scriptures, some people say heavens in plural, right? Heavens, so multiple layers in where the firmament, where the sun is, where the moon is, another layer. The planets are other layers. The stars, and then heaven above that, which is the city of God, New Jerusalem, that is up in heaven, where the throne of God is, where God dwells, and it shines with God's because God's dwelling gives its light. So those are different places, different things, different layers.
They're sometimes right. They're sometimes used in conjunction with each other to describe things, but they're not necessarily the same thing. I understand that.
But remember, the firmament is not the city of God that is up in heaven, or heaven itself, where the throne of God is the Most High. You know where the Most High is, where the throne is? That's a city that is described in the scripture. That is above the firmament, above the waters above.
Did you say a city or a ceiling?
City, the city of God.
Okay, the city of God.
Where the throne of God is.
And that can go up and down, right?
In the scriptures, it says that it comes down, one day, but it's not down right now. We're missing that city down here. It's up in heaven. So that's based on the scriptures. But like you had the question that you're asking, it does comes down based on the scriptures.
What I'd like to know is, by the scriptures, can God fall down the stairs?
You have an amazing clear mic. Holy shit.
Would he be able to fall, stumble, break his ankle, and make a funny noise? And would we all hear it? Would we all look up at the camera like, what the fuck was that?
Well, if that's in your imagination, you can also make up globes and water
You said
balls.
there was a staircase. There's a staircase apparently.
Well, I never said staircase. That
No,
word
but there's
never
a
came out
stairway
of
to
my
heaven
mouth.
apparently.
Okay, if it's in the scriptures, we're talking about the scriptures, right? I didn't wrote the scriptures. The guy's asking about scriptures, but we're talking about that.
Well, I've been hearing all about a stairway to heaven. So there's got to be a way to fall down those stairs.
What is the scripture for that, so I can read it, please?
I don't know. I've just been hearing a lot about a staircase.
Oh well.
Oh well.
There's also an observable in the scripture. It talks about the city that is as wide as it's high, and that is the description of a pyramid, right? Like, make a pyramid that is wide and high. The same scripture. So there is electro-opticals that show that shape, and at the middle of the movement of all of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, the radiance, where all the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors come from. It's like 6 radiants in the sky, 6 specific points in the sky that also have cycles during the year, and all the luminaries revolve with a centerpiece that is the description of the pyramid in the sky. The as wide as is high.
All right, guys, let's wrap it up. It's done with the religious and cosmic.
I don't get it.
We need to go back to.
Wait. That's scripture, and then the observation is not religious. The observation that I'm talking about is done by the Americans, by the Canadians, by the Russians, and it's used. This is not religious. This is actually equipment that is called electro-opticals, infrared, that does an observation. We observe the phenomena that is the 6 radiants. That you can look at the radiants where the sporadic meteors come from. This is well known. This is not religious.
If it was well known, then how come my brother Johnny, who's going to bring the gabagool in 5 minutes, doesn't know about it?
Why you LARPing?
No, I'm serious. You're saying everybody knows about it. And
I
you know
said
that's
everybody.
cat.
I said well known. You know that when you
Yeah, you know my brother Johnny knows a lot of stuff, and if he doesn't know about it, I'm not going to believe you. Also,
when I say well
you're as quiet
known,
as a church mouse.
if you want to look at the phenomena called sporadic meteors, you have to set your optical device to a specific area of the sky called a radiant. And from that radiance, from that specific area of the sky, the phenomena that we label sporadic meteors source from that spot in the sky. And there's 6 of them all around the sky. So what do you want me to do if that's the reality?
I'd like to know how
even if
meteors
your
have
brother
something
Johnny is
to.
ignorant
No. I'd like to know him.
Even if your brother and your mom and your uncle are ignorant about this,
Don't you fucking bring my mom into this. Oh, vaffanculo. You don't bring my mom into this.
You see the LARP? You see the LARP?
No. You took a step too far. All I was going to ask was how spores have a connection to meteors. Because I have a mushroom farm. You say sporadic.
You're really not funny, dude. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, look it up. Sporadic meteors, it's an actual phenomena. There is actual positions in the sky where if you want to look at the phenomena, you set your optical device toward that region of the sky, and you're going to be able to observe the phenomena labeled sporadic meteors. What do you want me to do, dude?
He's gone, Gemsy.
Maybe he went to go check with his mother.
Yeah. Mama, can we observe sporadic meteors in the sky?
Perhaps
the answer
he
is
had
yes.
too many mushroom spores.
I mean, that wasn't cool. You brought up his mom. That was not cool.
Whatever. He brought up his brother, so the antecedent to his brother is a mother, isn't it? I mean, the antecedent will be a father and a mother.
Was the guy who
Well, but wouldn't be the antecedent ultimately their God, because God created them.
You could say that, just like the antecedent of the containment and the system that we're in, the design of this construct, you could say it's an architect or an informer or a designer or a coder or a coder, right? You could say that. You could make an argument for that. I wouldn't fight with you.
Yeah, just on the religious point, and I know we don't really hammer home on it too much because we don't really make the religious argument. But as something for new people, and I don't know if there are any new people here still listening, but something to chew on, I would say, in terms of a macro way that we think of reality differently to the globe model concept, is that when in the globe model they tell us that we're a speck, like trapped in a ray of light or whatever, right? So we're this tiny speck in this massive 3D infinite space with no up and no down, whereas our concept would generally be more along the lines of, due to the way the surface measures and the presence of gas pressure,
It's more like we're in a giant building, right? Like beyond our comprehension of how big a building can be, but in its basic principles in terms of being a contained system of sorts, it would more be like that. So, and it can't be underestimated, the psychological difference between that concept of where you are versus spec in infinite nothingness with no up and no down. It's more like you're a character in a video game, right? And you're here in this specific world for an experience, and you've got to live that experience. And the experience, it's like the ultimate RPG. All of your decisions have consequences. You can level up, you can do nothing. It's up to you. But the difference in worldview from being the infinitesimal speck in an infinite universe versus you're the main character of this RPG, go get him, is massive. And I would suggest that that's a reason that those who have promoted this story have done exactly what they've done, which is try to confuse us about where we actually are and what our situation is. A little sidebar.
If I gave you a spaceship, what would you do?
Is that like an imaginary thing? Do you have a spaceship in your pocket and you're gonna give it to someone? Is that like in your imagination or what?
Yeah,
Probably
it's
do
in
the
my
same
it's
thing that
hypothetical in my imagination. It is, yeah.
I got a question for you. What would we do if we gave you a pet unicorn?
I'd
Yeah,
ride
no,
it,
to
man.
answer that, what I would do if you gave
I
me a
would
spaceship.
ride it. I'd love it. I'd
Hold on. If you gave me a spaceship, I'd say you first. Yeah?
The reason I asked that is because, like, I don't know if you guys believe you can go to space, or you believe that's all.
You believe that?
Yeah, we don't have those beliefs.
I don't believe.
We have gas pressure here.
I'm really agnostic on this issue. I don't care about this issue.
The nature of
I'm
gas pressure
only interested.
means that we're
Go
in a
ahead.
contained. The nature of the gas pressure that Gemsy explained, we breathe gas pressure. Gas pressure needs a physical container. So no, we're physically contained. We're not leaving the Earth. You cannot leave.
Okay.
At least not physically. Not in this lifetime. I don't know.
Do you believe
At
there's
least by the means that we know of, right? And I mean, you yourself admit that you don't have a spaceship and you can't do it. So tell me another way.
No, it's a hypothetical to ask you guys, like, do you think
That's what the
you
globe
can
is. When you ask
go
the
to outer
Globers,
space and
they always
produce
tell you
outer
if.
space?
Think about it. That's what the claim is. Hypothetical. The globe, it's a fantasy hypothetical. It's a mathematical construct. It's nowhere to be found in reality. It's always going into the fantasy land, just like if I give you a spaceship, right?
You know, I think you come across a lot of people that are very passionate about the other side of the argument. I'm not one of those people, right? So I'm not trying to straw man you or get you into a trap, right? I'm just trying to gauge what you believe, because I don't know very much about the flat Earth.
That's
belief.
cool.
It's not a belief, but whatever it is, the scientific theory of flat Earth, right? I don't know a lot about it, right?
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to know a lot about it. This is why we're here to discuss it. And just to answer your question head on, no, we don't believe that would be possible. So all the stories that they're telling us about we're going to space, we're doing all this, we don't believe they're doing that. Okay.
Like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, all those guys.
They're not.
You know von Braun it was mentioned earlier. Von Braun, he was also a science fiction writer. He wrote about science fiction, about going to the moon, going to Mars, and in one of his books, he had a character called Elon that will take humanity to Mars.
That's
How
pretty
does
neat.
the global positioning system work then? How does GPS work then?
You tell us, how does GPS works?
Satellites in geostationary orbit around the Earth give us their signal with the triangulation.
So we have technology that we send very high up, right? We have devices, technology devices, and we send them up, and they send signals back down. And that, you think that proves the you think that proves the globe and the vacuum of space, and that we live in a cartoon or something?
No. I say that it works. So how it works?
Technology works. Yeah, technology works. Yes, we agree.
How?
They were doing this kind of thing with the Loran system in the 1940s, which was based on ground technology. 90% of human communications are done through ground towers and undersea cables. Yes, there are high altitude technologies such as balloons, satelloons, aircraft, drones. There's buoys at sea, like floating communication systems out at sea. There's a whole number of technologies available. When we say it must be from these floating satellites in a vacuum, try Googling a photograph of a satellite in space and you'll just get cartoon CGI. The existence of the medium space is debunked by the presence of gas pressure, and you receiving a signal on the ground to your device doesn't tell you the source of that signal. So even if we do receive the signal, that doesn't allow us to say this is the exact source and technology used to produce that signal. So yeah, that's about it.
So GPS, how does it work? How precisely? Which is the technology behind it? It's a buoy, a sat buoy, what?
Have you ever heard of satelloons?
Nope.
Okay. I would look up weather satellites, satelloons. NASA is still the biggest consumer of helium in the world today. Might interest you.
You know, helium also is coolant. Yeah.
Well, predominantly like ground towers on the ground are used for navigation and GPS style mapping on your phones and stuff, which is why when you go into a remote area or into mountains or out at sea or on a plane, your communication with GPS wouldn't work on your phone because it's coming from these ground towers, which are well established all across the populated areas. But where the areas are less populated, if they need to have communications tech, then they might rely on the kinds of things that we spoke about, balloons, buoys, planes, whatever. But predominantly it's the existing infrastructure, which is mainly ground tower and cable. So as far as we can tell.
There's also water floating towers, right? There's also towers in the water that can beacon signals and stuff. So there's that as well.
Is there a photo of these towers? How many are there? Where are they? How many?
Bro, have you ever heard of cell phone signal, like tower, communication towers? Have you ever seen this in your country?
Wait, cell phone signal and GPS signal are two different things. Our cell phones work on cell
Sure,
phone
yeah.
and the GPS is a completely different signal, which in theory works with
You're asking for photograph of communication towers, bro. Like, do you think there's a conspiracy that communication towers don't exist, or what's going on with you?
Yeah, I don't get your line of questioning either. Yeah.
I'm asking because if
you're asking for a photograph of communication towers, bro. Come on.
No. Of a
Just Google
photograph of a communication tower in the middle of the sea. I'm asking of it because you explained
in the
GPS
middle of the sea.
Yeah, you explained the GPS in the middle of the sea with towers and something like that. So how does positioning in the middle of the sea work? Because 1 week ago I was in the middle of the sea and I read my position in with a GPS.
Yeah, so real quick, there are so for GPS, there are towers, there are transmitters in the ocean the same way there's like internet infrastructure in the ocean. It's just under the ocean. It doesn't pop out because the ocean's very deep. We don't need the towers don't reach like above it to that extent where you could see it. But they're there. They're just under the ocean. They're underwater.
They're also above in buoyant buoys. You can see them. This is not like there's no debate about this. I don't know why this guy's like debating that there are like buoyant towers in the water.
That was a more popular system used specifically. That's a more popular version of GPS. I think it's called GIB. That's used specifically for ocean travel. When it comes to GPS in general, it's really weak in the ocean, but like you said, because there's no towers in the ocean, they use a different system for when they're in the ocean for navigation. Like the data broadcast. So the reason it works is because GPS in general, the signal is very weak. The signal is not a signal that starts out strong, so it can travel very, 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 very far. Like we're talking like radio waves don't stop like that. They travel for a very long time if allowed. So that's why GPS works over the ocean.
Yeah, radio wave have been proven to travel thousands of miles from shore to shore, line of sight, direct message from tower to tower. So that debunks the globe right there.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
Definitely debunks the globe.
Radar technology uses elevation angles to get a reading on like airplanes and other aerial vehicles from the sea or ground, and that all requires a flat horizontal plane for that to work.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true whatsoever.
Radar?
That it needs to be flat for that to work. I don't think that's true. I don't. Where are you getting that? Where are you getting that from?
Here, I'll show you.
You believe in flat Earth, you might be retarded.
I agree, but like I'm willing to have a conversation about it. Let's like look, bro.
Check it out.
Radartutorial.eu. No, like I believe this system exists. Why does it need to be flat for it to work? What about the science makes it so it needs to be flat for it to work?
It could be that over short enough distances that it's easier to model things as if it were operating over a flat surface, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm not sure what the scale or the distance is.
Yeah, are you speaking over the lady that was speaking before you? Hey, did the middle of her sentence disrupt at the beginning of yours?
So what you need to understand, so like this photo you just posted actually perfectly fucking helps me. Okay. So when the radar bounces off the ground, it considers whatever it hit the flat plane. So it could be the tippy top of a mountain. It would consider that the flat plane. And it would use lots of complicated math in order to calculate how far up you are. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be a flat plane. It just needs to hit something. It just needs to hit something. And for the math to work, it considers it a flat plane, but it's not actually a flat plane.
Because it's only
we have topography. That's why we put stuff on top of the mountains, right? We have topography. Because if you have a hill in between two towers, it's gonna block the signal, right?
Yeah, and even if that's true, which I would like to see some. I mean, whenever you make any definitive claims like this is what it's doing, if they're treating it as flat to make it work, that should be ringing alarm bells in your head. I know it's easy to say. They could just be
actually one of the
simplifying it. It's actually a
why do they allow retards like you to get a room? I don't care. You're a fucking idiot. Delete Discord. Delete.
See the spiral? See the spiral when you're having just
straight up spiral, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, I like that you guys look at the math.
You can
and
just
science,
go and
that
assume
aspect
the
is cool.
contrary.
But, like, why do you actually like genuinely think the world is flat? Like, why do you think that's like something that's like information that's like
flat is not what something is. That's a description.
We just let me finish this point off. Jesus Christ, he's all spiraled halfway through. Yeah, they're treating it as flat and motionless in every practical application. That is in no way a defense of the globe, an argument for the globe, or any reason for you to believe a globe. If you're bringing up a technology that you're then saying, oh yeah, they assume the ground is flat. Welcome to flat Earth. That would be an argument for us, not for you. So let's start with some arguments that actually evidence a ball Earth, because all we're saying so far is that everything assumes a flat Earth. Okay, where's the globe?
Exactly.
Applebee's has a question. Go ahead, Applebee's.
Who's that?
Applebee's. I think she was trying to speak, but
No,
I
I'm
think
sorry, that might have been me. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about because what you said is obviously something that comes up a fair bit, right? This kind of rejection or falsification is independent of replacement thing, and obviously there are either like a variety of quote unquote flat Earth models, or a claim isn't kind of posited in its stead, in the Globes model stead. So I'm curious as to why the broader flat Earth movement. I know this sounds really silly, and I genuinely mean this though, but I'm curious why there hasn't been an attempt to or push to name it something that's more like the non-globe movement, or like the anti-globe movement, because wouldn't that be more accurate?
Yeah. I can answer that one. So yeah, the term flat Earth or flat earther was not like came up with by us. It's like a media mainstream attempt at discrediting anyone who questions the globe, which is essentially what it is. Because yeah, you're right. We're not saying the surface is literally flat. It seems to be a topographical motionless plane for all we can observe and measure evidence. But we're not saying it's literally flat. So some people do say, no, I don't want to be called a flat earther. I'm not going to accept it. For me and for a lot of other people, it's kind of just like, well, that's just how they're labeling us. It is what it is. If it
It's like
triggers
being labeled a
discussion,
conspiracy theorist.
Don't you think that impacts the way people come into these conversations, at least in terms of like the layperson's conception of the argument that's being made? Because I would feel like that have to get exhausting, kind of repeating over.
It is exhausting. It is exhausting, but no, it's not the term itself so much that creates the kind of animosity that we get when new people come in. It's actually more like the side propaganda attached to that term.
I'm gay.
Is of like a disc in space, flat Earth society, all these memes, the president trying to take the piss of flat Earth, all this stuff. And school, indoctrinating people into thinking that this is so dumb a subject that you shouldn't even consider it. When anyone with a brain who speaks here for 5-10 minutes is going to realize it's not a retarded discussion to have. There's a lot of merit and value in having the discussion. So the fact that they're trying to poison people off of having the discussion by propagandizing them should already be a red flag to you, that they're trying to convince you not to investigate a subject that you absolutely should investigate because it's the nature of reality itself.
I have a question.
That's a good point.
If it was so dumb, why would they censor it?
You said
Eine Pizza, Marina.
Wait, I just
you said a flat plane. You said you have a flat plane. So, am I right?
Ist fertig. Kannst du meine reinmachen?
No, shut up. Sorry, folks. Do you want to respond before
just real quick before we move on. There's a really interesting point, because I think that absolutely is something, regardless of any other beliefs that come on top of or after or as a result of it. I think fundamentally the idea of being that you should be able to back up and validate your beliefs and assertions, and that you should question and test your beliefs and assertions in a practical sense, in an engaged and conscientious manner, and that there's an immense value in kind of having a critical eye that you turn towards yourself and towards even the most fundamental beliefs that you hold. I think that just on a more abstract level, I think that is absolutely something that should be advocated for, should be supported. And I do find it really frustrating the way that people who do take the time, regardless of your opinion of where they end up, or if their opinions are wrong or crazy or whatever, I think the fact that these people, and I don't mean to speak like these people, but the fact that there are people who are more than willing and happy to engage with their belief set in that way, I think is something that should be encouraged, not actively derided.
That's why we have this room. And the server.
Thank you for saying that. By the way, Fox, if you're interested, we have a server, I don't know if you've heard, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, discord.gg/Flat Earth. We've got loads of information there. People are there just answering questions and having discussion about the nature of where we live. So if you're interested, it would be cool for you to join, because you sound like you can
thank you.
think. That's very cool. Right, so if you've got another question, feel free to throw it out. Otherwise, we can kind of open it up to the room and see if anyone else has a question.
Oh yeah, anybody else, feel free.
I had a question. Because there was someone who said that we have a flat plane as a theory for the Earth, right? Am I right?
We said you observe a flat surface that we live on. That's what we have evidence for.
We have the real east level. The real east level.
Like the horizon is flat, bodies of water are flat. That's what we've
So
got.
assuming we have a flat body, how do you explain the fact that the higher you go, the less you feel the gravitational acceleration? So if you make the same experiment at sea level or at 4,000 meters of height, you have different different values of acceleration for the experiment at sea level and the experiment at 4,000 meters. If you assume gravity forces are taken into account. So how do you explain this?
That will be specific gravity that you're talking about. Specific gravity, which is Boyle's law. Different densities will cause different materials to,
Assuming same environment. So you take a box, you make a closed box, and you make the same experiment with the same concentration of gases at sea level and at 4,000 meters.
we observe a phenomena, right? Look, there's an example right there in that is being posed by Drace. So we observing a phenomena, and you're claiming what? It's what? You're making a claim about the phenomena that we all observe, that things fall depending on the medium, or rise depending on the medium.
No, it's not depending on the medium. It's depending on the height at which you make the experiment. The video which has been posted, I've already seen it, but I can't get where it is from. I've seen it's from a 1 hour long video of the Bremen Tower, which is in Deutsch, is in German, and I'm not sure it is made in
Is
Void.
the medium denser at the ground level than at 4,000 feet above? Which one is denser?
They are at the same density.
So there's not a pressure gradient that reduces depending on altitude. That's what you're saying?
No
Pardon, I think he was saying within the experiment they were controlling for that atmospheric density. I don't want to assume, but it sounded like that's what you were saying.
That sounds good. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we are observing this phenomena, right? And you're trying to say what? This phenomena is being caused by what's the cause of the effect? Because the phenomena is there. Oh, when you say gravity, which gravity are you?
What?
I don't know. When you say gravity, you mean what?
I mean gravitational acceleration, which is taken by
9 meters per second squared.
With the formula which takes into account the mass of the Earth and the radius of the Earth. I mean that value for gravitational acceleration.
You have like a post for that? Well, let me see what gravity you're talking about. Can you post it?
I can't write in the chat. I don't know why.
You can write in the chat. Okay, that's an issue then. Can you send it to me in DM so I can post it? Maybe. Oh, actually, I think you have to go. The server has like rules. Step 1, and then you check another page. Like you click something. That's step 2. Maybe there's a step 3, and then you can post.
I think you might also have to be a certain level, but I'm not sure.
I will anyway. I will send it to you, and then you will send it.
Just quickly, I'd like to point out that in that you mentioned you use the radius. Now, this is where we come to it, because
in a lot of these arguments, you might say we're using the radius. Now, what we're going to say is, okay, what's the radius? You're going to say it's 3,959 miles. We're going to say, okay, how do you know that? Say, oh, well, NASA told us that that's
Wait.
it is. And then we have to say, okay, but we have to then verify that there is a 3,959 mile radius of a ball for you to then make this argument that you're now making, which assumes a 3,959 mile radius for a ball. So you're on like step 5, but you haven't proven step 1 yet, which is that you have this radius value of a ball.
No, that's the final point that I was going to make, but it doesn't need to have necessarily that radius. It just has to, because you will you will. I was starting from the experiment of the different height, different acceleration, because on a plane you would have same acceleration, same gravitational acceleration at every height.
Gotcha. The critical element is the difference or the comparison, which is why you're saying it ultimately doesn't matter what the radius is, because what you're looking for is any type of measurable difference, correct?
Exactly. That's the point.
If the radius doesn't matter, then why is it? Well, I mean, you referenced gravitational acceleration assuming a radius. So if that's not required, why are you even mentioning it?
Because
it would be fair
because I asked him because the phenomena is what we observe, right? You observe certain things falling at a certain rate, a certain altitude. Then you go at a different altitude and you observe a different rate of falling or whatever, right? And then that is the phenomena. And then he's attributing the cause of that effect, the cause of that phenomena, and he said the formula of gravitational based on the radius and the mass of the Earth. That's when he added that is the cause of the effect.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
what I asked for. Yeah.
So this is what we're talking about, because his argument is relying on this premise of gravity, which assumes the radius of the ball, right? So this is what it all comes back to. And then we say, okay, well, what's the measurement that confirms that radius for you to then base this entire conjecture upon?
No, wait.
When it falls apart.
It assumes that there is a radius. It doesn't need a measurement of the radius.
Because mathematically,
there is
a variable.
Okay, but then we have a problem. But we have a problem then, because we're not interested in mathematical concepts. Is the radius real or is it not real? Is there a radius or is there not? Of a ball, Earth.
I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
If there is a radius, I mean,
if there is.
Because he's saying that this experiment of this test that he tested for, or they tested for multiple variables, which is altitude and the environment, the medium or whatever. He's saying that the cause of that is the gravity that he's claiming, which is as a consequence, there is a ball. We are standing on a ball that is spinning back in space, and he's using this phenomena that we can observe as the evidence of his claim.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is the idea, and correct me if I'm wrong on either side, but it sounds like the assertion is being made that fundamentally, it doesn't really matter. You could plug in any radius because ultimately they would cancel, and what you're looking for is the difference. And I think the pushback there is, even assuming any radius at all, it doesn't matter if you're saying that like ultimately you can just plug in a variable and it would cancel, because included in that, just baked in, that is the assumption. The assumption of a radius is kind of the issue itself. But I'm curious here, because wouldn't that actually ultimately be what you are looking for? And I could be off base, bear with me for 1 second, but ultimately the idea would be, okay, so if there is a radius, if it is a globe, then we would expect to see this result, which would be a difference between these two measurements. But then if that's not the case, then we wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're
That's
saying
the scientific method. Exactly.
No, because what I'm trying to isolate here, and what I'm kind of running into a little bit in my brain is like, would it be enough? Would measuring a difference and saying, okay, this validates that there is some radius because I think you would need something else, right?
the
I don't
measurement
think you
of
can rely on
radius.
that. I don't think you can add that assumption.
No. The measurement of the radius or the assumption of the curvature of the Earth is not to be confirmed by dropping objects on random parts of the
Right,
Earth.
that's what I was.
It's
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
Why not?
correct measurement of the surface itself. If the surface is convex, then that's going to be apparent in measurement. So all the other like ideas and stories that we have to assume a convex surface of a spinning ball, that's not satisfactory, because at the end of whatever conclusion you reach, we're going to say, okay, well, let's verify your conclusion that you're assuming with a measurement. You're concluding that the reason you see this object fall the way you do is because the surface is curved at a certain dimension. So let's measure that. And if you can't measure that, then your whole claim is still baseless because it relies on that assumption.
Sure, but couldn't he say then, and I again could be totally off base, but couldn't you say, all right, if this model that I'm proposing is accurate, I would expect to see these results.
No, because that's
affirming the consequence. That's affirming the consequence.
Isn't this just induction versus
That's a fallacy.
No.
It's proving
Because you're
the
assuming
fact.
because you're inserting a premise that you haven't proven into your assumption.
Right.
So you're
All it
affirming the
method.
consequence.
I'm not saying that it proves. I'm not saying that the result would prove that the Earth's a globe. What I'm saying is that it wouldn't falsify it.
It wouldn't tell you anything, right? Because you couldn't say this will happen on a ball of this size. I would expect to see this on a ball of this size. You don't know what you would expect to see on a ball of that size if you haven't confirmed that you are indeed on a ball of that size. So I
think Grace wanted to say something about
But
this.
that's where the mathematical modeling comes in, because that's what I'm, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But my thinking is that basically you're right in the sense that it quote unquote like doesn't tell you anything because it doesn't prove or validate any one specific conclusion. However, it does it doesn't falsify that assertion or that model. And yes, it is based on an assumption, but that's kind of the point, right? The idea that okay,
that's
if I
literally
assume
why don't
this
we
is
just
true,
So why don't we
I-
just measure the surface instead?
That could be really hard to do on like a Earth that's like 75% ocean, right? But like I'm just
not really.
yeah.
Before we move on, I think Drace wanted to jump in and say, Drace, are you there? You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say it's the difference between affirmation and falsification. Like you can say, I see white swans everywhere, therefore all swans are white. But once you find black swans, you have falsified that statement.
it's induction versus deduction.
Deduction, right? Yeah, that was a deductive thing she did
Yeah,
based
but-
off an inductive assumption. But I'm just trying to help me understand this. Okay, so my understanding is that like when you can math doesn't necessarily need like it doesn't necessarily need a thing to like be there. Like the Earth doesn't have to be this size, but if you like mathematically process it, like let's assume that the Earth is this size, this size, this size, or whatever, and then we say that gravity has an effect on it, this, and this, and then we go into the real world, or if we put it on paper, and we're like, so if it is this size, then this is what would happen in the real world. So then we do all the math, boom, 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 and then we drop something from this altitude and drop something from the next altitude. Based off of that like math that we did on paper, wouldn't that prove that thing to be true?
No, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy again.
Prove it to be
Wait.
true. It just doesn't.
Wait.
Yeah, it's a fallacy.
But it proves that your theory is
No, again, you
incorrect.
have to measure the surface. No, you'd
Yeah,
have to measure the surface to prove we're not making a theory. The globe theory is the theory. To prove that theory, you would have to measure the surface and confirm curvature. There's no ifs and or buts about this.
No, you
and
can't
I don't
prove
know
a theory.
why, if you're genuinely interested in finding out the truth of the nature of the surface, why would you go and start dropping rocks on a mountain? Just measure the surface.
That's because my theory isn't certain. I don't assume to know the truth, but my theory is the final objective of my theory is to understand and make previsions, to have something to work with. So if I need something that works with my theory, I explain better. I can tell you that at sea level rocks will fall at 9.0 acceleration, and at Mount Everest level rocks will fall at 8.5 acceleration. I'm making numbers up. Anyway, my objective is to tell you what will happen. Then, if Earth isn't round, is an oval, and then my theory works both with oval Earth and global Earth, I'm not that interested in showing it, but I'm interested in the fact that my theory
What is going on?
prediction.
Yeah.
Dude, what the Wait, Cyclone, can I ask you to explain? Okay, so how would you go about testing something through the scientific method? Can you walk me through the scientific method with like an example?
Sorry, to whom is that addressed?
Cyclone.
I'm not Cyclone.
Or anybody, if they want to walk me through the scientific method with an example.
Hold on, I'm doing something at the moment.
Very wide matter. You start with an observation. We start with something that you see.
Dude, I'm not trying
Then
to be
you
mean, but
make
can
up a
anybody
theory.
else do this?
Am I right? You make up a theory, which is in our cases we have a flat Earth or we have a globe Earth. These are two theories. Am I right?
Only one.
Yes.
Okay. Then you do all the math. You make your mathematical constructs. You have. I'm thinking of the formula that I mentioned earlier. I'm thinking of the
Bro,
Gauss theorem.
hello, mic check. Hello. The scientific method is not about you making theories. The scientific theories will come after establishing a cause and effect relationship about something, and then you can make a scientific theory.
I
The
think this might
scientific,
just be a language issue. I think he might have meant hypothesis, but I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
He said you make an observation about a phenomenon and then you form a hypothesis. I think that's what he meant by theory.
Yeah, hypothesis and theory. Theory is a wider